Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. I present report number 43 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 11th of April 2022. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I have received a message from the Senate informing the House of the appointment of senators to the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards. As the list of appointments is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Cost of Living Support and Other Measures Bill 2022.
The Assistant Treasurer has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Treasurer, I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Cost of Living Support and Other Measures Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum to the bill, the Excise Tariff Amendment, Cost of Living Support Bill 22 and the Customs Tariff Amendment, Cost of Living Support Bill 2022.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, employee share schemes and product stewardship, to amend the National Health Act 1953 to provide for a one-off cost of living payment and for related purposes.
The Assistant Treasurer has the call.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, last night the Treasurer told Australia that we had a plan for a strong economy and a stronger future, that this government had a plan that delivers cost of living relief now, and today I introduce the legislation that delivers on that. This bill demonstrates the Morrison government's continued commitment to addressing cost of living pressures faced by Australians in a responsible, temporary and targeted manner. Mr Speaker, Schedule 1 to the bill increases the Medicare levy low-income thresholds for singles, families and seniors and pensioners, consistent with increases in the CPI. These changes will ensure that low-income households who do not pay the Medicare levy in the 2021 income year will generally continue to be exempt in the 21-22 income year, where their incomes have risen in line with or by less than the Consumer Price Index. The Medicare levy low-income thresholds ensure that people who pay no personal income tax due to their eligibility for structural offsets, such as the low-income tax offset, generally do not incur the Medicare levy. The increase in thresholds will apply to the 21-22 income year and future income years. Mr Speaker, Schedule 2 to the bill provides an income tax deduction for individual taxpayers who incur costs for COVID-19 testing expenses required to attend a place of work. The government recognises that COVID-19 tests help to mitigate transmission risks and absences from the workforce. In making these expenses tax deductible, employers will also not incur fringe benefits tax where COVID-19 tests are provided to employees for this purpose. Schedule 3 to the bill amends the Income Tax Assessment Act to incorporate the Royal Humane Society of New South Wales Incorporated, the Perth Korean War Memorial Committee Incorporated, Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of Australia Consolidated Trust Cathedral of the Annunciation of Our Lady Restoration Fund, the Australian Future Leaders Foundation Limited, Lord Mayor's Charitable Foundation and the Ramsay Centre for Western Civilisation Limited on the list of deductible gift recipients. Deductible gift recipient status allows members of the public to receive income tax deductions for donations of $2 or more that they make to these 6 organisations. Schedule 4 to the bill makes it easier for businesses to create employee share schemes by reducing red tape. It reduces the regulatory requirements that apply to employee share schemes and the associated compliance burden. These reforms also expand access to the regime to cover a broader range of employee share schemes so that more participants can ultimately benefit. This includes covering employee share schemes in unlisted companies of unlimited value, provided that participants don't contribute more than $30,000 each year. These changes make it easier for businesses to attract and reward talent to compete globally. It will also give Australians more opportunities to share in the economic value they create through their own hard work. The Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations have been notified of the amendments in Schedule 4 to the bill, as is required under the Corporations Agreement of 2002. Schedule 5 to the bill will reduce the global domestic product uplift factor for pay-as-you-go and GST instalments for the 22-23 income year from the rate calculated by application of the statutory formula to 2%. This year's statutory instalment rate is not likely to reflect current economic conditions for many small and medium enterprises, particularly those that are still affected by the disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters. The substituted rate will therefore minimise adverse cash flow consequences for these from small to medium enterprises. Schedule 6 to the bill delivers a one-off cost of living offset, a tax offset to support low and middle income earners facing rising cost of living pressures. The government is delivering this cost of living tax offset through the tax system by increasing the low and middle income tax offset by $420 for the 21-22 income year. The low and middle income tax offset is available to individuals with taxable incomes of less than $126,000 and currently provides a reduction in tax of up to $1,080. This one-off cost of living tax offset increases the maximum low and middle income tax offset benefit to $1,500 for a single income household and therefore $3,000 for a dual income household. The benefit will be paid when taxpayers lodge their tax return for the 21-22 income year. It's expected, Mr Speaker, that over 10 million taxpayers will benefit from the one-off cost of living tax offsets in the 21-22 year. Overall, the one-off cost of living tax offset will provide $4.1 billion in tax relief to low and middle income earners. This is on top of the $7.8 billion in tax relief that the government delivered through the Lamito for the 21-22 income year. Schedule 7 to the bill ensures all Australians continue to have the best access to the PBS and that medicines continue to be affordable for all Australians. The amendment will reduce the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme general patient category by $10 from the current amount of $42.50 to the new amount of $32.50 commencing on the 1st of May 2022. The Australian Government is committed to ensuring that all Australians are able to access high-quality health care. The PBS provides significant direct assistance to make medicines more affordable. This includes the provision of access to subsidised medicines through the PBS. This measure will provide a significant benefit to the affordability of the PBS-listed medicines for general patients by reducing the general PBS co-payment. General patients will pay no more than $32.50 of out-of-pocket costs, excluding optional charges imposed by manufacturers. This means that over 3 million Australians will pay less for their medicines each year, with close to 17 million scripts costing patients less. The indexation arrangements for general patient co-payment will continue according to the existing indexation arrangements. However, the indexation calculation will now work off a significantly reduced baseline of $32.50, meaning that patients will continue to save for many years into the future. The government's committed to ensuring that Australians can access affordable medicines when they need them. Mr Speaker, Schedule 8 to the bill will assist Australian households with a one-off cost of living payment of $250 expected to flow to approximately 6 million eligible Australians. This payment will assist eligible recipients with higher cost of living pressures. Recipients of Social Security and Veterans payments and holders of certain concessions cards will be eligible if they're residing in Australia on the test date of the 29th of March 2022. Finally, Schedule 9 makes consequential changes to the Product Stewardship Oil Regulations 2000 to implement the amendments in the measures contained in the Excise Tariff Amendment Cost of Living Support Bill 22 and the Customs Tariff Amendment Cost of Living Support Bill 2022, which I'll be introducing shortly. And as always, Mr Speaker, full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
Hear, hear.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Excise Tariff Amendment Cost of Living Support Bill 2022.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1921 and for related purposes.
The Assistant Treasurer has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, this bill amends the Excise Tariff Act 1921 to halve the excise rate which applies to domestically produced petrol and diesel. This means the excise rates for petrol and diesel will fall from 44.2 cents per litre to 22.1 cents per litre. Mr Speaker, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has seen fuel prices increase, adding to the cost of living pressures already faced by families and the cost of doing business more broadly. As part of Australia's plan for a stronger future, the government is taking decisive, responsible and temporary action to reduce the pressure of high fuel prices on household budgets across Australia. The temporary 50% reduction in excise will apply to all fuel products other than aviation fuels for 6 months, from the 30th of March 2022 to the 28th of September 2022. Existing indexation arrangements will still apply to the reduced rates in August 22. At the conclusion of the 6 months, the excise rates will revert to the previous rates, including indexation that would have occurred on the full rates during that 6-month period. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission will continue to monitor prices, costs and profits relating to the supply of petroleum products in the petroleum industry in Australia to help ensure benefits are passed on to the intended recipients, the Australian people. This standing direction from the Treasurer is currently in place until December 2022. Again, this bill is complemented by measures in the Custom Tariff Amendment, Cost of Living Support Bill 22 and the Treasury Laws Amendment, Lowering Household Costs and Other Measures Bill 22, and again full details are contained in the explanatory memorandum to that bill.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The debate is adjourned. Is leave granted for the debate to be resumed at a later hour this day? Yep. But I'll need you to grant leave.
Thank you, Speaker. Leave's granted.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I present the Custom Tariff Amendment Cost of Living Support Bill 2022.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The Assistant Treasurer has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill supports Excise Tariff Amendment Cost of Living Support Bill 22 by amending the Customs Tariff Act 1995 to half the excise equivalent customs duty applying to imported fuels. This means the excise equivalent custom duty rates for petrol and diesel will fall, as I said, from 44.2 cents per litre to 22.1 cents per litre. The temporary 50% reduction in excise equivalent customs duty will apply to all fuel products other than aviation fuels for 6 months from the 30th of March to the 28th of September 22. Indexation arrangements will still apply to the reduced rates in August 22. At the conclusion of the 6 months, the excise equivalent customs duty rates will revert to the previous rates, including indexation that would have occurred on the full rates during the 6-month period. And again, Mr Speaker, full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
The debate be adjourned.
The debate is adjourned. Is leave granted for the debate to be resumed at a later hour this day?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Scullin. Thank you. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Aboriginal Land Grant, Jervis Bay Territory Amendment, Strengthening Land and Governance Provisions Bill 2022.
The Minister. The Assistant Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for Indigenous Australians, I present the Aboriginal Land Grant Jervis Bay Territory Amendment Strengthening Land and Governance Provisions Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Aboriginal Land Grant Jervis Bay Territory Act 1986 and for related purposes.
The Assistant Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, the Australian Government has worked with the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council and the broader Wreck Bay community over a number of years to co-design the Aboriginal Land Grant Jervis Bay Territory Amendment Strengthening Land and Governance Provisions Bill 2022. The bill will strengthen the Council's governance structures, enhance local control over decision-making and help to enable home ownership style leases on Aboriginal land in the Jervis Bay Territory. The bill supports economic empowerment for the Wreck Bay community by ensuring people can access the benefits that come with home ownership and reducing red tape in council administration. Mr Speaker, the Wreck Bay community is located in the Jervis Bay Territory on the southern New South Wales coast, 126 kilometres east of Canberra. The Jervis Bay Territory was formally established in 1915 on the land of the Beweera Peninsula through the enactment of the Jervis Bay Territory Acceptance Act of 1915. Of course, Aboriginal people had been living in the area since long before that time. Middens on the Beweera Peninsula provide evidence of thousands of generations of Indigenous occupation of the area. During the 1960s and 1970s, members of the community advocated for the recognition of their connection to their land in Australian law. This advocacy culminated in the enactment of the Aboriginal Land Grant Jervis Bay Territory Act of 1986. The Act established the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council to hold title to Aboriginal land in the Jervis Bay Territory, to manage that land for the benefit of the community and to advocate for and serve the community more generally. There have been 3 declarations of Aboriginal land since 1987. Today, more than 90% of the land in the Jervis Bay Territory is Aboriginal land owned and managed by the Council. This bill ensures that the Council is well positioned to hold and manage this land for the benefit of the Wreck Bay community for generations to come. The bill enhances local control over decision-making by increasing the amount the Council can agree to spend under a contract without obtaining ministerial approval. This amount will increase from $100,000 to $1 million, empowering the Council to pursue commercial ventures without having to navigate unnecessary red tape. The bill assists the Council to issue home ownership style leases to individuals in the community. If community members wish to do so, they'll be able to take out a home ownership style lease. This will simplify arrangements for the long-term leasing and provide opportunity for community members to enjoy the intergenerational benefits associated with home ownership. The bill strengthens the Council's governance structures, aligning them more closely with those of comparable corporate Commonwealth entities. The power of the Council will be vested in the Board. Until now, the Council's members have had to delegate powers to the boards, creating uncertainty within the Council. The Board and the Chief Executive Officer will be explicitly empowered to delegate functions and powers so the Council can function effectively. The bill also ensures only fit and proper persons may serve on the Board and changes quorum requirements from set numbers to percentages of overall members, ensuring responsiveness to changes in overall membership numbers. Importantly, the bill updates the title of the Act to the Aboriginal Land and Waters Jervis Bay Territory Act 1986. This name reflects the Council's ownership of an area of the waters of Jervis Bay, as well as freshwater sources across the Jervis Bay Territory. It recognises the community's strong connection to waters as well as to land, and the importance of the Act in supporting that enduring connection into the future. The government's Closing the Gap commitment to shared decision-making has guided the development of this package of reforms. I'm proud to say the bill has been co-designed with the Council and community over a number of years. Targeted co-design sessions were held in 2020 and 2021, including with the Board, men's and women's groups, subcommittees, elders, youth, and the broader membership. Some reforms were proposed by the community, others were suggested by government, and every reform in this bill has been explicitly endorsed by the Board. The government sincerely thanks the Council for its work in the co-design of this bill. In particular, we acknowledge the leadership of Annette Brown and Julie Moore, who have chaired the Council during the co-design process. The Council's work honours the long-standing tradition of community service and representation in Wreck Bay. Those who advocated for land rights in the 20th century paved the way for the present generation to maintain their deep connection to their land and waters. This bill ensures that the Wreck Bay community will continue to live their culture through this enduring connection for generations to come, and I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Scullin. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, Douglas Shoal Environmental Remediation Works.
The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, I move that, in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act of 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, Douglas Shoal Environmental Remediation. Mr. Speaker, the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority is proposing to undertake environmental remediation in the Douglas Shoal area within the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. The remediation works seek to address damage caused by the ship Shen Neng 1, which ran aground in 2010, causing contamination of an area of over 40 hectares. The proposed works will involve the removal of rubble and contaminants that are impeding natural recovery and management and disposal of these on shore. The estimated cost of the remediation works is $19.4 million, excluding GST, to be funded from an out-of-court settlement with the ship's owners and insurers. The project was referred to the Public Works Committee on the 17th of February 2022. Following its inquiry, the committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to Section 18, subsection 7 of the Public Works Committee Act of 1969, that it is expedient to carry out this remediation. Subject to parliamentary approval, the works are expected to commence from mid-2022 and be completed by 2024. On behalf of the government, I'd like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry, and I commend this motion to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 4. Services Australia, fit out of new leased premises at 120 Bathurst Street, Hobart, Tasmania.
The Assistant Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Services Australia, fit out of new leased premises at 120 Bathurst Street, Hobart, Tasmania. Mr Speaker, Services Australia is proposing fit-out works for new office space at 120 Bathurst Street in Hobart. Services Australia currently occupies 3 buildings in Hobart, with leases due to expire in 2024. Services Australia is proposing to consolidate these 3 sites into one new location, allowing for operational efficiencies and reduced operating costs. The consolidation of these sites is for office accommodation only and will not involve the relocation of existing shop fronts and services. The estimated cost of the fit-out works is $32.8 million, excluding GST. The project was referred to the Public Works Committee on the 1st of December last year. The committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to Section 18, subsection 7 of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, that it is expedient to carry out the works. Subject to parliamentary approval, fit-out works are expected to commence in January of next year and to be completed by June 2024. On behalf of the government, I'd like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry, and I commend this motion to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Isaacs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the following reports. Advisory Report on the Security Legislation Amendment to Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill 2022, the inquiry into national security risks affecting the Australian higher education and research sector, the Advisory Report on the National Security Legislation Amendment Comprehensive Review and Other Measures Number 1 Bill 2021, and the report by statement, a review of regulations listing Hezbollah and the base as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code Act 1995, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the 4 reports.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The member for Isaacs has.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Intelligence and Security Committee is today tabling 4 reports. They are, as I've just noted, a review of regulations listing Hezbollah and the base as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code Act 1995, the report of the committee into its inquiry into national security risks affecting the Australian higher education and research sector, the advisory report of the Committee on the National Security Legislation Amendment Comprehensive Review and Other Measures Number 1 Bill 2021, and the Committee's advisory report on the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill 2022. All 4 of these reports are unanimous bipartisan reports of all of the 11 members of the Intelligence and Security Committee. This unanimity continues a very long practice of Labor and coalition members of both houses of this Parliament who have been members of the Intelligence and Security since its establishment more than 20 years ago. Members of the Labor Party in this Parliament and coalition members of this parliament in seeking to reach unanimity on reports concerning our national security, on intelligence and security matters, are reflecting the long-held position of the Australian Labor Party and the long-held position of the coalition parties in this parliament that national security is important, that we have a very, very important task of keeping our communities safe, and that unanimity between the party of government and the party of opposition is an important value in order to build confidence in the national security arrangements of our country. In relation to the first report, which relates to the listings of Hezbollah and the base as terrorist organisations, I echo the words of the Chair of the Committee, Senator James Paterson. My Labor colleagues and I welcome the fact that the Morrison government has accepted the committee's earlier bipartisan recommendation to list the whole organisation of Hezbollah as a terrorist organisation. Previously, for many years, this listing has been limited to Hezbollah's external security organisation, a sub-organisation of Hezbollah operating under the military wing of that organisation. However, as I said in this place when I spoke on the tabling of the Intelligence and Security Committee's previous report in relation to the government's desire to partially list only the external security organisation, this position was no longer tenable, if it ever was. The United States, the United Kingdom, Canada and the Arab League all list the entirety of Hezbollah, including its military wing, as a terrorist organisation. And this is because Hezbollah is a unitary organisation and it cannot be realistically or reasonably subdivided into different parts, only one of which is said to be a listed terrorist organisation. So I mentioned last year when I spoke about the government's decision to relist Hezbollah's external security organisation as a terrorist organisation, I have visited the Asociación Mutual Israelita Argentina, a Jewish community centre in Buenos Aires, on more than one occasion. In 1995, a van loaded with explosives was driven into that building by a suicide bomber, killing 85 people and injuring hundreds more. All of the evidence from multiple inquiries points to Iran and Hezbollah being responsible for that bombing and the murder of 85 people. And I do not understand why it should matter what part of Hezbollah carried out this devastating attack against the Jewish community in Buenos Aires and against the Argentinian people. In 2019, the United Kingdom moved from listing only the military wing of Hezbollah to the whole of the organisation. In announcing the decision in the House of Commons on the 26th of February 2019, the United Kingdom Home Secretary Sajid Javid said, and I quote, "There have long been calls to ban the whole group, with the distinction between the two factions derided as smoke and mirrors. Hezbollah itself has laughed off the suggestion that there is a difference. I have carefully considered the evidence and I am satisfied that they are one and the same, with the entire organisation being linked to terrorism. This government have continued to call on Hezbollah to end its armed status. It has not listened. Indeed, its behaviour has escalated. The distinction between its political and military wings is now untenable. It's right that we act now to prescribe this entire organisation." Those were the words of the United Kingdom Minister Sajid Javid in 2019, and they remain true today. It has taken the Australian government 3 years to reach the same conclusion, but I welcome the fact that it has done so. I commend my colleagues, all of my colleagues, the 6 coalition members of the committee and the 4 Labor colleagues and myself on the Intelligence and Security Committee. I commend my colleagues for leading the government in this direction. I've already spoken in this place, coming to the next report, I've already spoken in this place on the Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill, and given the time constraints, I'll keep my remarks short. This is an important bill on an important subject. The Intelligence and Security Committee completed its review of the original version of the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020 last year and recommended that the original bill be split into two. The committee recommended that the parts of the bill that had been identified as urgent pass the Parliament without delay, and the other parts of the bill could be reconsidered and redrafted in light of the committee's comments and feedback from key stakeholders. It was a very unusual position for the Intelligence and Security Committee to take on a government bill, but shows the care with which the committee goes about its work. The parts of the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020 that the Department of Home Affairs identified as urgent did pass the Parliament last year with bipartisan support, following a number of amendments that the government quite properly made to implement recommendations of the Intelligence and Security Committee. The Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill 2022 consists of the remaining elements of the original bill, as will be evident to anyone who reads the committee's bipartisan report. The committee as a whole remains concerned about aspects of this bill. In particular, we remain concerned that the government has failed to consult adequately with critical infrastructure industry representatives, relevant employee representative bodies and trade unions. It's particularly disappointing that there should have been such a failure of consultation when this is the government's second attempt to get this legislation right, and much comment was made by the committee in its previous report when it recommended that the former singular bill be split into two on the need for consultation, given the fact that this legislation potentially affects hundreds or possibly thousands of commercial organisations and certainly thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of workers across Australia. But all of the committee members also, right now, recognise the importance of the bill, and we agreed that on balance it is better that the bill pass in its current form now than be delayed until after the election. The regulation and arrangements for the security of critical infrastructure is too important a matter to be left hanging, and that's why there will be bipartisan support for this bill. It is just a crying shame that the government has once again left something this important until the last minute before an election, thus depriving the Parliament and itself of the opportunity to work through the issues that have been identified in a careful and methodical way. Significantly, and it's a very unusual recommendation, the Intelligence and Security Committee has recommended that the government commission an independent review of the operation of the security of critical it's a bit of a tongue twister. That the government commission an independent review of the operation of the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 after 1 year of operation, after the bill receives royal assent. It is very unusual for the committee to recommend a review of legislation so soon after its passage. We've done so because the government has left this until the last minute and has clearly failed to address many of the concerns that the committee expressed in its previous report about security of critical infrastructure, and indeed, as was apparent from the hearing conducted by the committee and the many submissions that the committee received on this bill, has failed to address a number of cogent concerns expressed by many interested people and interested organisations in the Australian community. Turning to the inquiry into national security risks affecting the Australian higher education and research sector, the committee has made a number of unanimous, modest and sensible recommendations to address the existing, and it must be said, evolving national security risks and threats to the Australian higher education and research sector. I commend the report to the Parliament I commend it indeed to the wider Australian community. It's a very important matter that is dealt with in this report. The committee acknowledges at some length the importance of the higher education and research sector, including international research and collaboration. At paragraphs 6.15 to 6.17 of the committee's report, for example, the report notes this, and I'll quote, "The committee noted evidence highlighting the importance of the sector, its contributions to Australian society more broadly, and the importance of international engagement by universities. International research and collaboration, within reason, is a critical part of the Australian economy and society. The committee believes the independence of the sector is critical. Australian universities and research institutions hold entrenched freedoms that allow high-quality research and democratic debate of ideas. This is important for both staff and students within the sector. The Australian higher education system plays an important role in Australian public life. The importance of freedom of speech on campuses, international research relationships and collaboration is critical. This independence is at risk, though, as national security threats can erode it. The committee notes that the sector plays a critical role in Australian society, both economically and intellectually. The committee accepted evidence that national security and academic integrity are not zero-sum concepts. National security and academic integrity are mutually reinforcing and critical for a prosperous Australian society. The sector indicated its acknowledgement of the importance of national security, and the national security bodies indicated their support for academic and independence and freedom. The committee has produced a relatively lengthy and I think thoughtful report, and I do commend it to the House. In relation to the fourth and final of the reports that I'm tabling today on behalf of the committee, the advisory report on the National Security Legislation Amendment Comprehensive Review and Other Measures, number 1 Bill 2021. That bill is listed for debate later today, and I will reserve my comments until we debate the bill, save to say that this bill is an implementation of a small number of the recommendations made by the eminent Australian Dennis Richardson in his comprehensive review of the legal framework of the intelligence organisations delivered to the government in December 2020, and some of the recommendations made by the independent intelligence review conducted by Stephen Merchant and Michael L'Estrange delivered to the government in 2017. There remain outstanding recommendations of the Merchant and L'Estrange review, and there remain many. There were 203 recommendations made by Mr Richardson, and very, very many of them are still to be dealt with. But this bill, as the committee's report makes clear, deals with some quite pressing legislative amendments that are needed to deal with a confined number of situations that potentially the intelligence agencies are faced with, and I'll have more to say later in the debate on this bill. Finally, could I thank the staff of the Intelligence Committee for the truly excellent work that they have carried out during the term of this Parliament, producing very, very many high-quality reports of the Intelligence and Security Committee. I would thank all of my colleagues on the Intelligence and Security Committee for their work over the term of this Parliament, and I would thank both of the chairs of the committee during this term, Mr Andrew Hastie, the member for Canning, and Senator James Paterson, Senator for Victoria, who took over as chair when Mr Hastie was elevated to the ministry. In particular, I would pay special tribute and thanks to Senator Paterson for the difficult task that he faced of taking over the chairing of a very, very busy committee with very many reports not yet completed on inquiries that he had not served on. and he's done a very good job over the balance of the term in landing a very large number of those uncompleted inquiries and reports.
I thank the member for Isaacs. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Social Security legislation amendment, streamlined participation requirements and other measures bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Security legislation amendment, streamlined participation requirements and other measures bill of 2021, and in so doing move that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House notes it has grave concerns about the bill, including that, A, the government seems determined to rush the bill through the Parliament despite many stakeholders raising concerns about its effects, and B, there are almost 1.5 million people looking for work, thousands of workers and hundreds of businesses and providers in the employment services sector impacted by this rushed bill. 2, calls on the government to ensure that job seekers are not left behind. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill ultimately emanates from last year's budget, and it has taken a significant amount of time to find its way to the Parliament now, and we are concerned about the process by which it has come here and the opportunity for people within the sector, a large number of people who are affected by it, to have their say in what ultimately was a pretty truncated inquiry process. That said, Labor supports an employment services system that's fair and makes use of technology to improve outcomes for job seekers and employment service providers. And that statement is probably at the heart of where we ultimately find ourselves today. Those that we speak to within the sector, including the Australian Council of Social Services, also acknowledge the importance of the best use of technology and acknowledge that there will need to be an enabling legislation, or some enabling legislation to move through this Parliament in order for the best use of technology to occur as is planned from the 1st of July this year. That's what brings us to this moment, and let me explain that. The bill is complex. It has many schedules, a lot of mechanical provisions which provide the enabling that I've just described. There have also been other measures that were in the bill as it was originally submitted to the Parliament, particularly Schedule 8, which got the government a saving of $192 million at the last budget, but very much, when I say the last budget, I mean the 2021 budget, but very much at the expense of those recipients in the system who would have, as a result of Schedule 8, been required to wait longer on average before their first payment became due, and that's how the government saved that money. Labor was opposed to that and sought amendments to that, and ultimately those amendments are now occurring today, with that schedule being removed from the bill. But it was an example of and the most significant example of the concerns that we had with this bill initially. There were a number of other elements that we were concerned about in a context where the best use of technology is very important, but it needs to be used in a way which is fair and which is ethical. Making sure that there are proper codes of conduct, that they have legal force, are critical in terms of making sure that that technology operates in the most fair way. That has been a concern to many within the sector, and I note that the government and the opposition and those in the sector have been engaged in conversations around that, which have led to amendments which are being pursued by the Minister, and we acknowledge the spirit in which that has been done, and thank the Minister for that. To that end, Labor will support the bill as amended when it is put before the House with the government amendments that have been put forward. And as the second reading amendment makes clear, we're not declining to give the bill the second reading in that sense. These are important amendments to make sure that what we are doing here is making sure that there is the best use of technology from the 1st of July, but that there is the appropriate framework around that to make sure that it can operate in a manner which is safe, which is ethical, and which places those who are seeking employment front and centre. There remain many in that category, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yes, we are at a point in time where the headline unemployment figure is low, but there are still 1.5 million Australians who are either unemployed or underemployed who are looking for work. We still have a real issue around the number of long-term unemployed people, those who are unemployed for more than a year, which our economy is generating. It's really important that we are not building an economy which is leaving people behind, and Labor is very concerned that that is what is happening right now, and in those circumstances we need to make sure that there is an employment system which operates in a way which best provides opportunity for those people to re-enter the workforce. And that is where Labor is focused. We acknowledge the efforts in the last 48 hours to reach agreements around amendments which enable Labor to be in a position of ultimately supporting this. We acknowledge the effort that has gone into making sure that those within the sector are also comfortable with what is now being moved through the Parliament, and to that end we thank the Minister for his efforts, but we do also make clear that making sure that our system is at world's best practice when it comes to those who are seeking employment is absolutely paramount to making sure that we are not leaving people behind within our economy.
I thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Is the amendment seconded? The member for Scullin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to second the amendment. I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Corio has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Security Legislation Amendment Bill and the amendments that we have moved. Now, Labor fully understands the value and the positive impact of our social security system. It is fundamentally important to us alleviating poverty and having an egalitarian society when we support people who are unable to work. And right now we have over 1 million Australians who are out of work or looking for more work, and it is not the time to be making it harder for them. Any Australian who has found themselves out of work and has to rely on our system and on Services Australia and Centrelink's administration of that needs to know that this is a system that will actually support them to be able to live with dignity and to be able to find a job. In fact, our social security system should be a source of national pride, like universal health care, like public education. It has been fundamental to making Australia a relatively egalitarian society, and it is something that we should take pride in and ensure that the policy settings around it enable it to be an effective system. At the moment, so much of it is inadequate, and so much of the way that it is administered is problematic. But we called upon that system to catch so many Australians when we were hit by mass job losses when the pandemic hit in early 2020. And we saw the power of that system as we actually were able to reduce the level of poverty in Australia when the government increased temporarily the job seeker payment significantly. But we saw people lining up around the streets in scenes reminiscent of the Great Depression, needing to access that support and those payments, and needing to access them in person in particular. We saw long lines of people stretching out of the doors of Centrelink shop fronts around the country as workers were left jobless. And the Centrelink in Braddon, which no longer exists in my electorate of Canberra, was no exception. There were long lines outside there. People went to seek help, having lost their jobs. So when the payment was first reduced and then cancelled, as I mentioned, research done by the Australian National University confirmed that when those payments were increased with the coronavirus supplement, that actually hundreds of thousands of Australians were lifted out of poverty. And that is the sort of things we should be looking at doing. But when the payment was first reduced and then cancelled completely, those same Australians were pushed back into poverty. But another really important aspect of that support was it enabled people to be at home and to stop the spread of COVID. So we also relied on that system as a health measure to actually support people to be able to live safely as we were facing the spread of the COVID-19 virus. But anyway, it brings me to this bill, which relates to the 2021-22 budget measure, New Employment Services Model, which comprises spending of $700 million over 5 years and savings of $1.1 billion over 4 years from 2021 to 22. The bill introduces changes to mutual obligation arrangements which would achieve $191.6 million in savings over 4 years by delaying when job seekers receive payments. This is the sort of policy that we're looking at under this government, making a saving by just delaying when people can receive payments. You really would like to see your parliament doing much better than this. It introduces changes to participation requirements as part of the new employment services model announced in the budget, which gave significant implications for job seekers. These changes need to be considered so no Australians are left behind. And as has been mentioned, we are concerned that the government is rushing this through the parliament and hence have moved these amendments. That is why we referred it to a Senate inquiry in the first place, which reported in June last year. We have heard nothing from the Employment Minister that offers confidence to anyone looking for a job, particularly the long-term unemployed, that this government is on their side. In fact, in the course of the Senate inquiry, the National Employment Services Association submitted that there has likely been a considerable reduction in investment for disadvantaged job seekers. Deputy Speaker, there are almost 1.5 million job seekers, thousands of workers and hundreds of providers and businesses who are part of the employment services sector, and these changes are too important not to get right. Labor is concerned that Schedule 8 of the bill would mean that about 144,000 new job seekers could lose between $300 and $450 in payments a year because of changes to when they would start receiving payments. It's a very sneaky way to save money, targeting the most vulnerable, targeting people that Australian society should be supporting when they've lost their jobs. This cut in payments is linked to when a job seeker is able to enter into an employment plan. Under Schedule 8, new job seekers who use online services would be disadvantaged compared to those who choose face-to-face services, which means they could wait up to 10 days before they receive their first payment. This is a very strange outcome from this bill, potential outcome, in that most of what Services Australia and Centrelink are aiming to do is encourage people online, but this actually creates a disincentive for people to go online. And as mentioned, this, we are concerned that while technology is an important thing and we should be utilising it as much as we can, we need to be using it in the best possible way, in ways that don't actually increase hardship for people who have lost their jobs. And see, the problem is, Deputy Speaker, how can job seekers choose face-to-face services when this government has been steadily axing Centrelink shopfronts around the country? And I know because this happened in my electorate of Canberra just recently. Last year, the only Centrelink shopfront in my electorate, the only shopfront in central Canberra, was shut at short notice. This was in the middle of a pandemic when, as I mentioned earlier, we had seen hundreds of people lining up down the street when the pandemic hit in Braddon, wanting to access that service. A replacement service will not be opened in my electorate to replace it. Services Australia claimed that it was shut because of a 40% drop in customer demand since 2016 as a result of demographic changes in the area. And this only came out through questioning by Senator Gallagher in Senate estimates. Despite this decrease, the Braddon shopfront was still used by 27,000 people every year. The secretive nature of the closure was also very concerning. I only found out about this planned closure after chancing upon a Facebook ad for the office space and confirmed that it was in fact the Centrelink office space that was being advertised. Despite huge community support for the service remaining open and next to no community consultation from the government, they went ahead and axed the shopfront anyway. The thousands of customers who have been instead told to use online portals or visit shopfronts in Gungahlin, Belconnen and Woden have had barely any notice and no consultation on that change. Not everyone can use online services. Not everyone has a computer or a smartphone, and many of Centrelink's own requirements need you to come in. And this is a perfect example of that, where this is actually, people will be worse off if they use the online option rather than coming in, but their options to come in are extremely limited. It forced people to travel to Belconnen, Woden or Gungahlin to access face-to-face services, and my constituents struggling to survive on the disgraceful $43 a day job seeker payment will have to spend a significant portion of that very low income on transport to get there. The illogical nature of this bill was that despite closing shopfronts and pushing customers online, under this bill, if job seekers are forced to use online services, they could be, on average, at least 8.4 days' pay worse off than job seekers who used face-to-face services. At a time when the government is closing shopfronts to cut costs, this bill will act as a disincentive for job seekers to utilise online employment services and appears to be at odds with the objectives of the new employment services model. Deputy Speaker, Labor recognises that the current employment services system is in need of reform. We are not opposed to changes designed to improve the system to make the best use of available technology for the benefit of job seekers. And this is why Labor will only support the bill if Schedule 8 is removed and makes amendments as negotiated with the Australian Council of Social Services. These amendments include protections for job seekers who are principal carer parents or have a partial capacity to work, and a digital code of ethics to protect people from automated decisions and to protect privacy. I note that while the government have advised that they are prepared to remove Schedule 8 from the bill, it has not reversed this policy. This is again proof that Labor is the only party that can deliver fairer employment services. Thank you.
I thank the member for Canberra. Question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill, and before I get into the bill, I just want to congratulate my elderly mother, who yesterday managed to FaceTime me for my birthday. It's a huge achievement for her, but it speaks very much to what the member for Canberra was just saying in relation to the closure of face-to-face Centrelink offices as well as other Commonwealth offices, and the ability for people like my mother, who's a pensioner, to access services through digital pathways. My mother has just learnt, as I mentioned, to use FaceTime, but it is highly unlikely that she would use online platforms or online gateways to access government services. She, like many other pensioners, relies on that face-to-face service. And that brings me now, Deputy Speaker, to this bill, the Social Security Legislation Amendment Streamlined Participation Bill, which basically introduces changes to mutual obligation arrangements as part of a move to a new model that incorporates digital services. As those who have spoken before me have noted, that there is a particular schedule within this bill that is particularly affronting, and that is the inclusion of Schedule 8. To my mind, Deputy Speaker, Schedule 8 and the inclusion of Schedule 8 in this bill in the very first place speaks volumes about this government and their agenda, because Schedule 8 can be described as a budget-saving measure that saves money by targeting the most vulnerable. We're concerned that Schedule 8 of the bill would mean that in a given year around 144,000 new job seekers could lose between $300 and $450 in payments, because within Schedule 8 there is an inclusion of changes to the start date for when they would start receiving their payments. The reduction in the payments is linked to when a job seeker is able to enter into an employment plan. And that means that new job seekers who use online services will be disadvantaged compared to those who choose to use face-to-face services, even though there are fewer Centrelink offices, fewer options for face-to-face service delivery. And as the member for Canberra mentioned, with the cost of petrol being what it is, Deputy Speaker, for many people on a fixed income and low income, the cost of transport or driving to a face-to-face appointment can be quite prohibitive. And that means that they could wait up to 10 days, before getting their first payment. Deputy Speaker, I've been in that position where I've had to walk into a Centrelink office after fleeing a violent marriage. I remember walking into that office with my 2 babies. I remember the humiliation. I remember how depressing it was. I remember sitting there in front of a bureaucrat, much like many of the other bureaucrats who were there, doing the best that they can with the resources that they had, and I remember being told that it would take 5 weeks before I could get a payment. And I remember breaking down in tears and saying to this man, how am I going to feed my children for 5 weeks? Imagine if you, through no circumstances under your own control, you have to wait 10 days to get any kind of payment from a government that is and should be there to look after you when you are at your most vulnerable, when you are at your most time of need. It's cruel. It's just cruel. That's what it is. It's just cruel, deliberately writing into legislation something that makes people have to wait 10 days to get a payment. It's cruel because it makes them wonder, as I did at that point in time, how they're going to feed their children, how they're going to pay their rent, how they're going to put petrol in their car, how they're going to live. 10 days may not seem a long time, but let me tell you, when you go to your bank account and your balance is minus $6, 10 days is an eternity. It's an eternity. And Deputy Speaker, peak bodies have also raised their concerns about Schedule 8 of the bill. Indeed, the National Employment Services Association have said that they are supportive of the bill should Schedule 8 be removed. And although we have some indication that there is some willingness or preparation to remove Schedule 8 from the bill, we're yet to see a reversal of this policy, of this inclusion within the bill. Like many members here, I imagine, a great bulk of the workload in my office is devoted to people who come in who have had issues dealing with Centrelink and dealing with job service providers. Some of the most heartbreaking stories, I have to say, that I have heard and that have been shared with me and that I have actually had the privilege of hearing come from people who have had some fairly heart-wrenching experiences with Centrelink, with the system and with job providers, particularly where they have an obligation to report on a fortnightly basis, and where they may have a disability that prevents them from doing so. In fact, Deputy Speaker, it was just, I believe, a couple of weeks ago that I was out door knocking when I met a woman whose daughter was on Job Seeker, but who suffered from some fairly severe health conditions, multiple health conditions, as a matter of fact, that really, even her doctor said that this young woman who should be living her best life, who should be living a full and vibrant life, as all of us deserve. Even her doctor said that this young woman had so many health ailments that it really was impossible for her to hold down employment. Yet she was required to report every 2 weeks in order to continue to receive JobKeeper. And her mother, who was her main carer, was just beside herself about how the system had treated her daughter and her own frustrations with dealing with the system on behalf of her daughter. I came here, and I imagine that many of us came here, because I wanted to make sure that the people that I represent, and indeed the broader community of Australians, don't go through these kinds of things. That they have a government that they can turn to in their time of need, that they can trust in their time of need. And I think, I think it's quite important, and I know that all of us from both sides are dedicated to this mission of ensuring that we look after everyone and nobody is left behind. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you sit on in this place. From my personal interactions with people on all sides, I believe in my heart that every single one of us is here because we have a fundamental dedication, and fundamentally we care about the people we represent. And if we care about the people that we represent, then we should ensure that the policies that we pass and the legislation that we pass does not disadvantage them in any way. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, this bill, and particularly Schedule 8 within this bill, does that. It does that. It creates a disadvantage where a disadvantage does not need to exist. And that's the main point here. It doesn't have to create this disadvantage. Okay? This disadvantage doesn't need to be there. This bill actually creates it. Actually creates a gap where there doesn't need to be a gap. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, I'm just going to reiterate what my colleagues on this side of the House have said about this bill and our position, which echoes the position of experts, which echoes the position of ACOS, echoes the position of peak bodies, that we would support this bill if we have an assurance that this Schedule 8, which in its application is actually quite cruel, which in its application creates disadvantage, and in its application creates more hardship for people for whom we are supposed to be here for. If Schedule 8 is removed, then we will support this bill. And so I urge those on the other side to stand up, stand up and remember those whom you represent and think about the impact that this bill would have on them. Thank you.
I thank the member for Catlin. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the minister.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank everyone who's contributed to the bill? Can I especially thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, the member for Corio, for his constructive leadership and working with me, to his enduring credit. This bill modernises and streamlines social security law by reducing duplication and enabling job seekers who are job ready the opportunity to self-manage their pathway to work using a digital platform, giving them more flexibility and more choice. It enables a key element of the new employment services model known as Workforce Australia. Workforce Australia aligns with the recommendations from the Employment Services Expert Advisory Panel's report, I Want to Work, Employment Services 2020, which was the result of extensive consultation with stakeholders. Current social security law is constraining the government's ability to provide the best service to job seekers. For example, job seekers who want to enter study or training into their job plan need to call the Digital Services Contact Centre to talk to a human delegate. It's an unnecessary burden on the hundreds of thousands of job seekers who are job ready and who can and should be able to manage their requirements online. Having to contact a government call centre may also deter some job seekers from accessing activities that are beneficial to them. Once passed, the changes in the bill will give job seekers the option to enter activities into their plan online without talking to a human delegate, reducing the administrative burden on those seeking work. It's worth clarifying that the amendments do not mean that employment services or approving plans will be automated or that job seekers are forced into a digital-only pathway. Human oversight and assistance will remain an integral part of all employment services. At any time, a job seeker can contact a person in the Digital Services Contact Centre for assistance or opt out of online employment services and agree their job plan with a delegate at an employment services provider. In addition, it's an overarching principle of the administration of the social security law that services must be delivered fairly. Job seekers using online employment services are also covered by extensive existing legislation regarding privacy and the protection of personal information. But responding to stakeholder concerns, the government has agreed to make amendments to require a digital protections framework be contained in a legislative instrument, providing greater assurance that employment services are indeed administered ethically. The bill will streamline and reduce the complexity of social security law to better support transparency and administration of existing mutual obligation policy and ensure the legislation is fit for purpose now and in the future. It will do this by consolidating repetitive provisions and removing redundant and outdated provisions. Crucially, existing protections in the law will be retained. However, the government has agreed to strengthen these protections by removing amendments to the bill to ensure that job seekers who are the principal carer of a child or of a partial capacity to work cannot be penalised for refusing work of more than 15 hours per week. One of the recommendations of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights inquiry into the bill was that guidance be published on certain aspects of how they may meet their mutual obligation requirements and information that must be provided to them. While this guidance is largely already public, to provide additional clarity and assurance to stakeholders, the government's agreed to move amendments to require a legislative instrument be made, including this guidance. The government has also agreed to move amendments to require arrangements so job seekers are not disadvantaged by the transition to points-based activation under Workforce Australia. In practice, the amendments will have the effect that during the transition to Workforce Australia, job seekers would not face compliance action for failing to meet a points requirement as part of the new points-based activation framework. The amendment to require completion of a comprehensive review of Workforce Australia within 2 years of the commencement of the program will ensure that the effectiveness of the new model is thoroughly and transparently examined. The review will include consideration of job seeker experiences as described by job seekers themselves. It will also include qualitative and quantitative data and input from employment service providers, key stakeholders such as employers and social security experts. Schedule 8 of the bill, as it was introduced, including amendments supporting the 21-22 budget measure to align payment commencement for job seekers referred to online services for those who are referred to a provider. Stakeholders have expressed concern that the current measures under Schedule 8 will have adverse impacts on job seekers. It's important to note that protections within Schedule 8 would ensure that job seekers do not face delays in payment for reasons beyond their control. However, the government does not wish the passage of other important improvements to social security law to be delayed, including changes to support the new model. Accordingly, the government has agreed to move amendments to remove Schedule 8 from the bill. Other changes to the bill include a minor amendment to clarify the existing policy that certain Commonwealth workplace laws do not apply in relation to a person's participation in Commonwealth employment programs, providing more transparent legislative authority for employment programs, enabling quicker implementation when employment programs are modified or new programs are introduced, removing the word must from provisions in the targeted compliance framework and instead referring to circumstances in which a person may be subject to compliance action to better reflect the operational policy, ensuring that employment services assistance is not counted as income under social security law, clarifying that the approved program of work delegation is a legislative instrument, clarifying arrangements for youth allowance recipients who are undertaking study as a job seeker, and tidying up social security law by making other technical amendments and removing redundant provisions. I again thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for a very constructive engagement between our officers in relation to the bill and associated amendments, and thank his and the Opposition's support for the revised bill. The bill will significantly modernise and streamline social security law, whilst maintaining existing protections and provide critical support for the new employment services model. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Corio has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view of substituting other words. So the immediate question is the amendment be disagreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. No one speaking? The ayes have it. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution an appropriation for the purpose of this bill. I have also received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution an appropriation for the purpose of the amendments moved by the Minister to this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail. Understands the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole, so the question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 to 23 as circulated together.
Is leave granted. The member for Franklin? Thank the member for Franklin. The Minister.
Thank the Shadow Minister. I move Government Amendments 1 to 23 as circulated together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those opinions say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All those opinions say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill, as amended, has been agreed to. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted. The member for Franklin?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for Franklin. The Minister.
Thank you, ma'am. I move the bill now be read a third time.
The clerk. Oh, question. Question is this bill be now read a third time. All those opinions say aye. Thank you. It's up to you if you want your bill through or not. You make the decision. All those against? I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the address by His Excellency Vladimir Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent 1. The House inviting His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, to address the House by video facility on Thursday the 31st of March 2022 at 5:30 p.m. 2. Unless otherwise ordered for the purpose of the address by the President of Ukraine, A. The House suspending at 5:15 p.m. and resuming at 5:30 p.m. The proceedings at 5:30 p.m. being welcoming remarks by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and address by the President of Ukraine. C. At the conclusion of His Excellency's address, the House suspending until the ringing of the bells, and D. The provision of Standing Orders 257C applying to the areas of member seats as well as the galleries. 3. A message being sent to the Senate inviting senators to attend the House as guests for the welcoming remarks by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition and address by the President of Ukraine. And 4. Any variation to this arrangement being made only by a motion moved by a minister.
Question: is the motion be agreed to? All those in say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Pensions Loan Scheme Enhancements Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Barton.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mayo.
I rise in support of this bill and wish to take the opportunity to speak on the importance of this legislation to my electorate of Mayo. The electorate of Mayo...
Just the member for Mayo, I don't think your microphone's on at the moment. Can we? If we could start that again, that'd be the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendments Pension Loan Scheme Bill and wish to take the opportunity to talk about this bill and the importance of this legislation to my community. I've often said in this place that my electorate, the electorate of Mayo, has the oldest median age out of all of the electorates in South Australia, one of the oldest in the nation. And so we have many retirees by self-funded pensioners and part pensioners. Our retirees have worked tirelessly to prepare themselves for retirement, but for many, the increased costs of living have made retirement a challenge. This is a time when retirees should be living in comfort and not wondering how they can make ends meet. This bill will provide Australians over the age of 65 with more flexibility to unlock equity in their homes to generate additional retirement income through fortnightly loan amounts and lump sum advances. No negative equity guarantee provides certainty that upon settling the debt, individuals will not repay more than the equity in the property used to secure their loan, combined with a reduction in interest rate from 4.5% to 3.9% from January this year. Now, while I can appreciate that many in the sector, including national seniors, are appreciative of the 3.9% interest rate, I still believe that is far too high when we look at the official interest rate in this nation. It's my hope that more senior homeowners should be able to achieve a higher standard of living by tapping into their home equity. These changes to the pension loan scheme and guarantee will make retirement living more sustainable. However, there is much more that we need to do as a nation to improve the standards of living for those who are no longer of working age. For example, our aged citizens are required to navigate the impersonal telephone system where a call to Services Australia is met with a recorded directory assistant. This telephone lottery requires the caller to listen to a number of options and then follow a convoluted path of numerous menus in the hope a category will address their question. Invariably, the menu doesn't cover the question, nor is it clear to the caller, and it creates stress and frustration. Our seniors worked during a period when personal service was fundamental to good government and business practice, and they deserve this experience in retirement. Confusing telephone systems, automated telephone systems, and this continual force of older people to the internet and websites that take the user on a circular journey are just not good enough. A retiree should be able to call and have a real person answer the phone and get an actual answer. They deserve a service which is designed to meet their needs and not the faceless, unfriendly and anonymous delivery system that is currently provided. And that's whether you're looking for My Aged Care or whether you're looking for Centrelink, it is all the same, and it is frustrating, and for many they don't call again. And we also need to overhaul the earning capacity restrictions for pensioners with a view to creating more flexibility and increasing the cap on working, how much you can earn, so that pensioners are not penalised for working a few more extra hours. Each day, thousands of senior Australians make their way across the country, often visiting regions that are desperate for workers. Yet many are not able to work, as doing so will reduce their pension entitlement significantly, and the process of dealing with sporadic employment through the Centrelink system is cumbersome. It is a real disincentive and an enormous loss to the productivity of our regions everywhere. There are many pensioners who wish to remain in part-time employment or work additional hours, but because of the corresponding reduction in pension, it is simply not worth their while. They're akin to being taxed at essentially 50%. Similarly, we have pensioner couples where a partner is unable to work due to illness or disability, and current criteria do not allow for work earnings to be shared across both parties. This bill provides a framework that enables retired and semi-retired Australians to improve their living standards by accessing equal equity in property. As not all retirees have equity in property, we need to look at another suite of options, including ones I've mentioned here, to allow pension-age Australians to live their lives with dignity. And I've got to say, we're looking at this and asking pensioners to use up the equity in their home, but what we're not really doing is looking at the actual pension amount. And that's what we need to be doing. And we also need to be looking at lifting the Commonwealth rent assistance amount for pensioners. There are too many, particularly older women, living alone on the pension and renting the property that they're in, and they don't have any capacity for home ownership, and their rent is increasing significantly, particularly this year, and there's nowhere else to live because vacancy rates are at zero in some parts of Australia, particularly in my electorate. They're incredibly low, and I think we could be doing far more for older Australians in this place. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also rise to speak on the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Pension Loan Scheme Enhancements Bill. It's an important scheme, the Pensions Loan Scheme. It allows older people in our community who are asset-rich but income-poor to have a source of income. But like everything under this government, it's been botched. And now we're dealing with a bill that attempts to fix a couple of the problems in the dying embers of this parliament. Just so the Morrison government can say, look at us, we've done something for pensioners. Now, you may know, Deputy Speaker, that the Pensions Loan Scheme, the PLS, is a legacy of the Hawke government. Not sure if you were here that early, Deputy Speaker. I know you've been in this place a long time. It's a legacy of the Hawke government. Its purpose was to enhance the living standards of senior Australians who were unable to access the age pension because they were unable to meet the income test. The scheme, however, has very low take-up rates. There are many barriers preventing Australians from accessing the program. Equality of access, complexity of financial products, unintended consequences of safeguards against excessive debt, interest rates and also cultural issues come into play. The government made some modest changes in the 2018-19 budget, which expanded the eligibility to full-rate pensioners and self-funded retirees, increasing the maximum fortnightly payment rate under the pension loan scheme from 100% to 150% of the full pension, and reduced the interest rate from 5.25% to 4.5%. Now, we supported those changes, and we welcome the government's efforts to further improve the PLS. Senior Australians have waited far too long for the government to address the known barriers to accessing the program, and still many remain. It was only last year when I spoke on addressing pension portability, meaning pensioners would be able to retain the full rate overseas for longer than 26 if they were to travel overseas. They wouldn't have it cut off. Specifically increasing the number of countries we have social security agreements with to ensure that Australians are able to receive their pensions while they are travelling overseas when they start travelling again. Flexibility is important in decision-making, and that's why Labor supports this bill, Deputy Speaker. This bill expands the scheme further, introducing more financial safeguards and greater payment flexibility. It allows 2 annual advance lump sum payments to help participants with larger expenses. And as always with this government, they focused on the marketing effort, giving the scheme a new name. They've called it the Home Equity Access Scheme. This scheme, allowing people to unlock their housing assets to improve their retirement incomes, should be fair and easy to access for all senior Australians. This bill is another missed opportunity to introduce significant and real change. It's a job half done, taken up too late, too little, too late. There are still cultural barriers yet to be addressed by this government. Only then will we see real change in the take-up rates. As always, this government would prefer to have done nothing and be left unbothered by the challenges of the people it's meant to represent. The government can't claim to be giving senior Australians real choices in their retirement without addressing these particular barriers. There are still many older Australians unable to access the program despite owning real property. For instance, many tens of thousands of Australians live in land lease communities. These Australians own their own homes, but because they do not own the land, they are unable to access the scheme. That's unfair, Deputy Speaker. The government must look at this issue and make further changes and open the scheme up for those Australians. Although there are some positive changes, as I've said, to be fair, some positive changes to the PLS in this bill that do assist older Australians, and that's why we're supporting it, Deputy Speaker. I don't think pensioners will be fooled by this government and what they're trying to do here. They won't forget the shameful track record of cuts and the attempted cuts to the pension, making it more difficult for pensioners to access Centrelink. In a speech back in 2015, a freshly minted Treasurer, the now Prime Minister, made comments stating that the age pension should not be regarded as an entitlement for all. Just let that sink in, Deputy Speaker. Should not be regarded as an entitlement for all. The then Treasurer also outlined the Turnbull government's vision for an overhaul of the country's retirement income system by both reducing expenditure on welfare payments and limiting the amount of revenue foregone through tax concessions. Now, Deputy Speaker, you know, and most of us who represent our communities know that pensioners, the vast majority of pensioners, have worked very hard throughout their working lives, and they've contributed all of their lives. They've paid their taxes. It's not just because of their age that they deserve respect and dignity in their retirement. It's because of that commitment, that social contract, where they've paid their taxes, they've paid their dues, they've contributed to this country. So we have an obligation to them to give them the respect and the dignity in their retirement, but also to fulfil our side of that contract. Many of those in the firing line of the Coalition's many attempts to cut the pension are migrants. Migrants who came to this country 40, 50 years ago, and who worked very, very hard to build a new life for themselves and their children, who've contributed into building Australia up into the great country that it is today. And they're now pensioners. They're in their retirement age. They worked hard, they paid their taxes, they built their lives and their families here. They're people who helped make this country what it is today. Those people should be able to receive a pension that allows them to at least live comfortably and in dignity. Deputy Speaker, you would be aware of many of the recent instances where the government have tried to get their scissors out and start cutting, start undercutting, start diminishing their side of the commitment of this contract. The Prime Minister in 2015, when he was doing such a fantastic job as Treasurer, tried to cut the pension and increase the age of entitlement. In the 2014 budget, the government tried to cut the pension indexation, a cut that would have meant pensioners would be forced to live on $80 a week less within 10 years. This unfair cut would have ripped $23 billion from the pockets of every single pensioner in Australia over that period. And in the 2014 budget, the government cut $1 billion from pensioner concessions, support that was designed to help pensioners with the cost of living. And wouldn't that be handy now for those pensioners? And in the 2014 budget, the government axed the $900 senior supplement for self-funded retirees receiving the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. That budget, that infamous budget, also saw the government try to reset deeming rate thresholds, a cut that would have seen 500,000 part pensioners made worse off. In 2015, the government did a deal, the Liberals did a deal with the Greens to cut the pension to around 370,000 pensioners by as much as $12,000 a year by changing the pension assets test. In the 2016 budget, the government tried to cut the pension to around 190,000 pensioners as part of a plan to limit overseas travel for pensioners to 6 weeks, which I referred to earlier, the portability issue. And again in the 2016 budget, they also tried to cut the pension for over 1.5 million Australians by scrapping the energy supplement for new pensioners. The government's own figures show that this would have left over 563,000 Australians who are currently receiving a pension or allowance worse off. In 10 years, this would be in excess of 1.5 million pensioners. In August 2020, more recently, Deputy Speaker, the government was caught out by Labor on its pensions freeze for 2.5 million pensioners. Deputy Speaker, pensioners will not be surprised to hear that the Coalition has tried to cut their pension this many times, again and again, over the past 9 years. The government's obsessed with it. They've tried to do this in every single budget. Cutting the pension, unfortunately, is in the government's DNA. Building and supporting the pension is in Labor's DNA. When we were last in government, we increased the pension by $30 a week. Now, Deputy Speaker, we have seen stagnant wages, the slowest growth in a decade, productivity is in decline, and the cost of living has gone up, all under the Coalition government. And the Morrison government likes to do a bit of a smoke and mirrors act to pretend to care about cost of living pressures because, guess what, the election's around the corner. It's going to be called within a week or so. If they really cared about cost of living pressures on Australian families, they wouldn't have spent the last decade attacking wages, job security, pensions and Medicare. The government has no plans to turn the economy around. They're just paying out with handouts. The billions of dollars Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, and Josh Frydenberg, the Treasurer, spray around in this budget won't change the reality for Australians that everything is going up except their pay. The age pension is a proud Labor legacy, introduced decades ago to ensure older Australians could live with dignity. It was doubled by the Whitlam Labor government in 1972 and increased again by the Hawke and Keating governments. The changes have been enormous, but the principle of giving older Australians security, support and dignity remain the cornerstone of the system. That is the Australian way, and it's always been the Labor way. To meet our obligation to those Australians who've made that contribution throughout their working lives, who've worked hard, whether it's the pension, Medicare, unemployment benefits, when they can't find a job and they're looking, superannuation, the NDIS. These are the sorts of era-defining policies that Australians can actually trust the Labor Party to deliver. These are the kind of policies that the Liberal Party, in contrast, for some reason hate, are always trying to knock down, diminish, destroy, slash and cut at the earliest opportunity. And much like we have seen the pattern of this current government over the past 9 years, Australians expect better from their government. And I'm sure they're pleased that there is an election coming so that they can make their own choice. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the Honourable Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank those members and senators who have contributed to this debate. The Australian Government announced measures to further enhance the flexibility of the pension loan scheme in the 2021-22 budget. The pension loan scheme enables senior Australians of aged pension age to supplement their retirement income by increasing the equity in their home. This bill will introduce to the pension loan scheme a no negative equity guarantee, which means participants will not need to repay more than the equity in their property used to secure the loan when settling their debt. The guarantee is in addition to the strong safeguards already in place to minimise the chance of someone's debt ever exceeding their equity. This bill also introduces the option for pension loan scheme participants to access a portion of their annual loan payment, usually received as a fortnightly instalment, as a capped lump sum advance. This bill demonstrates the government is continuing to support senior Australians by providing them with greater flexibility in how they draw on their real estate assets to support their living standards in retirement if they choose to do so. To complement the changes made to the personal loan scheme through this bill, the government will also raise awareness of the pension loan scheme so senior Australians are aware of all the options they have to improve their living standards in retirement.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member Barton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. I need to hear two voices. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The Honourable Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
Yes. Is leave granted?
On the next bill or this one? No, this is the one.
We're moving to the third reading, and
yeah.
I need.
Because it's
is leave granted?
It is granted.
I thank the Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Social Security Amendment. Improved Child to Adult Transfer for Carer Payment and Carer Allowance Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill, the Social Security Amendment, brackets improved child to adult transfer for carer payment and carer allowance, end brackets Bill 2022, and I move an amendment circulated in my name. And the amendment says that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House 1 notes the coalition government's long-delayed changes to the age transfer rules for carer support payments when children with a disability or terminally ill are turning 16 years have caused needless anxiety for families, and 2, condemns the government for continually failing Australia's 2.6 million carers, including aged carers, especially through the COVID pandemic. There are many ways that we can measure the success of our country and society. Ultimately, the measure of our shared humanity is the support we provide to those who do the quiet, difficult and remarkable things that make the lives of those around them happier and more fulfilling. For all the measures in every budget handed down by governments of both persuasions, those are the ones which show our strength as a country, an economy and a society. And that's our view, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's the predominant view of our country because it's so obviously the right thing for us to do as a nation. It is not a view shared by those opposite. Those opposite see supporting their fellow citizens as nothing other than a cost to be cut at every opportunity. The only thing those opposite like more than spending public money is to try and shore up their own jobs, and that's cutting government supports to the vulnerable, whether it's the pension, the NDIS or payments to carers. They tried it on in their first budget and haven't stopped since. Tony Abbott tried to cut indexation for carers, something expressly and deliberately designed to leave people on carers payment almost $80 a week worse off by now. Those on this side of the chamber opposed those cuts, and it was only through strong efforts across the country that those opposite were shamed into abandoning their efforts to make life harder for carers. In that same budget, they cut away the concessions that help carers manage the cost of living. In 2015, Scott Morrison, the present Prime Minister, made a deal with the Greens to cut payments by changing the assets test. The attacks on those doing it toughest didn't change when the Liberals changed Prime Minister. Malcolm Turnbull, with Scott Morrison as his cutter-in-chief, kept up the Liberals' shameful tradition of putting people in need of support last. Malcolm Turnbull and Scott Morrison thought the best thing for the country was to cut thousands of dollars a year from some of Australia's lowest income families. Scott Morrison's enthusiasm for cuts meant Malcolm Turnbull promoted him to Treasurer, where he kept up the cutting, trying to slash the energy supplement designed to help carers cope with price rises caused by the government's energy policy chaos. He succeeded on his second try, though, and excluded carers from the energy assistance payment in the 2017 budget. The changes the government is bringing forward with this bill are a worthy but modest change which will iron out an inconsistency in the way payments are treated when children reach 16, and also provides a sensible and compassionate change to the eligibility for payments to carers caring for someone with a terminal illness between the ages of 16 and 18. Currently, carers who engage proactively and early to have their child assessed for eligibility as an adult can find their payments are ceased earlier than those who do not engage. This bill means payments will be made to carers until their children reach 16 and 3 months, so that carers who engage in a timely way are not disadvantaged. This bill also makes changes to the eligibility for people with a terminal illness between the ages of 16 and 18. In essence, carers looking after a person who is likely to pass on between the ages of 16 and 18 will not lose access to payments or need to go through an adult assessment process. Carers in this circumstance are enduring one of the most difficult times I can imagine, and I can't imagine a single member of this place taking issue with this modest compassionate measure, which will leave families with one less hurdle to confront. These changes will make continuing to access vital support easier for those receiving the carer payment, and Labor will support them. And I indicated that earlier on in my speech, as well as moving the second reading amendment. These changes will not make up for almost a decade of attacks on carers and the support they depend on. Labor will never forget the government's history of shameful treatment of those they should have been proud to support.
Is the amendment seconded to call the honourable member for Franklin?
The amendment is seconded and I reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dobell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Security Amendment, Improved Child-to-Adult Transfer for Carer Payment and Carer Allowance Bill, and to support the amendment moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Barton. Labor supports this bill, which will address an anomaly in the process of reassessing eligibility of carers to receive the carer payment and carer allowance against the adult criteria for those payments when the child they are caring for turns 16. It will also allow carers of a person aged between 16 and 18 who has a terminal illness to continue to receive the carer payment without having to go through the process of being reassessed against the adult criteria. Deputy Speaker, the bill will extend eligibility for carer payment and carer allowance in relation to a child until the latter of the child turning 16 and 3 months, or Services Australia completing an assessment of continued eligibility for carer payments under the adult rules, if the required information is provided before the child turns 16. It will extend eligibility for the carer allowance, healthcare card only, until the child is 16 and 3 months in line with the above. And it will extend eligibility for carer payment for carers of a person over 16 who has a terminal illness until the latter of the carer received turning 18, or Services Australia completing an assessment of continued eligibility for carer payments under the adult rules. Deputy Speaker, the main forms of financial support provided to carers are carer payment, which mirrors the age pension, currently $987.60 per fortnight for a single person, and the carer allowance, currently $136.50 per fortnight. Eligibility for carer payment and carer allowance are assessed differently depending on whether the person being cared for is aged under 16 or aged over 16. The Adult Disability Assessment tool is used for those 16 and over, and the Disability Care Load Assessment Child is used for those under 16. The change in assessment criteria at 16 is in line with eligibility for the Disability Support Pension, which commences at 16. In general, it is more difficult for carers to qualify for payments if they are taking care of an adult. As a result, a proportion of carers lose access to payments when the child they are caring for turns 16. Before a child turns 16, carers can be reassessed to see if they meet the payment thresholds that apply to adults. This process can start sometime, as you would expect, before the child turns 16. If the assessment is conducted before a child turns 16 and the assessment finds that the carer will not be eligible for ongoing payments, payments cease when the child turns 16. However, if a carer does not engage in the process, payments continue until the child is 16 and 3 months before being automatically cancelled. Historically, this process was probably put in place to support carers who had not been able to complete the relevant assessment before the child they were taking care of turned 16. However, this process disadvantages people who engage earlier in the process. Extending eligibility for carer payment and carer allowance for all carers of children aged up to 16 and 3 months will mean that carers are not disadvantaged engaging in the adult assessment process early. All carers will continue to receive payments until the child they are caring for turns 16 and 3 months, regardless of continued eligibility. The government has also indicated it will improve communication with carers of children who are about to turn 16. This includes bringing forward letters about changes in eligibility criteria by 3 months, or so that carers will receive them when a child turns 15 and 6 months. Deputy Speaker, the changes to the eligibility rules for the carer payment for a person with a terminal illness between the ages of 16 and 18 will mean that some carers losing access to payments or needing to go through their adult will mean some carers lose access to payments or need to go through the adult assessment process. This change may be of help to some carers who are taking care of a person who is likely to pass away between the ages of 16 and 18. If the person being cared for survives to 18, then they'll need to meet the adult criteria for the carers to continue receiving payments. Deputy Speaker, while welcome, I would like to take this opportunity on the day after the budget to reflect on the incredible contribution made by Australia's 2.65 million unpaid carers. Deputy Speaker, these are people that each and every day care for a loved one, a partner, a child, a friend, and they do it because they care, and they do it with enormous toll to themselves. Research conducted for Carers Australia in 2020 found these unpaid carers provided nearly 2.2 billion hours of care, and the cost of replacing that care, estimated in 2020, was around $78 billion. And that will have only grown through COVID, while so many carers have been isolated, alone, with the withdrawal of formal support services through the pandemic. Around 862,000 carers are the primary carer of the person they care for. 7 out of 10 primary carers are women. 7 out of 10. 1 in 3 provide care for 40 hours a week or more. And over 25%, a quarter, provide care for more than 60 hours per week. That's all day, every day. And as we enter the 3rd year of a pandemic, carers are burnt out, they're exhausted, and they desperately need more support. These responsibilities also have an impact on the carer, their own health and well-being, and Carers Australia have asked for them to be considered as a vulnerable group in their own right. The responsibilities limits carers' opportunities to participate in education and training, community activities, paid employment. It is estimated that collectively carers forego income of some $15.2 billion a year. That's across Australia, the collective contribution, or what carers are foregoing, $15.2 billion a year in order to care for their loved one. Whether it was like me, helping to care for my dad, or people helping to care for their partner or their children. Being a carer is a tough job. And as my mum says, they do it because they love them. She said she didn't sign up to be a carer, it wasn't a club she wanted to join, but the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound and will have an enduring impact on carers. The National Carers Survey undertaken in the first years of the pandemic reported the impact of COVID-19 on carers, and these are just some of the impacts. Nearly half of the carers who responded were experiencing high or very high psychological distress, and 1 in 3 felt highly socially isolated. They felt alone, they felt vulnerable, while they were trying to support the most vulnerable person in their life. 1 in 3 respondents to the survey said they never get time out from their caring responsibilities. Never. With only half having enough time to keep on top of their other responsibilities, of trying to hold down a job, of trying to keep a roof over their head, and with the cost of living pressures rising, of trying to keep food on the table. 1 in 4 carers reported spending more money than they made in the last 12 months. Every 12 months, they're going backwards. Every 12 months, they're going backwards, and this impact is long-term, across their lifespan. The impact has been particularly felt by parent carers of children with a disability and partner family carers of older Australians waiting for home care, or waiting for care at home, or waiting for residential aged care. And as the chance for respite dwindled and visitors to the house or home were limited or just not allowed, carers were even more isolated, alone and vulnerable. And yet, the government has done very little to support carers through this difficult time, and which will continue as we're in the 3rd year of this pandemic. The vaccine rollout, particularly the failure to prioritise vaccination for people with disabilities, their carers and aged and disability support workers, left carers isolated, anxious for their loved ones, concerned for their own health and well-being. Cuts to services resulting from workforce shortages and additional costs to carers for PPE and RATs have made their lives even harder. I heard from a grandparent whose granddaughter is palliative, and they didn't know at the time how much longer she had to live, and they couldn't get a RAT test. And his granddaughter's parents were just desperate, and they were phoning around, scrambling to try to get a RAT test so that they could comply, which of course they wanted to do, with the requirements of the palliative care centre where she was being looked after. I think to stop and pause for a moment and think, if your loved one was in palliative care and you couldn't get a RAT test so that you could comply with the requirement to keep them safe and others around them safe, including those caring for them, it's wrong. It's wrong. And so many people have found themselves in that situation, or one not unlike it, through this pandemic. And then we get, on the eve of election, after almost a decade in power, a one-off $250 payment that's meant to, take the pressure off carers. What will that do? Most carers I speak to, that they can't afford to own a home, they're renting. And vacancy rates in my community less than 1%. You can be looking at trying to rent a home with, a bedroom so that you've got a place for the carer and a place for yourself, and costing you $600, $700 a week. What's $250 going to do for someone who's looking at caring for someone for the rest of their life? It won't relieve the pressure, just leave them feeling more desperate and alone and overlooked. That's what most carers tell me. They said they're forgotten, they're invisible, they don't exist. That people make, remarks that they care, that they know that what they do is valuable, that it's a contribution, but where's the meaningful action? Where's proper financial support for carers? Where's a recognition that in caring for their loved one, that they're doing something on behalf of all of us? Where is the proper support for them to get back into paid work, to be able to fully participate, to have super when they retire? Being a carer, it's stressful, it's demanding, and people do it because they love the person. But it's particularly demanding for carers of children with a disability, and this government has done nothing to ease this stress or pressure, and at times it's made it worse. I spoke to a mum recently in Blue Haven with twin daughters who are 7, and they'd just been notified that their NDIS package was being cut. Her daughters were living with ADHD and autism, and she'd been struggling to be able to have them learning from home, for lots of the last 2 years and going into the 3rd year. And she was desperate. She's a capable person, who has been left in a situation where, what does she do? Does she seek a disability advocate, wait months, try to battle this in the tribunal against the government's expensive lawyers? Or do they fall out of the system altogether, which is what has happened to so many of the most vulnerable people and families in our community? How can someone deal with, Centrelink, NDIS, My Aged Care, all at the same time? One NDIS participant told me that being an NDIS participant was a full-time job. You know, it's so demanding of them. Deputy Speaker, Australia's 2.65 million unpaid carers are tired. They're worn out. They are exhausted, and they are being forgotten by this government. They are overlooked, they're invisible. They tell me that they don't count, that sometimes they're an afterthought, where the government's scrambling, oh, you know, what have we done for carers? Oh, well, maybe we should give them $250, or they missed out on that support during the pandemic. It's just wrong. In a wealthy country like Australia, where the government's spruiking that we're having the best economic recovery from the pandemic and leading the world, we're $1 trillion in debt, and yet carers can't get the proper support that they need. They can't get the proper support that they need. Do you know what they need? They need heart. They need a government that cares. They need someone with empathy who walks side by side with them, not a government that puts hurdles and barriers and obstacles every step of the way, that they have to fight and struggle to get the basic things that any of us want: a roof over our heads, the opportunity to have a good job, to contribute, to be able to care for the ones that we love. Deputy Speaker, I'm here today because of my dad and my mum and their experience. And their experience reflects the experience of millions of people and families around the country. All it takes is an accident, an injury, you know, for someone to end up overnight needing care. Like my sister's friend Steve, who, you know, in his early 30s ended up with a spinal cord injury. And who has struggled to get the basic support that he needs to live with dignity, to lead a meaningful and contributing life. Deputy Speaker, Australia's carers deserve better. They shouldn't be overlooked, forgotten, invisible. They do matter, and every single one of them counts. And I say to them that if we are fortunate to form a government after the election, that Australian carers will be better off. They must be.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Social Security Amendment Bill, the Child to Adult Transfer Qualification Bill, and I would like to take this opportunity to speak to the impact of the proposed changes to the Child to Adult Transfer process for many families in my electorate of Mayo. Mount Barker in my electorate is one of the fastest growing centres in South Australia, attracting a growing number of families, some of whom are caring for children and young people with disability. And I've heard from some of these families about anomalies in the rules under the Social Security Act 1991. At present, parents and carers of children receiving a carer's payment or allowance who apply for them to transfer to the adult payment through the Adult Disability Assessment Tool, who do it on time but do not qualify, may lose payment when the person receiving care turns 16 or soon after. However, others who do not apply for the assessment on time continue to be paid until the person reaches 16 years and 3 months of age. And additionally, carers qualified for a healthcare card who do apply on time may lose access to their cards as soon as the person receiving care turns 16 years old, rather than 3 months later if they no longer qualify. Under this bill, all carer payment and carer allowance recipients will remain qualified for payments under child-related qualification provisions and for the healthcare card until the person turns 16 years and 3 months. The government's stated aim is to remove any incentive to delay engagement with the application process and to provide for a more equitable process. And importantly, carers will also be notified earlier, 15 years and 6 months, rather than 15 years at 9 months, to provide more lead-in time to apply for the transfer to the adult carer payment. The government also advises that Services Australia will better support implementation by streamlining the process and communicating more clearly so that carers understand what's needed of them. Now, I'm particularly interested in this part. Now, last year, I heard from a constituent, a single mum whose husband had sadly passed away, leaving her with 2 young children, one of whom had significant intellectual disabilities and health issues. My constituent stated to me that she completed and returned the Adult Disability Assessment tool in the month of her child's 16th birthday, when she received the necessary payment paperwork from Centrelink. Her child's carer's payment was then cancelled 3 months later, and she then received a request from Centrelink for additional information, which she supplied. However, both her child's carer's payment and the healthcare card were cancelled. This mum of 2 said that she tried to make contact more than 20 times, put on hold for several hours, each time waiting to speak to someone to get help. She said she was left at her wit's end by the whole process. Now, this is the real human impact of us having a system that I believe is deliberately designed to make life harder for people. Her focus needed to be on caring for her family, not on 20 phone calls to Centrelink. So I support this bill that addresses the anomalies and urge the government to deliver on promised improvements in the process in place for families who are doing their absolute best in the most difficult of circumstances. And we really can do so much better. It is an adversarial system, Centrelink. It's deliberately made to be hard. We know these families. They're not lying. They're not trying to get away with anything. They're just receiving, if they receive a Centrelink payment, the absolute basic that actually doesn't even cover the necessities anymore. I urge the government to make it easier for families with children with disabilities, children who transition to becoming adults. And let's make it a service system. It's called Services Australia. Let's make it a service system and not a system that undermines and grinds people down and makes them give up. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today we move forward with the Social Services Amendments Improvements to Child to Adult Transfer Qualification Bill 2022. This bill helps to ensure a smoother transition for carers moving from the child to the adult stream of the carer payment or carer allowance. From 1 April 2023, the measure will ensure all carers retain equal access to carer payment and carer allowance until their care receiver turns 16 years and 3 months. At this time, they can transfer to the adult stream of payment if they are assessed as eligible. The measure also includes carers who submit their documentation for the adult stream for their before their care receiver turns 16 years, but have not been assessed by the time the care receiver turns 16 years and 3 months, will remain eligible for payment until the claim is assessed. The standalone carer allowance healthcare card currently cancels when the care receiver turns 16 years of age. Under this measure, qualification for the standalone HCC would align with the carer allowance, meaning all standalone carer allowance healthcare cards will continue until the carer receiver turns 16 years and 3 months of age. The Australian Government is committed to achieving fair and equitable access to payments and supporting carers, allocating around $9 billion a year to over 620,000 carers. This bill builds on the Australian Government's commitment. We have listened to carers and acted to make this process simpler and easier for them and their families.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Social Security Act 1991 and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Thank the honourable member. The Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Social Security Act 1991 and for related purposes.
The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. National Security Legislation Amendment. Comprehensive Review and Other Measures number 1 Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill implements the government's response to a small number of recommendations of the legal framework of, a small number of recommendations of the review of the legal framework of the National Intelligence Community, which was led by Dennis Richardson, AC, an eminent Australian, a review which was delivered to the government in December of 2020. The bill also, implicitly at least, rejects one of Mr Richardson's recommendations. The bill also includes amendments recommended by the 2017 Independent Intelligence Review that was conducted by Michael Lestrange and Stephen Merchant, and other measures intended to address important and pressing issues facing those agencies. The important purpose of the bill is to address or mitigate critical operational challenges facing key agencies that comprise the National Intelligence Community, being the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, the Australian Signals Directorate, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation, the Defence Intelligence Organisation and the Office of National Intelligence. Regardless of who forms government following the next election, it is safe to say that this parliament will see further legislation implementing other recommendations of the comprehensive review conducted by Mr Richardson in coming months. This bill includes the following 14 schedules. Schedule 1 empowers the head of ASIS, ASD or AGO to authorise the production of intelligence on an Australian person who is overseas without the approval of the responsible minister in an emergency situation. To give an emergency authorisation, the agency head must be satisfied that there is or is likely to be an imminent risk to the safety of an Australian person, that it is not reasonably practicable to obtain the person's consent, and that it is reasonable to believe that the person would consent if they were able to do so. So, for example, where an Australian has been kidnapped. The responsible minister must be notified of the authorisation as soon as practicable, and in any event within 8 hours, and the minister may cancel it at any time. The Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security, who of course has got the oversight role for the intelligence community, must also be notified of the authorisation as soon as practicable. There are also a range of other safeguards in place, including record-keeping requirements. Schedule 2 enables ASIS, ASD and AGO to seek ministerial authorisation to produce intelligence on a class of Australian persons who are or are likely to be involved with a listed terrorist organisation, noting that, under existing law, an agency must obtain an individual ministerial authorisation for each separate Australian on whom it seeks to produce intelligence. Schedule 2 would impose additional requirements for class authorisations, including in relation to the information that an agency head must provide to the responsible minister. Schedule 3 enables ASD and AGO to seek ministerial authorisation to undertake activities to produce intelligence on an Australian person or class of Australian persons to assist the Australian Defence Force in support of military operations. Currently, when ASD and AGO are supporting Australian Defence Force operations, they must seek a ministerial authorisation for each individual Australian person who is determined to be part of, for example, a foreign militia group that is conducting operations against the ADF. Dennis Richardson argued that this requirement can delay ASD's and AGO's ability to respond rapidly and identify new threats to the ADF and its operations, and the amendments in Schedule 3 respond to that concern. Schedule 4 would provide a definition of prescribed activity and an explanation of what is meant by, quote, producing intelligence, unquote, to clarify that the range of activities for which ASIS, ASD and AGO require ministerial authorisation includes the use of covert and intrusive intelligence collection methods, including those methods for which ASIO would require a warrant if conducted onshore, and expressly or impliedly requesting a foreign partner agency to produce intelligence on an Australian person. The upshot of these amendments would be to limit the meaning of the expression, quote, producing intelligence on an Australian person, unquote, so that ministerial authorisations are required for a more limited range of intelligence activities than is currently the case. This is consistent with Recommendation 41 of the Richardson Review, which found that agencies are having to seek ministerial authorisation in a broad range of circumstances, including in circumstances where intelligence activities do not materially interfere with the privacy or other interests of persons. Schedule 5 would amend the Intelligence Services Act to enable ASIS, without ministerial authorisation, to conduct activities to produce intelligence on an Australian inside Australia if ASIO requests that assistance for the purposes of assisting ASIO to carry out its functions. Currently, ASIS can only provide ASIO with assistance of this nature outside Australia. The amendments do not allow ASIS to conduct activities in Australia that would otherwise be unlawful. It is very important to highlight that the Richardson Review did not support this change, with Dennis Richardson arguing that there was not enough evidence to demonstrate the operational need for ASIS to play a supporting role to ASIO onshore in the same way that it provided that support offshore. However, it is also important to note that such a change was supported by the 2017 Independent Intelligence Review. Ultimately, the Intelligence and Security Committee agreed with the conclusion and recommendations of the 2017 Independent Intelligence Review on this matter. Schedule 6 would amend Section 13 of the Intelligence Services Act to provide that, for the purposes of carrying out its non-intelligence functions, the AGO is not required to seek ministerial approval in order to cooperate with authorities of other countries. Schedule 7 would amend the Office of National Intelligence Act to require ONI to obtain Director General approval when undertaking cooperation with public international organisations, being organisations which comprise 2 or more countries, such as the United Nations or the World Health Organization. The rationale for this change is that working with such organisations may have implications for Australia's international relations, and so an additional safeguard is desirable. Schedule 8 would amend the Australian Passports Act and Foreign Passports Law Enforcement and Security Act to extend the period for passport suspension and foreign travel document surrender from 14 to 28 days to allow sufficient time for ASIO to prepare a security assessment. Schedule 9 would amend the Criminal Code to extend existing immunities to staff members and agents of ASIS and AGO for computer-related acts done outside Australia in the proper performance of those agencies' functions to acts which inadvertently affect a computer or device located inside Australia. Schedule 10 would amend the Intelligence Services Act to require DIO to have legally binding privacy rules, requires ASIS, ASD, AGO and DIO to make their privacy rules publicly available, and updates ONI's privacy rules provisions so that they apply to intelligence about an Australian person under ONI's analytical functions. Schedule 11 would amend the Crimes Act to include ASD in the, quote, assumed identities scheme, unquote, which allows authorised officers of law enforcement and intelligence agencies to act under false identities in the course of conducting investigations. Schedule 12 clarifies the meaning of an, quote, authority of another country, unquote, for the purposes of the Intelligence Services Act. The term is currently not defined, which has created uncertainty about its scope. Schedule 13 would permit the Director-General of Security to approve a class of persons to exercise the authority conferred by an ASIO warrant in the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act, and would clarify that where the Director-General of Security approves a class of persons to exercise the authority of a warrant or device recovery provision in either the ASIO Act or the TIA Act, that approval applies to positions within the scope of the class that comes into existence after the approval is given. The schedule would also introduce additional record-keeping requirements regarding persons who exercise authority conferred by ASIO warrants. Schedule 14 makes technical amendments to correct referencing errors in the Intelligence Services Amendment Establishment of the Australian Signals Directorate Act. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, of which I am a member, completed its review of this bill last week. We held one public hearing and received a number of confidential briefings from agencies. Ultimately, Labor and Liberal members agreed that the bill should be passed by the Parliament subject to an amendment being made to the explanatory memorandum to clarify that a ministerial authorisation enabling ASIS, ASD and AGO to produce intelligence on a class of Australian persons who are or are likely to be involved with a listed terrorist organisation will not authorise the production of intelligence on a lawyer advocating for the delisting of a terrorist organisation. The report of the committee further explains that amendment to the explanatory memorandum which the committee has called for. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues for their contribution to the debate. These reforms will strengthen the ability of our intelligence agencies to respond to emerging threats and the increasingly sophisticated capabilities of our adversaries. The bill has been reviewed by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I'm pleased to say that the PJCIS has recommended that the bill be passed without any amendments, reflecting the bipartisan consensus on the importance of these reforms. I thank the PJCIS for its considered review. The explanatory memorandum for the bill has been amended in accordance with the PJCIS's recommendation, as well as to include further text requested by the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills. The measures in the bill are designed to address or mitigate critical operational challenges faced by the national intelligence community. The bill reflects the government's commitment to the continual improvement of Australia's robust national security laws to ensure that Australians are kept safe and secure in our society. I commend the bill to the House.
Would the Minister like to present the replacement EM?
I present the replacement explanatory memorandum for the National Security Legislation Amendment, Comprehensive Review and Other Measures No. 1 Bill 2021.
I'll put the question that this bill be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Against, no. I declare it carried. The Clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to national security and intelligence services and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Minister?
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Those in favour say aye. Against, no. I declare it carried. The Clerk.
Third reading. Bill for an act to amend the law relating to national security and intelligence services and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the resolution fixing the resumption of debate on the Treasury Laws Amendment Cost of Living Support and Other Measures Bill 2022 for the next sitting being rescinded and the debate being adjourned to a later hour this day.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The Minister.
I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the resolution fixing the resumption of debate on the Treasury Laws Amendment, Cost of Living Support and Other Measures Bill 2022 for the next sitting being rescinded and the debate being adjourned to a later hour this day.
The member for Hindmarsh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I indicate that the opposition will be supporting this motion, but for the benefit of the House, perhaps clarify exactly why we are in this position. This important Treasury bill was introduced this morning, and it appears that although the intention always was that it be adjourned for debate later this day, that the Speaker asked or put the question that the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting rather than later this day. That motion was put by the Speaker and was carried by the House. No objection to that motion was raised by the Assistant Treasurer, who was at the table and apparently had carriage of these important bills, which are obviously crucial to pass today. And I think everyone in the House understands why. The live minutes recorded that the bill had been adjourned for debate later today, but it's quite clear that the recording of proceedings in the House showed that actually the Assistant Treasurer had allowed or acquiesced in the debate being adjourned for the next sitting, which would obviously be an incredibly difficult position for the government and for the Australian people more broadly. We want these bills to be dealt with today. The Shadow Treasurer has made that clear, but I think it was important that the House have clarity as to why we are having to deal with a suspension of standing orders that has been moved by the Minister at the table.
I'll put the question. Those in favour say aye. Against, no. Declare it carried. The Clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Treasury Laws Amendment Cost of Living Support and Other Measures Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The member for Rankin.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. The budget last night, delivered from that dispatch box less than 24 hours ago, had three defining features. First of all, $1 trillion in debt with nowhere near enough to show for that incredibly significant addition of debt that's been put on the budget by those opposite. So $1 trillion in debt, not enough to show for it. Secondly, real wages falling in the budget. The average worker is $26 a week, $1,355 a year worse off as a consequence of the real wage cuts which were outlined there in black and white in the government's budget last night. The third defining feature was buried there on page 49 of budget paper number 2, $3 billion in secret cuts that the government does not want to come clean on this side of the election. And if there's a theme that emerges from this budget, it's that the government has taken a whole bunch of problems and challenges that exist in the economy and in our communities and taken them from one side of the election and put them on the other side of the election. That's true of the cost of living relief that we'll be talking about in this bill, but it's also true about a whole range of other measures. They've got a cash splash before the election, and then they've got $3 billion at least in secret cuts after the election. They won't tell us, is that pensions, is it Medicare, is it some other type of cut that they've attempted before, frankly, over the almost decade in office that they've been there. They've tried to come after people's living standards, they've tried to come after Medicare, they've tried to come after pensions. They've got $3 billion of secret cuts in the budget that they won't come clean on. The Treasurer, the Finance Minister have been asked repeatedly today, come clean. What does this $3 billion in cuts on page 49 of Budget Paper 2, what does it mean for average Australians? What will be the cuts that you will make if you are re-elected at the election in May? And neither the Treasurer, nor the Finance Minister, nor the Prime Minister has been willing or able to come clean on what those $3 billion in secret cuts are. And so as all of the kind of nauseating spin and marketing has died down and all the self-congratulation and backslapping that happens on budget night over on that side, now that that's died down, the question that remains is, what are the $3 billion in cuts? Why won't they come clean this side of the election? They owe it to the Australian people to tell them today, and certainly before the election, what are those $3 billion in cuts going to be? Is it pensions? Is it Medicare? Is it something else? And is that why they don't want to come clean to the Australian people about what that is? So 3 defining features of the budget: not enough to show for $1 trillion in debt, real wages going backwards because the costs of living are skyrocketing, real wages are falling and ordinary working families are falling further and further behind, and then thirdly, those secret cuts. So it's a budget that takes a lot of challenges for people and puts them from this side of the election to the other side of the election. It's almost as if the Prime Minister woke up at some point in the last couple of weeks and rang the Treasurer and said, I've got to call an election in the next fortnight or so, let's get the shovel out, and hopefully we can shovel enough money around in people's direction that they will forget that we have spent, or they have spent, the best part of a decade going after the wages and job security and pensions and Medicare of ordinary Australians who live week to week, fortnight to fortnight on their paycheck. This government has gone after them for the best part of a decade, and they're hoping if they shovel enough money around on the eve of an election that all of a sudden Australians will forget the damage that those opposite have done to their living standards with this almost decade-long campaign of undermining their job security, undermining their wages growth, undermining the pension system, undermining Medicare, all of these things which have been like a hammer blow to the living standards of ordinary working Australians. They think in this cynical, political budget, they think if they shovel enough money in the direction of Australians, that the Australians will forget the damage that they have done to household budgets over the course of the best part of the last decade. But the truth is, and I think people know this, I think people are seeing through this budget, just like they're seeing through this Prime Minister and this Treasurer. They understand out there in the suburbs and towns and cities and communities of this great country, they understand that nothing that was announced last night in the budget will make up for that decade-long campaign against their wages growth and their job security. They understand that even after the relief, which has been budgeted for last night, that we're looking to pass through the parliament today, people are still way, way, way behind. You know, if you look at the average of cost of living increases over the past year or so, something like $3,600, people are in the hole because costs of living have been skyrocketing. That's before you even think about the extra pressure put on the economy and on prices by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Prices didn't start skyrocketing and pressure didn't start being applied to working families when Russia invaded Ukraine. It started when the coalition started attacking the wages and living standards. And so people understand that no matter how much cost of living relief is in the budget and passes through the House today, that they are still in the hole. $3,600 on average in terms of cost of living increases, and that real wages cut this year of $1,355 a year on average. Nothing that we are talking about today makes up for the damage that those opposite have done to household budgets, not accidentally but deliberately. They said that stagnant wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. In lots of ways this is mission accomplished because we've got yet another year of real wages going backwards in the government's own budget. So what we have said consistently, Deputy Speaker, we've said for some time, is that we won't be standing in the way of some cost of living relief which is made necessary by the government's attacks on wages, the fact that real wages are going backwards. And so we intend to support the bills which are before the House today, which cover the measures announced last night to provide some cost of living relief for Australians, and particularly pensioners and workers on low and middle incomes, and also, of course, motorists with the fuel excise cut. It is worth mentioning, of course, though, and consistent with what I was talking about before, Deputy Speaker, about taking problems from one side of the election to the other, what the government will be legislating today is an increase in petrol prices in September. They'll be legislating the end of the low and middle income tax offset. And so if you think about if the government were to change hands in May, whether the election's on the 14th or the 21st or the 7th of May, if the government was to change hands at that point, the inheritance for a new government, or the inheritance, frankly, for a re-elected government, would be $1 trillion of debt with nothing to show for it, interest rates going up, as the Reserve Bank has flagged and others have flagged, petrol prices going up in September, the end of the low and middle income tax offset. This is the inheritance. After a decade in office, what these characters have delivered, the Australian people, after all of the sacrifices that Australians have made for each other, the thanks they get is $1 trillion in debt, and falling real wages, some temporary relief on the eve of an election, but no long-term plan for the future of this economy. What was missing last night in this budget that has a shelf life of about 6 or 7 weeks, this act of political desperation, which was handed down by the Treasurer over there last night, what's missing from there is a genuine plan for the future. After what Australians have been through together, the least they can expect from their government is that the government can tell them what's next in the economy. How do we generate the opportunities and make it easier for people to grab those opportunities in the economy? So from our point of view, how do we deal with the skills crisis in this economy? By providing fee-free TAFE. How do we get our energy prices down, energy costs down with cheaper and cleaner energy? How do we deal with childcare so if people want to work more and earn more, they've got that capacity to do it? How do we modernise the NBN so we can have a digital economy where people aren't just deciding how they work but where they work from, including some of our terrific regional cities and towns? How do we co-invest in advanced manufacturing and in other ways to make sure that we are creating the new secure jobs and the new secure industries of the future? That's what a plan for the future economy would look like. It was absent from the budget last night. And if the government doesn't want to come up with a plan that extends beyond the May election, then we're happy to fill that void left by the lack of leadership from those opposite. But first, we intend to pass this cost of living relief through the Parliament. We'd like to see that happen today. It's our understanding that it can happen today. That would provide some relief for Australians, but nowhere near the kind of relief which would make up for the attacks that those opposites have waged on ordinary working people in this country for the best part of a decade.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Excise Tariff Amendment Cost of Living Support Bill 2022 and the Customs Tariff Amendment Cost of Living Support Bill 2022. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Whitlam.
Deputy Speaker, outside the gates of Parliament right now there are several hundred aged care workers who've come to Canberra. Many of them got up at about 5 o'clock this morning and travelled from the Illawarra, my electorate, on buses up Macquarie Pass and up the rickety Picton Road. And it was their expectation that today they'd be celebrating a budget that looked to the future of aged care and provided some relief for the crisis in aged care. It was their expectation that the budget would provide relief for the crisis in aged care. No such relief was provided. These are workers who are working 10, 12, 14-hour days, double shifts, because the rosters can't be filled, because staff are leaving, because staff are falling sick, because the lack of decent pay in the sector means the employers can't attract new workers to the sector. They are doing back-breaking work, sometimes dangerous work. They're doing it because they love our elder Australians, but they are not being rewarded and recognised for the hard, essential work that they do day in, day out. They may be locked out of Scott Morrison's budget, but they're not locked out of Labor's plans for the future of aged care. And it tells you everything you need to know about this Prime Minister. He has delivered a budget which is all about the next 6 weeks and not the future of the country. Whether it's the crisis that's running through our aged care system, whether it's the climate crisis and the resulting floods up and down the east coast of Australia, 2 floods in a month. 2 floods in a month. The desperation of those people in northern New South Wales and southeast Queensland is unbelievable. There is no part for these people in the budget that the Prime Minister delivered last night. Instead, we got a budget which was designed all about a short-term political fix instead of the long-term challenges for the country. We were told yesterday morning that this budget was going to herald in a new era for wage rises for the workers of Australia. But like everything this government does, when you look at the detail, you see they say one thing, but they do another. Baked into this government's economic plan for Australia is a real wage cut. This year alone, wages are going to go back by 2.5%. At the end of this financial year, workers are going to be 2.5% worse off than they were at the beginning of the year. This is not an accident. This is their plan. And they never catch up. Not next year, not the year after, not the year after that. Under the economic plan that Scott Morrison is presenting to the people of Australia, workers cop a 2.5% wage cut and they never catch up. Over $1,350 a year they will be worse off, and they never catch up. But like everything this Prime Minister does, he tries to distract them with a few things over here while the real damage is going on over there. Yes, we'll allow these bills to pass through the Parliament post-haste because we want motorists to get some relief from the soaring price of petrol increases. We want workers to have a few extra dollars in their pocket to ensure that they can pay the increase in grocery bills. But let's not kid ourselves that these are dealing with the underlying problem. The workers of Australia need a pay rise, and Scott Morrison has promised that under his government they will never get one. Not in year 1, not in year 2, not in year 3. Under his budget, they go back by 2.5% and they never recover. It's not just wages that is the problem under this government. We know the issues of cost of living. Yes, it's petrol prices. Yes, it's grocery prices. But the things that working families are struggling with are the big, lumpy bills that hit them. Once a month, once a quarter, and they live in panic that they're not going to have enough cash on hand to meet the costs, whether it's their childcare bills, whether it's their insurance bills, whether it's the threat, the very real threat that interest rates are going to go up and up and up, their mortgage to the hilt, they can't afford to pay for it, Deputy Speaker, or the threat that the $3 billion worth of secret cuts is going to hit them in their health care, is going to hit them in education, is going to hit them in some other area, whether it's family benefits or some other area that this Prime Minister won't fess up to until after the election. In complete contrast to this guy over here, Labor has a plan to deal with those big, lumpy cost of living issues. Under our plan for childcare, the overwhelming majority of Australians, the overwhelming majority of Australians won't have to panic about that childcare bill, and they'll be able to make a decision between their mother and their father, between the parents of that child, about whether one stays home from work, or they both stay home from work, or they share the burden, or they both return to work, knowing that the cost of childcare is not going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah.
That's how you deal with cost of living issues, and that's how you increase participation rates in our workforce, dealing with the skills crisis by ensuring that more men and women who are having families can return to work as and when they want to. Deputy Speaker, we heard a lot of talk about housing. And I've got to say, you know, we see that there is some merit in providing additional support for first home buyers to cover the cost of their mortgage insurance. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, we were pleased that the government copied the policy that was announced by the member for Blaxland and the Leader of the Opposition in my electorate on Friday last week. We were pleased that the government has copied this because it's good policy and it means it's the people who are seeking in regional Australia to get access to the housing market will be able to have that peace of mind, Deputy Speaker. But when rents in my electorate have gone up as much as 50% over the last 12 months, and that's if you can get a house, to hear the Prime Minister say, as he did this morning on national television, don't worry, if you can't afford to buy the rent, just buy the house. I mean, this is the reality that this guy lives in. Your rents are going up and up and up. You've got people living in cars, sleeping on a couch, overcrowded housing, and the Prime Minister's solution to people who can't afford to pay their rent is to say, don't worry about it, just go and buy the house that you're living in.
Ridiculous.
What planet does this guy live in? It just goes to show that this man is so out of touch, so absolutely out of touch. Under Labor's plan, we understand that the answer to the housing crisis is multifaceted. Yes, helping first home buyers into the market by covering the cost of mortgage insurance is part of the solution. But unless you're dealing with the supply side, you're just going to see prices go up and up and up. You do not need a crystal ball to work out whether this is going to happen. Just look at the last 3 years. 20% increase in prices of housing in capital cities over the last 12 months, a whopping 26% in regional Australia. And in fact, the policy that they announced in the budget yesterday probably won't work in a lot of regional places around the country because you'll struggle to find a house for under $800,000. That's why under Labor's plans, one of the first things we would do is to review those caps. But, Deputy Speaker, the fact of the matter is this government doesn't have a comprehensive plan for housing, for aged care, for wages, for skills. It's all short-termism. What can we announce that people will forget about the next week in our rush to the election? Mr. Speaker, I want to say something about the secret cuts that are embedded in this budget. I want to see the Minister, in his summing up, come to the dispatch box and come clean with the people of Australia. What is it that you are going to cut? It's extraordinary that in a budget on the eve of election, they've secreted into the budget a $3 billion whack to services within the budget. And I want to put that $3 billion into context. It's about a quarter of what we spend on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. About a quarter of what we spend on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. It's about 10%, a little less than 10%, I should say, of what we spend on Medicare. So this is not a small amount of money. Is it a 10% cut to Medicare? Is it a 25% cut to the pharmaceutical benefits scheme? Is it a cut to family payments? Are they going to delay some of the other things that they've promised Australian families? Deputy Speaker, the government must come clean. Where is the $3 billion slash and burn to services or benefits that the government has budgeted on but won't come clean to Australian families. Can I say a few things about some initiatives in my local electorate? The member for Cunningham and myself have worked hard over the last 5 years to campaign for upgrades to Picton roads. Absolutely critical in my electorate. People travelling from the Southern Highlands down to Wollongong, as many do to go to university or to go to work, will tell you that this is a death strip. So very pleased that the hard campaigning on the Picton Road has seen over $90 million allocated to the improvements to the interchange. It's a good start. More will need to be done. There are still too many black spots on that road, still too many places where separation is needed, hard barriers are needed, and some of the absolutely deadly spots on that road need to be fixed, but we welcome the $90 million. Also want to say something about domestic violence and domestic violence services. For the last 5 years, the women at the Illawarra Women's Health Centre, led by the force of nature Sally Stevenson, have done an absolutely outstanding job in putting together a proposal, getting it researched, getting it market tested on how we meet the big gap in trauma recovery services for domestic violence. Because the one thing that we know is that we have almost met some of the needs in emergency services. More needs to be done to provide counselling, more needs to be done to provide housing, emergency housing services. But the one area that we are not even touching the sides on is that long-term trauma recovery for women and children who are victims of family and domestic violence. So I am so excited about the fact that the budget has allocated $25 million to the Trauma Recovery Centre, proponents being the Illawarra Women's Health Centre. But they've formed an alliance with other women's services, the University of Wollongong, the University of New South Wales. Expect that we'll get support from the local councils and local businesses as well. It's a first-class proposal. It'll probably serve as a model for other services around the country. So I'm delighted, and I congratulate Minister Rushton for allocating the funds. And I want to say to the members of the Prime Minister's staff who took our meeting when I brought a delegation to Canberra, thank you for taking this issue seriously. Frankly, the issue of domestic violence should be above political partisanship. So I genuinely thank all of those who have been involved in advocating this, bringing a proposal forward, and I'm delighted that it has been funded in this budget. Deputy Speaker, this budget is supposed to be a plan for the future of the country. It is not. It's a plan to let the Prime Minister race to the next election in the hope that the people of Australia will forget about the neglect of the last 8 years and reward this Prime Minister with a second decade in government. Well, the people of Australia deserve much better than that. They deserve a government which is as good as they are, a government with a future, with a vision for the future of the country and the interest of ordinary Australians in mind, not these nakedly political stunts which we saw revealed when the Treasurer stood at that dispatch box yesterday evening. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this budget has all of the credibility of those back-in-black mugs that had to be smashed by the dozen after the Treasurer broke his pledge to have the budget back in surplus. This is, of course, a coalition that came to office in 2013, pledging to have the budget back in surplus in its first year and in every year after that, and is now, in this latest budget, forecasting deficits as far as the eye can see, with gross debt set to top $1 trillion, a figure which is so large that it's probably more helpful to say that in per-person terms that's around $40,000 for every man, woman and child in Australia. But it isn't just the scale of the debt that concerns Labor, it's the low quality of the spend. This is the government which gave $20 billion of JobKeeper to firms with rising revenues, much of which went to offshore billionaires in France, Italy and South Africa. It's the government which had the slowest vaccine rollout in the world this time last year, and which is now
belatedly suggesting that it will have mRNA vaccine manufacture up and going next year, in the third, fourth year of the pandemic. It's a government which presided over an aged care crisis, whose situation was described aptly by the interim report of the Royal Commission with one word: neglect. It's a government which has seen real wages grow at just 1.4% in their entire time in office, and which in this very budget sees real wages fall by 1.5%, equivalent to some $1,355 for the typical worker. Now, I've seen the real cost of living pressure that many of my constituents are under. I've heard the stories at their street stalls. I visited Food Bank Western Australia with Zanita Macaranis, Labor's candidate for Swan, to talk about the pressures that Perth residents are under. I visited St Macorius with Sally Situ to hear about the pressures facing families in Strathfield. I've spent time speaking to the team at Vinnie's North Sydney with Labor's North Sydney candidate Catherine Renshaw, discussing the very real cost of living pressures that are being faced by those families. Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that would be anathema to just about every former Liberal Treasurer, not to mention the Labor ones. You know, I'm old enough to remember Joe Hockey's 2014 budget speech. That was the budget in which the coalition increased fuel prices through reinstating the indexation of fuel prices, fuel excise. That was the 2014 budget that apparently said the age of entitlement was over, and which changed the indexation rate for pensions, so it moved from wages to prices. And then, of course, we had the Prime Minister, who in 2017 gave a speech in which he said that if he'd knocked on your door and warned that Kevin Rudd, quote, would turn a $20 billion surplus into a $27 billion deficit in just 1 year, quote, unquote, he would have been accused of scaremongering. And then went on to talk about some of the ways in which the Rudd and Gillard government combated the global financial crisis, and then said, quote, if I said any of this to you, you would have called the police. You would have said there's a madman on my doorstep. Well, as we all know, all of this happened and more. Labor's truth in government is stranger than any fiction I can imagine, but the economic damage under Labor is always very real. Well, that's from a Prime Minister that has now presided over the largest debt in Australian history, from a Prime Minister who, before the COVID pandemic hit, had doubled the debt, and then has gone on to send it to unprecedented levels. The fact is that the Liberal Party has no credibility on economic management. Its credibility on economic management has been shredded, as has the Prime Minister's own credibility. We've heard Liberal Senator Concetta Fierravanti-Wells last night describing the Prime Minister, quote, as an autocrat and a bully who has no moral compass. This from the woman who helped save his pre-selection in Cook when he got just 8 out of 150 votes in the first round. And this is following revelations just last month that the Deputy Prime Minister had described the Prime Minister, quote, as a hypocrite and a liar from my observations, and that is over a long time. I have never trusted him, and I dislike how earnestly he rearranges the truth to a lie. That's the Deputy Prime Minister describing the Prime Minister of Australia. No wonder Australians don't trust this Prime Minister. No wonder Australians see this budget as a ploy for an election, not a plan for the future.
I thank the honourable member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make a few brief remarks about these bills that have in their title cost of living support, but they do not go to the fundamental issues that would make people's lives easier, because people are feeling very real cost of living pressures after almost a decade of this government. But those hits are coming from low wages, high costs for healthcare and a housing crisis. And as we find ourselves in a climate crisis, a housing crisis and an affordability crisis, this budget was the opportunity to fix it, and instead what we've got is a budget that will make these crises worse. This budget makes housing more expensive, it locks in tax cuts for the super wealthy, and it funds more coal and gas. There's about $37 billion and rising for coal and gas corporations, but climate change gets its funding cut by about a third, and there's only $1 billion and a bit for renewable energy. There's $13 billion to push up the price of housing and $0 for new affordable housing. And meanwhile, there's a $420 one-off payment for a low to middle income earner, but billionaires get $9,000 a year every year, forever. So if you're a low-income earner, $420 one-off. If you're a billionaire, $9,000 a year per year, forever. This budget will make the climate crisis, the inequality crisis and the housing crisis worse. And that's why, fortunately, this is going to be the government's last budget. If we want to tackle cost of living pressures, as this bill suggests, though, there are a number of things that we could do. We could not proceed with the unfair Stage 3 tax cuts, which Liberal and Labor back, that see $184 billion ripped out of the budget and funnelled to those at the top, where the top 10% get the overwhelming share of that $184 billion. Now, what could you do instead? If you really want to tackle cost of living pressures, we should wipe student debt instead of giving tax cuts to billionaires. What would make a real difference to the 2.9 million people who've got HECS or HELP debts of an average of $24,000? What would make a real difference to that is wiping student debt. And you could do that for about a third of the cost of the Liberal-Labor tax cuts for billionaires package that funnels the majority of savings to the top 10%. $184 billion to give tax cuts to the very wealthy, or $60 billion to wipe student debt and make a massive difference to people's lives. If we really want to tackle the cost of living pressures that people are facing and being hit by, we'll wipe student debt, make housing more affordable. The Greens have got a plan to build 1 million homes over the next 15 to 20 years that people can buy for $300,000 or rent for 25% of their income. You could do that, Mr Speaker. You could build 1 million homes and wipe student debt and still have change left over from the unfair tax cuts package that this budget through Labor and Liberal enshrines. So it's time to understand what a grave threat to social democracy we're facing in this country. This budget enshrines a flat tax system, a trickle-down nightmare where someone on minimum wage pays the same tax rate as a CEO, and Labor's going to wave it through. This will make Australia more unfair, and it will rip $184 billion out of the budget, money that could be used to wiping student debt, building 1 million affordable homes and getting dental and mental health into Medicare. And to conclude, Mr Speaker, if we really want to tackle cost of living pressures, you've got to deal with the structural problems that people are facing and this country is facing. If we want to deal with cost of living pressures, we need to make people's lives easier, not just for a one-off payment, but permanently. And by getting dental and mental health into Medicare, by building affordable housing, and by wiping student debt, you would make people's lives better, not just for one budget, not just for one election, but for year after year after year. This budget tells us one thing, and so we need to kick this rotten government out. But the next government is also committed to a flat tax, trickle-down nightmare system. We've got to fix that. We've got to make sure that the next budget that gets passed, after we've said goodbye to this government, makes this country a fairer place by getting dental and mental health into Medicare, by wiping student debt and building affordable homes so that everyone has a secure and affordable roof over their head.
Thank the honourable member for Melbourne. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, much was hoped last night from this government to finally address some of the major issues and embrace some of the opportunities we have ahead. But I am sad to say it is an opportunity missed. In fact, we are going to be miles behind the rest of the world on this kind of plan from the government. If I could say locally, for Warringah, we did see, finally, after years of neglect when it comes to infrastructure spend, $75 million towards a much-needed upgrade of Wakehurst Parkway, which is scheduled to finish by 2025. And there are some important extensions to grant programs like Popular Stronger Communities program, and that will support local organisations with facility upgrades. However, still no progress on Beaches Link Tunnel, major infrastructure required for the Northern Beaches, and also no meaningful funding for the Sydney Harbour Federation Trust. And we're talking about iconic locations at the entrance of Sydney Harbour that are important historically for all of Australia. But what we do know that came out of this budget is that this was a budget for the Nationals. This was not a budget for the nation. We now know what it cost to secure the support of the posturing by the government prior to COP26 last year and to commit to net zero, and that cost to the Nationals and Barnaby Joyce was in the tune of between $17 and $21 billion. This was the sellout of your children's future. The discrepancy in spend between pork barrelling, targeted spending in electorates because they are marginal, because they want to secure that support, compared to where it is actually needed is just outrageous. It's hard to describe how disappointing this budget is. And when we look at the situation that so many in our communities find themselves at the moment, in particular on the East Coast, in Lismore, facing a second flood, and only yesterday in question time, the Prime Minister again repeated the fallacy that this is a 1 in 500 of a year event. Don't you worry, we'll just help you clean up now and you won't face this again. You'll be fine, she'll be right. When in fact they're having this disaster again some weeks after the first. Within the last 10 years, they have been ravaged by disaster after disaster. And this is a government with its head entirely in the sand, in the past, unable to prepare for the future or to protect our children's future and in any way embrace the opportunities of where the world is heading. So because it is under pressure, with the poll coming in 6 weeks, we're seeing a measure around the fuel excise to try and help the cost of living, which I acknowledge is incredibly tough. But if we want to address cost of living, we have to address underlying causes. The government has decided to halve the fuel excise over the next 6 months. So at 22 cents per litre cut is at a cost of over $3 billion to the budget. There is no long-term vision on addressing transport emissions or fuel security. Because what we're seeing here is that on top of the $2 billion already handed out to oil refineries in last year's budget and the $7.7 billion in fuel tax credits to the fossil fuel industry this year, the fuel excise is approximately 12 times more than what has been given to low emissions vehicle under the government's Future Fuels Fund over just this next 6 months. Just absolutely nothing. To give you a comparison, $3 billion could support a $3,000 rebate for 1 million electric vehicles, or could subsidise the cost of 4 million homes with business charges. No measure, and what's worst about this measure is that there is no guarantee it will actually be passed on to consumers. So just as what happens when Reserve Bank lowers interest rates, and more often than not, the big banks don't pass on the full cut to consumers, and it's only a percentage of that lowering that you get. The same is likely to happen here. There are no measures to ensure this cut actually flows to consumers. And it won't do anything to address the long-term exposure to oil prices or the reliance that we have on 90% of our fuel is imported each year, and that costs us $29 billion to consumers. There is nothing in this measure to mitigate long-term threat, volatility and global security challenges of imported oil. Nothing to reduce emissions. Transport emissions are expected to increase from 90 to 125 million tonnes by 2030, which is 8 Hazelwood coal-fired power stations. There is nothing in this budget that accelerates a transition to electric vehicles, but there's over $3 billion to subsidise basically the fuel industry. ClimateWorks has modelled that to reach net zero, we need some 76% of new car sales to be electric by 2030. Under this government, we are only projected to get to about 30%, and the current rate is less than 1%. It's a joke. The states are pulling their weight. They are trying to move this, but the federal government has its head completely in denial. And the irony is this measure will do so little to help families with the vehicle running costs in the long term. If by going electric, families can save up to $140 a month of running costs and 10 tonnes of CO2. With home solar and a battery, it could be as high as $160 a month. So what we need in Australia is Australian vehicle emission standards. We need to require manufacturers to import vehicles that have low emissions. We need government-funded network of chargers for highways, households and businesses. We need upfront rebates for the purchase of electric vehicles and reform to the luxury car tax and fringe benefit taxes. And we need the government fleet to be completely electric by 2023. But there was none of that in the budget last night. Cost of living. We've heard most commentators talk mostly about that. But there's actually nothing in this budget that actually truly addresses cost of living. Whether you like it or not, climate change is the biggest threat to cost of living. All economists agree with that. The biggest threat to the budget bottom line and household cost of living, but it got, and I measured it, 55 seconds from Treasurer Frydenberg in his speech last night out of 35 minutes. It's clear from the Treasurer's words that he has hitched his wagon to the Morrison wagon. He is denier. He is not at all committed to real action on climate change. So it needs to be very clear where people's commitment really is as people go to the polls in 6 weeks' time. At a time where Lismore and Byron Bay's Main Street is completely underwater, blowing out the cost of households. I mean, I would ask you, is $250 in your pocket in the next few weeks really going to solve the problem for people that are losing their home, for communities that are losing their main street? Businesses are gone. Food prices are already increasing. The disruption from these events is huge. The Global Food Index finds that prices were up 20% on last year already. The cost of house insurance is increasing, with many properties becoming uninsurable for natural disasters. And coastal erosion threatens our cities, coastline, including my electorate, with up to $500 million in losses. But is there anything to address that in this budget? No. Cost of natural disasters to the budget bottom line are piling up. Let's get real. $6 billion so far for the northern New South Wales, South East Queensland floods this year. $2.8 billion for the Black Summer bushfires in 2019-2020. $1.5 billion for North Queensland floods in 2019. So do you think, in the light of that bigger cost, there would be something in the budget that starts building resilience, that we start investing in adapting, in providing some resilience, some measures, some mitigation to keep those communities safe? So in the face of a cost of natural disasters forecast to become $1.2 trillion in cumulative cost over the next 40 years, according to Deloitte, we have a government who allocated $210 million, you heard me right, there aren't any extra zeros on that, for the Australian Climate Service for climate adaptation. and it is planning to cut over the next 4 years by some 35% the funding to organisations that are primarily responsible for our transitions to low emissions. I mean, it's farcical. It's really hard to describe it in any other terms. And at the same time, despite all the warnings, despite communities being devastated, despite having climate refugees, communities that are asking the question, where are we going to go? If our homes are uninsurable, unlivable, who is going to help us relocate? How are we going to rebuild? In the face of that, you would think maybe the answer is let's mitigate the issue and reduce it. No. The answer is let's keep accelerating this transition. Let's accelerate the problem. The government is going to spend $50 million on an acceleration of gas infrastructure and $300 million gas expansion in the Northern Territory. And that is added to the $6.3 billion sweetener for the Nationals on 3 dams, which have no serious business cost, and that are likely to, in fact, flow to coal mining donors and run off and flood and cause more environmental disasters. So if you want to talk about who are the winners and losers in this budget, there is no doubt our kids, future generations, are the losers. They will pay for this mountain of debt that is accumulating and complete failure to invest in our future. To give you some contrast, the $6.3 billion that have been promised to these 3 dams could cover the cost of 26 weeks of paid parental leave for new parents. It would be a tax rebate of some $3,000 over 2.1 million electric vehicles. Or you could build the equivalent of 11 Northern Beaches hospitals with 5,400 beds. You could cover a year's worth of cheaper childcare. And to put in contrast to that $6.3 billion for 3 dams, in the face of devastating loss of biodiversity, we know there's an extinction crisis when it comes to our natural habitats, fauna and flora. $100 million for extension of the Environmental Restoration Fund. I mean, really, you couldn't have any clearer message from the coalition government. It does not care about the environment. It does not care about the climate. It does not care of the environment in which our children, our society will live. All it's interested in is the next 6 weeks and how much more money can be pork-barreled into the seats and the fossil fuel industry. We know it would cost. The question is always also, what's the alternative? Well, let me give you a picture of the alternative. At just half of the $21 billion that clearly has been paid to the Nationals to placate Barnaby Joyce and get him to sign up to net zero, at just half we could electrify 10 million Australian households. And that would save families $5,000 per year by 2030, delivering $40 billion in savings over the next decade. It would also cut emissions by 33%. So if we're really having a conversation about reducing the cost of living, let's actually invest in measures that will provide long-term reduction to cost of living. A $5,000 saving is possible if we invest wisely. There's nothing in this budget that addresses a commitment to net zero or long-term cost of living for families. Childcare was another loser. I mean, the tokenistic approach of saying we're investing in childcare by we will build 20 new centres in the region out of 151 electorates. I beg your pardon. I mean, Sam Mostyn, CEO of Chief Executive Women, said the so-called cost of living budget ignores completely the reality that for many families, early childhood education and care is one of the biggest outgoings in the family budget. There are women who reluctantly say no to extra days' work because they simply can't afford the cost of childcare. Paid parental leave changes, they're welcome. I mean, it's tinkering around the edges and getting rid of clear discriminatory policies. But we still haven't increased. We're still one of the lowest OECD parental leave scheme, and it's just so insufficient. It's so disappointing to think that at a time where we have clear warnings of where the priorities need to be, economists are warning inflation, cost of living, wages, and many in this place have made many arguments. But ultimately, all of this is for nothing if we do not address long-term emissions reduction. We need to deliver at least 60% emissions reduction by 2030. There is a clear plan to do it. That's the 5 steps to net zero that I've proposed. We can have a strong new economy, sustainable, circular. But what we do need is vision and leadership, and we don't have that with this government.
I thank the honourable member for Warringah. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Applaud the last speaker, and as I understand it, she and the other crossbenchers are moving legislation to introduce all government vehicles in metropolitan areas will be electric. A very simple measure, and yet massive reduction in CO2. All buses in metropolitan areas will be electric, and both the motor vehicles and the buses will be made in Australia by Australian-owned companies. By law. By law. So you people will not have the right to go and flog off every single asset in this nation to foreigners, send our jobs overseas, all of our secondary industry jobs, and our primary industry jobs overseas. I mean, the 3 great elements of the Australian primary industries are cattle, wool and grains. Grains have remained all right. Cattle numbers are down 25% and sheep numbers are down 72%. Most of the station properties out there are simply empty. And as the previous speaker said, you expended some money in actually sending some water from the massive flooding of the Clarence River. A little bit of that water went out west, then there wouldn't be the massive flooding. In my area, which has massive flooding every year, 100-inch rainfall, a little tiny bit of that water going out west will stop your fires, your droughts and your floods out west, because there'll be dams out west, so that we won't have the massive flooding out there either. Now, if you do that, you also overcome the problem, the massive problem of invasive weeds. In my electorate, some 12 million hectares, I repeat, 12 million hectares, and that is an old figure, it's 10 years old, so it's probably about 15 or 16 million hectares now. 15 or 16 million hectares of invasive weed has destroyed all natural fauna and flora. But this is about cost of living, and with all due respects, by taking some money off people over here and giving it to people over there, that does not address the cost of living. Whether you're taking it off future generations of Australians by borrowing, or whether you're taking it off existing taxpayers, it's got to come from somewhere. So if you're subsidising various items, cost of living items, and if you are cutting down the tax on petrol, well, clearly some people over here are paying more and some people over here are paying less. Some people over here are paying less, and over here some people are having more money taken off them. Now, Speaker, let me be very specific, because I need an institute to cooperate with us here. We do not have the resources to do this properly. But this we have discovered is that in 1990, and I use that 1990 as a take-off point, because Paul Keating had seized control of Australia by the mid-80s and had, fired up his free market policies, which were brought to a flowering and a fruition by Mr Costello. And the hypocrisy of those two men in stating they are free marketeers, when both of them, and I praise them, allowed the dollar to float. When the dollar floated, it went from 90 to 100 cents, floated down to 49 cents and 50 cents. It dropped clean in half when it was allowed to free float. Both of them had a fit of terror and propped it back up to 90 to 100 cents range. thus cheating the farmers out of half of their income, cheating the workers in the factories that produced our motor cars, took away their jobs and sent their industry overseas. The clothing manufacturing, all of underwear, was done by Bonds in Australia. The whole of the industry just rolled its flag and left for overseas. And let me quote the head of Toyota in Australia. Unless Australia is prepared to join the free market systems of other countries in allowing the dollar to free float, then Toyota will have to leave Australia. We are the last car manufacturer, and when we leave there will be no motor vehicle manufacturing in Australia and effectively no secondary industry in Australia. We can't produce a tyre, let alone a motor car, Mr Speaker. But let me return to food. The cost of food in 1990, by the way, that was the year in which the much maligned but quite brilliant and extraordinary government of Bjelke-Petersen fell in 1990. In 1990, the cost of food was $92 a week. It is now $279 a week. 300% increase. The cost of housing was $117,571. It is now $690,220. An increase of 600%. The price of a motor vehicle went from up 600%. I haven't got the actual figures in front of me at the present moment, or have I? No, I haven't. The price of a motor vehicle went up some 600%. The price of electricity in Queensland went from $643, where it had been for 11 straight years. And it had been there because there was no justification for an increase in the costs. There was no justification for it. So Mr Beattie told us, as my colleague and very good friend, Shane Canute in the State Parliament, a member of the KEP, my political party that I belong to, as he says again and again and again, Mr Beattie said, when we sell off the electricity industry and corporatise it and free market it, there'll be competition and the price of electricity will come down. Just the same as the Productivity Commission told us when the tariffs and protection is removed, the price of a motor vehicle would come down in Australia. Well, it didn't. It went from $6,000 to $25,000 in that period of time. And they said there would be a 25% intrusion into the Australian market. Well, there's 100% intrusion into the Australian market because we don't produce motor vehicles anymore. So much, but this place listened to the Productivity Commission. And heaven only knows, you have a very small gene pool in Canberra, a very, very, very small gene pool. And Mr Acting Speaker, if I am elected to the new Parliament, I am going to move that the Minister and the head of the department and the deputy head of the department will sit in this place whilst we speak on this legislation. They will face the music, as they are forced to do in the Queensland Parliament, or at least they were when I was there. And they had to suffer the humiliation and had to face up to the reality of the lies that they had told us. Just remember, they told us that there would be a 25% intrusion into the car market. And they told us that the price of a motor vehicle would go down. The price of a motor vehicle has gone up 600%, and the intrusion is 100%. I mean, so much for the Productivity Commission. And the advice given and taken by successive governments in this place, by the ALP and the LNP. The price of electricity, which gives me great pain because I was the minister, and we had kept the prices down for 11 straight years, $643, and there's no justification for an increase in that price. I mean, we haven't built, we built one small new power station. All the coal-fired power stations are still there. The price of coal has risen a little bit, The price of wages, which is very, very small, and the cost of electricity has risen a little bit. But there is no justification for $643 going to $3,300, except the free market forces, which are supposed to take it down. They've driven it straight up. Because, Mr Acting Speaker, for those of us that live in the real world, instead of the make-believe world of Adam Smith and the invisible hand, those of us that live in the real world know that if you free up the market, the big sharks will eat the little fishes. And I got news for my fellow countrymen, for my fellow Australians. We don't have any big sharks. They're overseas, the big sharks. And they're going to eat the little fishes, which is us, very, very quickly indeed, Mr Speaker. Now, let me take a town in Australia, a town called Charters Towers. We're under the wonderful Mining Act put there by Red Ted Theodore and the wonderful Labor governments which ruled Queensland for 50 years, God bless them. And we were under the Mining Act. And then under the wonderful Country Party governments of Bajocki Peterson, we were under the Mining Act. So if you want to buy a piece of land in Charters Towers, which is about an hour's drive from Townsville, look at it as if it was Ipswich from Brisbane, about an hour's drive. You could buy a house for, a piece of land, a piece of vacant land, to build a house for $7,000. And it was kept at $7,000 for the 20 years I lived there, prior to 1990s, when the Labor Party took over. They abolished the Mining Act, and we moved into the local government regime, which took the price of land from $7,000 a block to $142,000 a block. Now, I must be honest with the House, it settled back to $75,000 a block of land. And if you want the answers, look to the paper produced by Malcolm Turnbull, no less, and an Oxford professor who was an Australian. And they did a paper for the New South Wales government, why are housing prices skyrocketing? And they said because of the regulatory impositions on the cost of subdivisions, the regulatory provisions on the cost of subdivisions. The biggest subdivider developer in North Queensland, Robert Norman, said, I am selling the farms, I am not subdividing. I'm selling them in bulk. I'm not subdividing, because I do not have enough years left in my life to do another subdivision. And there is no doubt that the average price for processing a subdivision might be 3.5 years. The impositions they place upon you may make it impossible for you to subdivide. So you might have put $1 million out to buy some grazing land, rubbish land, to subdivide it, and you put out the $1 million, it sits there earning you no money at all for 3.5 or 4 years. You've got to be pretty good to be able to do that. So the subdivisions are not taking place. And the Turnbull report, whatever else may be Malcolm Turnbull's shortcomings, the report was spot on. And proof of that was in Charters Towers, where when you had a free and open market without any regulatory oppression, we had a city where people, there's really no industry in Charters Towers, people just wanted to go there to live because you could buy cheap housing, cheap land and a very good lifestyle and only be an hour away from a very big city, Townsville, which is not all that much smaller than Canberra. So it was wonderful, but of course that was abolished. So let us talk about housing. The cost of building a house actually hasn't moved all that much. It might have doubled, but then so has average weekly earnings doubled. So the price of a house hasn't really risen at all. But the price of land has gone from zero, if you like, to $250,000 a block. So we have the wherewithal in a big and empty country where if you get 50 or 60 kilometres from the coast, there is no one living there. All the way to the Indian Ocean, there is nobody living there. So the land is worthless, almost. You run a few moo cows on it, and that's about it, Mr. Speaker. So we can provide housing at 1/10 the current cost. 1/10 the current cost. If we remove the government regulatory systems. As far as food goes, Mr. Acting Speaker, if there was competition in the food selling industry, the food retailing industry, which there's not, there are two giants that command nearly 90% of the sales. So you can sell to Woolworths and Coles, or you can not sell at all. And the price, the income for farmers hasn't moved much at all in the last 30 years, but the price of food has gone up 300%, Mr. Acting Speaker. So whether it's food or whether it's housing or whether it's motor vehicles, your policies have failed abysmally.
I thank the honourable member for Kennedy. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank those members who have contributed to this debate. With these bills, the Morrison government is delivering on its continued commitment to addressing cost of living pressures faced by Australians in a responsible, temporary and targeted manner. This will ensure that the low-income thresholds keep pace with increases in the cost of living. The amendments to the Medicare levy low-income thresholds apply to the 2021-22 income year and future income years. This increases the maximum low and middle income tax offset benefit to $1,500 for a single income household and $3,000 for a dual income household. This benefit will be provided on the assessment of taxpayers' tax returns for the 2021-22 income year. It is estimated that over 10 million taxpayers will benefit from the one-off cost of living tax offset in 2021-22. The cost of living tax offset will put more money in taxpayers' pockets, helping them to meet rising cost of living pressures. Recipients of Social Security and veterans payments and holders of certain concession cards will be eligible if they are residing in Australia on the test date, the 29th of March 2022. Each member of a couple will receive the payment if both are eligible. The government is taking decisive, responsible and temporary action to cut fuel excise and reduce the pressure of high fuel prices on household budgets and small businesses, while maintaining continued road funding for the states and territories. These changes apply to fuel products other than aviation fuels for 6 months from the 30th of March 2022 to the 28th of September 2022. When the measure ends, the excise rates will then automatically revert to the previous rates plus indexation that would have occurred on those rates during the 6-month period. The benefit available for gazetted oils under the Protected Stewardship for Oil scheme will continue to directly offset the duty rate on these oils. I commend these bills to the House.
I thank the honourable minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, employee share schemes and product stewardship, to amend the National Health Act 1953 to provide for a one-off cost of living payment and for related purposes.
Order. I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. And is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I thank the honourable member for Lingiari, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, employee share schemes and product stewardship, to amend the National Health Act 1953 to provide for a one-off cost of living payment and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Excise Tariff Amendment, Cost of Living Support Bill 2022.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1921 and for related purposes.
Order is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately.
Leave granted.
I thank the honourable member for Lingiari and I call the honourable minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1921 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Customs Tariff Amendment, Cost of Living Support Bill 2022.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Order is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately. I thank the honourable member for Lingiari and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Participant Service Guarantee and Other Measures Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time and I call the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Kenichi is a 23-year-old West Australian man living with Down syndrome. Like many of the people I meet with Downs, Kenichi is full of vitality. He's living his life to the fullest with thanks to the NDIS. Kenichi lives with his mum and his dad. He actually has 3 jobs. He works at Coles, he has a biscuit baking business and he is a Down syndrome ambassador. His job at Coles has been revelatory for the young man and is only made possible by his family, Coles and, crucially, the supports he receives from the NDIS. Without his NDIS funding and his carers, Kenichi would not be able to work and he would not be able to attend his social group activities. It wouldn't be safe, and that's his parents, Mark and Kiko's #1 priority, and rightly so. But to hear his story of dealing with the NDIS in recent times is heartbreaking. His parents have told me that in March of 2021, Kenichi's mum was called to discuss with the National Disability Insurance Agency, ostensibly to discuss a $300 shortfall in his plan. She agreed to the meeting, but when she arrived, she discovered it was a surprise full review meeting for Kenichi's plan 7 months earlier than scheduled. A total ambush. Despite the NDIS having no evidence to suggest that anything had changed for Kenichi, that his Downs had been cured somehow, his total NDIS support funding was cut by almost 50%. The family was given no opportunity to prepare for the meeting. There was no rationale to explain why his funding was cut. It was a bureaucratic king hit. It meant that Kenichi was unable to attend his group social activities as a choice had to be made between his work and seeing his friends. His parents and his therapists have seen his mental health deteriorate since he has stopped his social outings. When you meet Kenichi, you cannot fathom doing anything that would stop him from smiling. But the Morrison government accomplished this. Now, Kenichi is just one story of thousands of NDIS participants who've had their plans radically cut, with no explanation, no procedural fairness, no notice. All MPs right across the political spectrum are being inundated with emails, phone calls and letters from NDIS participants seeking urgent assistance after critical funding has been slashed, leaving people with disability without crucial supports. Huge cuts are being made, with and autistic children seemingly to be in the direct line of fire. The Morrison government should come clean on its undeclared, undisclosed campaign to quietly slash the NDIS funds of people with disabilities across Australia. But even if they don't, people have already worked it out. Some participants, like Kenichi, have had their funding cut by literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. Others have had necessary residential home mods and assistive technology requests rejected. Many participants and their families are forced to take the fight to the Morrison government in the court, taking the government to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal with the support, where possible, of legal aid or an advocate. Most people can't afford their lawyers, and nor should they have to. You should not need a lawyer to receive a legislative right in this country. They have to go to court. They face a team of government-funded barristers and legal experts doing the government's bidding to ensure that NDIS participants don't get a cent more than the NDIA was willing to offer them. Now, for many other people with disabilities and their families, the exhaustion, the complete lack of faith in the system and the government sees them take what has been offered by the government to try and make it work. This has meant quitting jobs to care for a family member or a household budget running on empty to ensure they can keep themselves or a loved one safe. Many parents are also being shamelessly asked why their child has not got better, while others are being belittled in NDIS decisions that say parents are not doing enough to help their child. The Morrison government must stop asking permanently disabled Australians if they are still disabled, if they're still blind, or if they still have MS, or if they still have autism. It should not be a full-time job to handle the NDIS forms. It should not take a lawyer to access an NDIS payment. It is not unreasonable to want a phone number, a direct phone number, or to speak to the same person twice in a row at the agency. It isn't good enough to prepare expensive reports to be read by unqualified assessors. Imagine if the Morrison government had to walk a mile in the shoes of these exhausted participants and carers. To say the NDIS after 8 years of coalition, 9 years of coalition government has issues is an understatement. There are too many heart-rending stories of meanness, too much victim blaming, too much misery inflicted on people the scheme was meant to help. The NDIS was always intended to be a universal right in the same realm as Medicare and compulsory superannuation. Schemes built on a simple premise allow people with profound lifelong impairment to have choice and control in their lives. Choice and control. It was designed to give people with disabilities and their families options, access, autonomy. It was supposed to open up a world of options to people with disabilities so they were no longer treated as second-class citizens, as many previously felt they were. Australia wanted people with disabilities to have opportunity just like any other person in our nation, created with bipartisan support so people with disability had security their future would not be at the whim of changing government or values. The Coalition took carriage of running the scheme in 2013, almost 9 years ago. Mr Morrison has said the NDIS would always be fully funded. He said it as Treasurer and he backed the scheme publicly as Prime Minister. As Treasurer in 2018, he said there was no need for a 0.5% rise in the Medicare levy to fund the scheme because the economy was strong enough to fund it. His loyal foot soldiers have been equally effusive, previously saying the NDIS is the greatest nation-building project we'll see in our lifetime. How times have changed. The premise and the dream of the NDIS is still alive. The disability community ensures that. But there is something sinister going on in the Morrison government that threatens the promise that we all made to people with disability years ago. Since early 2021, the Morrison government has put out a fire hose of 10 different sets of numbers to justify its claims the NDIS is unsustainable and must be cut. They've established razor gangs, elaborate and expensive marketing plans, released so-called independent reviews, all with the aim of stopping people with disability accessing the funds. They say the scheme costs too much money. They say the participants are dodgy and greedy and there is rorts in the system. They don't want participants to have choice and control. They want to exert supreme power so the Minister and the CEO can control the lives of people with disability. Listen, the bill before the House originally had provisions that were unacceptable. We have provided amendments and we're happy to see the amendments being put forward by the government. To be fair, we wrote them. The government has cut and pasted their name on them, so it looks like they've seen the wisdom. I'm pragmatic. I don't mind whose name is on the amendment so long as we improve the law. The NDIS is a good scheme. It can be improved, of that there is no doubt. But it cannot be improved under this government. To hope that this government will improve the NDIS will be the triumph of hope over experience. I say to people with disabilities, the people who love them and their families, at the next election, if you are anxious about the future of the scheme, don't vote for the people who've made you anxious. Instead, vote Labor at the next election to defend our NDIS. NDIS for the next minute and a half. To be very clear, Labor wants to see the scheme improved. We have no doubt there are some challenges in terms of unexpected pressures on the scheme. That's because there's not enough community mental health funding. That's because we need to do more in our schools to fund supports rather than relying on the NDIS, and that is also because we have a lack of appropriate housing for people with disability. But where the government can't be trusted with the management of the scheme is they're spending too much on lawyers, too much on consultants. We don't have enough direct staff. We don't have a properly trained workforce. The pricing mechanisms used in some cases are too generous, but in other cases are too insufficient for service providers and the workforce to deliver the services. Labor has a clear set of values and principles by which we would improve the performance of the NDIS, but one way you don't improve the NDIS is to constantly make people anxious about whether or not the funding they got this year will be there next year. One way you don't make the scheme more sustainable is to constantly trash-talking the economics of the scheme. This government has given up managing the scheme. It now relies on lawyers in the AAT. It now relies on making it harder for legitimate people to get onto the scheme. It's not managing the scheme, it's given up, it's surrendered. That is why at the next election, if we want to defend the NDIS, then you have to vote Labor, or you should certainly consider voting Labor.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have... Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's the morning after the budget, and what a disappointment it is for Tasmanians. Nothing in the budget from last night, that fizzer of a budget, makes up for a decade of attacks on wages, job security and Medicare. And in Tasmania, well, Tasmania, Deputy Speaker, has been left off the map completely, literally left off the map. The signature regional piece in that budget last night was the $7 billion for priority infrastructure, and Tasmania doesn't crack a mention. Not $1 of regional priority infrastructure spending will be spent in Tasmania. It's an absolute disgrace. As for the $100 million that's been slated for the Great Eastern Drive, the Tasman Highway in my electorate, I of course welcome any dollars that come to my electorate, but you pour through those budget papers and there's no detail of when that spending will occur, no detail of when that $100 million will arrive. And what we know from previous iterations of this government, with the way it's handed down previous budgets, is that money will be in the never-never. Because they've announced funding before for roads in my electorate and in my state, and it's all in the never-never. It's all off beyond the forwards. So I challenge this government, tell us when you're going to spend this $100 million in my electorate to improve Tasman Highway. It doesn't need that funding in 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. It needs it now.
Call the member for Parkes.
The coalition government's commitment to reducing our emissions is no more apparent than it is in the electorate of Parkes. Last Friday, along with representatives of AGL, we announced a $41 million battery to be constructed in Broken Hill. That is in conjunction with the wind farm at Silverton, the solar farm that's already at Broken Hill, and this battery will allow a greater efficiency and more reliability for the city of Broken Hill, particularly the mining sector that relies so heavily on the electricity grid. That's just one of the things that's happening in the Parkes electorate. Not only is the Parkes electorate doing more than its share to carry this country through the exports of agricultural and mining resources, but with regards to reducing our emissions, the program that we're funding to generate hydrogen from solar at Lake Kajoligo, the cobalt mine at Broken Hill that will have 450 permanent jobs, the lithium mine at Fifield, which will have a similar amount of jobs, providing raw materials for batteries into the future, the rare earths that are going to be mined from Dubbo. All of these commodities are highly sought after, modern technology to reduce our emissions, not to mention the enormous contribution our farmers are doing by sequestering larger amounts of carbon in the soil through their modern farming techniques. The Parkes electorate is leading the way in helping this country reduce its emissions.
I call the member for Cowan.
Speaker, before the last election in 2019, with much hype and fanfare, the Prime Minister promised the people of Perth's northern suburbs a training hub in Wanneroo. Every budget since then has failed to deliver that training hub, and last night was no exception. It's another shameful example of a government that is there for the flashy announcement but never follows through on delivery. Now, there I was last night, Deputy Speaker, with my pen and my paper in hand like a child on Christmas morning, waiting to hear what this government would deliver or would promise to the people in Perth's northern suburbs, 65% of whom have to travel outside of the city of Wanneroo for work. Key infrastructure projects like the Neerabup industrial precinct that will create jobs. Nothing Nothing for people in Perth's northern suburbs. This government simply doesn't care about creating jobs and developing skills for the people of Perth's northern suburbs and the people in Cowan. Just like the Wanneroo Training Hub, nothing there for the Neerabup Industrial Precinct. The expansion of this precinct will create around 40,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, for people in the northern suburbs. But you know what, Deputy Speaker? The only place you'll find a commitment to those people is in a Labor government budget.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. It is with tremendous pride that I bring to the House attention that on Sunday the 10th of April, the largest transport infrastructure project in northern Victoria, the Echuca-Moama Bridge, is set to open. This $323 million project has been driven by the Nationals in government in 3 different jurisdictions. I was part of the State Nationals in 2013 when we put $96 million on the table. And then in 2016, as a candidate for Nichols, we were able to negotiate with our federal Minister Darren Chester and also the New South Wales National Party Roads Minister to put their 2 parcels of money on the table at the same time. And then this new river crossing will now transform the region and offer in border towns a second crossing that for 140 years have simply been putting up with a single river crossing. The existing bridge currently has 25,000 vehicles a day, including 1,500 heavy vehicles each and every day. The new river crossing will reduce traffic going through the main street of Echuca by 10,000 cars a day, making it much safer. Most importantly, the new crossing over the Campaspe and the Murray Rivers will slash operating costs for the freight industry. More than 400 direct jobs and more than 1,100 indirect jobs were used during the construction phase, and many local businesses were able to take advantage of those jobs. Deputy Speaker, the new Echuca-Moama Bridge is a testament to the Nationals in government delivering for regional Australia.
I call the member for Wills.
Deputy Speaker, in these uncertain, volatile times, governments show their true colours. The pressure of challenges is what makes or breaks governments. This government is full of ministers prancing around like toy soldiers, beating their chests, talking a big game on defence. But at every post, at every milestone, at every turn, they have failed. Incompetence. Australia should be a partner of choice for our Pacific partners. Yet we have the Solomon Islands turning to China for security. Right on our doorstep, China may have a key outpost in the Pacific. On the Morrison government's watch, the government's policy is not the Pacific step-up, it's the Pacific stuff-up. Deputy Speaker, Australia has strong natural advantages as a preferred economic and security partner in the Pacific. But if you sit in the naughty corner at enough international climate conferences, give empty speeches and ignore the existential challenge, the pleas of our Pacific neighbours, is it any surprise they have failed on the 3 Ds, diplomacy, development and defence, failed on defence, leaving us with a submarines capability gap for 25 years, and across multiple capabilities we are billions over budget, failed on diplomacy, gutted our embassies, chronically underfunding DFAT for years doing diplomacy on the cheap, failed on development, cutting our foreign aid by $1.18 billion since 2013, blind to the fact that our aid and development assistance is critical to our national interest. Is it any surprise that the Solomon Islands now looks to China and not to us? This government has got to go for our national security.
Time has expired. I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Daintree microgrid project is signed, sealed and is now about to be delivered. I've fought tirelessly for this project now for more than 2 decades, and I'm immensely pleased with that the construction will start later this year. I could stand here for hours and talk about the microgrid project and the benefit of the hydrogen, but it's a long history of getting to this point. However, I just want to pay tribute to the people who have been with me on this journey from the beginning. I've often reminisced with Daintree resident Betty Hinton from Floravilla Ice Cream about this journey and who's been with me right from the beginning. Unfortunately, 3 other people who were involved in the initial discussions over so many years, Linda and John Nichols from the Daintree Tea Plantation and Betty's husband Bill, all have since sadly passed away. Finally, I'd like to pay tribute to and personally thank long-term Daintree residents Russell and Teresa O'Doherty. They were the ones that really copped a lot of flack over many years, many years, for their campaigning on this issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, their unwavering support, their absolute passion in making this happen and their dedication to this, to supporting this project is actually what has actually made it become a reality. And unfortunately, Russell and Teresa have recently moved out of the area and moved to other places, but there's no doubt that it's successful because of them.
Time has expired. I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The government says this budget is temporary and targeted. Well, I have another T word for it: transactional. It seems they'll do anything to try and buy the vote of Australians. Although the irony is that it's full of re-announcements and missed opportunities. The Prime Minister has bragged about caring for the hunter for over a year, and yet he has patently failed to deliver. He's ignored calls from our business and industry groups, community groups, and completely disregarded the needs of the electorate of Patterson. We've seen no new money to secure the future of GP access, which has been cut. We have seen no commitment from those opposite to fully fund the MRI machine that we have at the New Maitland Hospital, which is currently going through a world of pain in terms of staffing as well, all at a time when people have never been more concerned about their health and, quite frankly, their healthcare system. We have seen no commitment to youth mental health in Port Stephens and no new money to fix the $97 million worth of maintenance backlog for the LGA of Cessnock. Kurri is in that LGA. The roads are just dreadful. No local commitment for our endangered koala population, no commitment to Patterson or the hunter at all from this government.
I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to commend Newport-based music teacher Rock Karan, aka, wait for it, Captain Rock, for his extraordinary efforts in helping inspire, influence the next generation of gifted musicians. For more than 35 years, Captain Rock has taught over hundreds of students at the Newport Music School, where he is the founder. In addition to helping students achieve top marks in the HSC, he has also guided them to accreditation in jazz piano and jazz ensemble exams. In fact, many members of his jazz rock community have gone on to win prestigious awards and accomplish success on many international levels. Most notably, these include the multi-instrumentalist Ed Wells and Northern Beaches Rays composer Matthew Thompson, who has recently won the prestigious 2021 National Jazz Award. I applaud Rock on his incredible contribution to the music community. I know that his love of jazz and teaching will continue to touch the lives of many around us for years to come. As Rock so aptly put, music is what binds us and connects us, not only as humans, but to evolution of life itself. Thank you.
I call the member for Kennedy.
Speaker, Australian farmers have seen costs skyrocket. Fertiliser, freight, packaging, fuel have nearly doubled in the past 12 months. Urgent action is required. For example, medium-sized banana farmers, the biggest generic item sold in supermarkets in Australia are bananas. Farmers who would provide work for 25, 30 people face monthly bills of around $500,000. This equates to $1.50 per kilo of bananas before the farmers have any return at all. Farmers receive about 20 cents less, about $1.30 from the supermarket chains, who charge consumers double that amount to $3 a kilogram. Farmers would actually save money by doing nothing but sitting around and taking dole payments. Governments need to urgently act. Supermarkets must provide farmers with a minimum price that is higher than the cost of production. Supermarkets equally need to be accountable for the price increase that they charge Australians, particularly when the two major supermarkets have 90% of the Australian food market. And then they preach to us about free markets. It's not a free market. It's what I was taught when I was at university. It's an oligopoly. We demand a strong government that does not provide sugar hits to the Australian public, or farmers live off their borrowings from the bank, eating away their asset until they own nothing and have no income. We demand the government provides real change to stop this from continuing.
Expired. I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am so excited about the budget that our government has just handed down, and I am particularly thrilled that the electorate of Boothby will see even more infrastructure upgrades. We have done so much for our local community during my 2 terms in Parliament. We've fixed Oaklands Crossing, which has changed lives. We've done the Flinders Link upgrade so that there's a rail line up to Flinders University and Flinders Medical Centre, the Darlington upgrade. We have fixed the age-old problem of the Springbank Dawes Goodwood Road intersection, which again is saving people 30 minutes a day one way. We're undertaking this Cross Road and Fullerton Road upgrade. The Mitcham Hills Road corridor upgrade will be happening soon, and of course the Greater Adelaide Freight bypass planning study is underway. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, this budget we announced a fix to another age-old problem in the electorate of Boothby, which is the Marion Road, Anzac Highway Crossroad upgrade. We will be doing a grade separation of the road and the tram line. This is one of Adelaide's worst bottlenecks. It's a road that so many of my local residents have to drive through to get into the city to get to work every day, and it is also one of the arterial roads to the airport. So people will no longer run late for their plane. They'll be getting to work more quickly. It will be safer, and I'm so proud of what we've delivered.
I call the member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, this Liberal National Government has neglected the environment at every turn. It has denied and ignored the threat of climate change at every turn. Unbelievably, this week's budget goes further. It doubles down on that incompetence and neglect. One thing that's become super clear through the events of the last couple of years is just how much our well-being is inextricably connected to the health of our environment. Whether it's the rise of zoonotic diseases like COVID-19 or the frequency and scale of unthinkable natural disasters, Australia has experienced what happens when the balance gets out of whack. The harm to human health is enormous, and there is devastating year-on-year impact to infrastructure and economic activity. Yet this budget cuts funding to Australia's clean energy agencies by 35%. From the government that refuses to lift its pathetic emissions target even 1 inch, we now see our clean energy agencies cut by more than a third. And there's no commitment to fixing a failed environmental protection framework that has Australia's threatened biodiversity on a trajectory of decline. More and more species are on the brink, and they do nothing. Deputy Speaker, the Australian people should not put up with this rubbish. The Australian people should hold on to the fact that if you vote for incompetence, incompetence will continue. And we simply cannot afford in this country another 3 years of environmental and climate change failure, which is all you will ever get from those opposite.
I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. During the last sitting, I was pleased to advocate for federal funding on behalf of the local government authorities in my electorate for a range of minor capital projects. So I'm pleased to announce that last night's budget delivers an additional $4.84 million in federal funding under the third phase of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program for 3 local councils in my electorate. The City of Joondalup will receive $1.44 million, the City of Stirling $1.43 million, and the City of Wanneroo $1.97 million. This federal funding will support local councils by subsidising the cost of delivering priority local road and community infrastructure projects, supporting local jobs and helping communities recover from the pandemic. As an economic stimulus measure, the federal funding enables road and community infrastructure projects, including maintenance, which would otherwise have been delayed. Eligible projects include road safety improvements at dangerous intersections, new or upgraded bicycle and walking paths, community halls, picnic shelters and barbecue facilities at parks, as well as projects to support tourism. This additional funding continues to assist every local government in Australia to deliver priority local projects, supporting an estimated 9,000 jobs across Australia over the life of the program.
I call the member for Fenner.
Muesli bar, can of chicken, jar of Vegemite. What do they have in common? Well, they all have longer use-by dates than the promises of last night's budget. which included
the
a
point of
one-off...
order. The member for Fenner will pause for a moment. The minister has a point of order.
Speaker, props should not be used.
I'm aware of the standing order and the context in which this is being used. Thank you. Continue on, member for Fenner.
I understand why they want to interrupt this one. All of those products have longer use-by dates than the promises of last night's budget, which had a one-off cash handout in April, a one-off tax payment in July and petrol price relief that ends in September. The cost of living problem might be new to this government, but it's not new to the Australian people. We've just had the worst decade of income growth since the Great Depression. Yet the budget had no enduring solutions for cost of living, no comprehensive childcare solution, no Powering Australia plan. And it had no answers for declining productivity, which underpins wages. No free TAFE places, no additional university places. If the government hadn't given $20 billion of JobKeeper to firms with rising revenues, it might be able to address the problems of Australian households. Yet, as always, they put billionaires before battlers. Australians know a government that's past its use-by date. Like a stale product, they start to give off a smell. And we're looking at a government like that right now.
I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to report to the House that we've taken the first concrete steps towards the construction of the Inland Rail project in the Toowoomba region. Last week, the first sod was turned at the Interlink SQ site to commence enabling works for this fantastic legacy project. Now, the site's where the western border to Gowrie section meets the eastern Gowrie to Kangaroo section, and the $18 million funding agreement between ARTC and Interlink SQ will see utilities moved and upgraded to prepare for the Charlton site for the Inland Rail line and the planned intermodal hub. As a particularly important piece of infrastructure for our region. This sets us up as the distribution network for South East Queensland. It's a win-win that will prevent a doubling up of works further down the line. And the construction is going to be carried out by a local firm, Newlands, and this is just the start of the jobs and economic benefits that we'll see flow into our local economy from this project. Across the state of Queensland, we'll see 11,800 jobs at the peak of construction and a boost of more than $7.8 billion to gross state product during construction in the first several years. Toowoomba region stands to benefit the most from these gains, not just in Queensland but across Australia. As we're saying, there's $5 billion of construction work happening within the Toowoomba region, a fantastic investment that will really set us up. And I'd like to thank Interlink SQ for all of their efforts, their foresight investing in this area, and remind again, this will provide local firms with work, local people with jobs. It's a fantastic investment. Long may it continue.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier today, I met the most amazing aged care worker. To support her residents when they have dementia, if they're from a non-English speaking background, she learns their native tongue so that they can have support in their final years. As we know, people who regress with dementia can quite often lose, unfortunately, their English language skills. These people, when they have dementia, they need our care, they need our support, and these amazing aged care workers go above and beyond to help them. Yet last night, in this government's budget, there was no commitment to these amazing workers and what they do. There was no extra money in the budget for wages. In fact, they said that many of them had not yet received the bonuses that this government promised them. There was no extra money for ratios to ensure that there was adequate staffing in our aged care facilities. There was no extra money to ensure that there was a nurse on site in our aged care facilities 24/7. This government made no commitment last night to fixing the crisis of aged care, despite their own Royal Commission titled Neglect, handing down damning findings and demanding that they put in ratios to help our aged care sector recover. If this government was serious about fixing the aged care crisis, then last night they would have put some money in to support these aged care workers, get the dignity and support they deserve.
Time has expired. I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Cottesloe Beach is one of the most well-known beaches in Perth. It features on postcards, plays host to the annual Sculpted by the Sea exhibition, the iconic Rottnest Channel Swim, and even the Beach Boys performed there in 2004. Cottesloe is a destination for locals, for regional visitors and international tourists all year round, and is a key contributor to the WA economy through tourism. It is one of the most accessible beaches in metropolitan Perth, being within 800 metres of a train station. However, its amenities, accessibility and foreshore features have not had a significant upgrade in the past few decades. This is why I am working with the local council, the town of Cottesloe, and supporting their vision to address several infrastructure gaps and improve Cottesloe Beach. I must stress the proposed upgrades don't just benefit the local residents of Cottesloe. There are huge benefits which flow to WA and Australia more broadly. And because of this, I do not believe that the costs of the plan and the vision should be borne solely by the residents of Cottesloe. And that is why I am calling on my federal colleagues and our government to support this project and help to deliver a vibrant, enticing and accessible key destination for locals and visitors from across Perth, Australia and internationally. Thank you.
I call the member for Doe Bell.
People in my community on the Central Coast have been waiting for this government to fix the road through Wyong for years. It's a bottleneck that can take over half an hour to clear on a busy day and even longer when there's an incident on the M1. We've been calling out for this upgrade for years and have only seen a small amount of funding for planning works. But last week, after years of campaigning, Coasties finally got the news they've been waiting to hear. After almost a decade in power and on the eve of an election, the government finally bowed to community pressure and agreed to fix the road through Wyong. While this announcement is welcome, it is long overdue. My community has been working tirelessly to secure funding for this project. We launched a petition calling on the government to act. We've held protests by the side of the road, and we've supported this campaign relentlessly. The Morrison government has had years to invest in our region, but they've completely overlooked the north of the Central Coast and roads and infrastructure. Now, at the 11th hour, they've announced plans for rail, for roads and to duplicate a section of the Central Coast Highway. But their track record speaks for itself. What locals want to see is action, not more announcements or re-announcements. The last major infrastructure project on the Central Coast was the M1 upgrade when Labor leader Anthony Albanese was the infrastructure minister. Only Labor will deliver for the Central Coast. It's time something was done.
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the good people of Swan, I'd tell them that the budget delivered by the Treasurer last night outlines the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future. It provides cost of living relief for families in Western Australia, creates more local jobs, provides record investment in essential services and will keep Australians safe. The budget delivers cost of living relief now, a long-term economic plan that creates more jobs, record investments in essential services and stronger defence and national security. Our temporary, targeted and responsible cost of living package eases cost of living pressures. For the next 6 months, fuel excise will be cut in half, saving Australians 22 cents a litre. A one-off $420 cost of living tax offset will help over 10 million low and middle income earners. In addition to this, the pensioners and concession card holders will get a one-off $250 cost of living payment. The budget also delivers the largest improvement to the budget bottom line in over 50 years. Unemployment is at 4%, the equal lowest in 48 years, and in Inner Perth it's actually at 2.5%. The budget will see it go even lower. The budget will strengthen our economy, it will encourage small businesses, increase apprenticeships and invest strongly in manufacturing, infrastructure and regional development. The budget will also strengthen our Defence Force while making the biggest ever investment in cyber security. Two things you'll never see in a coalition budget is a mining tax and a carbon tax which are anti-Western Australian. So stay the course and stay with the Morrison government.
Order. The member for Shortland has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The seat of Shortland is suffering a GP crisis because of the cuts by this awful government. Cuts to the GP after-hours service, reclassification as an area of no longer having a GP shortage. What a disgrace, Mr Speaker. 149 GB practices in our area unable to get doctors. Brooke from Warners Bay told me last week it's taking her 7 weeks to get an appointment to see her GP. I spoke to a paramedic from Spears Point last week who said that paramedics are under even more pressure because patients can't get in to see their GPs. Swansea Medical Practice has a clinical room completely empty every day of the week because they can't get doctors. And what's the response from this hopeless government? The Minister for Regional Health has said that Hunter has plenty of medical services. What a joke. and the Liberals' patron senator for Shortland has a secret plan to close GPs and send people to the public hospital. This is the truth. The Liberals don't care about Medicare. They don't care about solving the GP crisis in Shortland. Only Labor has a plan. Labor's plan to restore the cuts, to restore the funding to the GP after-hours service and to reclassify our area as an area of GP shortage, because only Labor cares about health outcomes for Shortland. Those on the other side hate the people of Shortland and don't care about the doctors.
The member for Bowman has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Look, last night's budget, what a boon for home buyers, 150,000 places, over 3 years for deposit assistance, a policy so compelling it's been appropriated by the other side. Noting also today, a year since those ridiculous allegations about me were republished through the media, untrue, egged on by ALP opponents and broadcast without obtaining my version of events. They're now a thing of the past, Speaker. Last year's bullies were not warriors for women. They used the same tactics against women for their own personal advancement. Strong women don't need that conduct in their lives. If the media is now considered more in their commentary, get both sides of the debate, then that is an important legacy to leave behind from those 12 months.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition, I'll just get you to take a seat for a moment, please. I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of Senator Kimberley Jane Elizabeth Kitching has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Dr Moses Henry Cass has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Before we get underway into question time, it is customary for the chamber to have an official photograph of the 46th Parliament. So I would direct all members to turn around and face the official photographer. We're leaving masks on. We are leaving masks on. Those members who, for instance, the member for those members that are up the back might like to move around to the side, right around here. Member for Bonner. Thank you. Questions without notice. Are there any questions? The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. After a decade of ignoring cost of living pressures and attacking real wages, will the Prime Minister now admit his latest budget shows that the average Australian worker will be $1,355 worse off this year?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I can confirm that in the budget year and across the forward estimates, real wages are forecast to increase, Mr Speaker. That's what I can confirm, Mr Speaker. I said in the budget year, Mr Speaker, and over the forward estimates, Mr Speaker, I can confirm that, and the Treasurer can add further onto the National Accounts measure, Mr Speaker. And the reason that is occurring is because under this government we've got unemployment down to 4%, Mr Speaker. Under this government, we've been investing in the essential infrastructure and in our regions, Mr Speaker, and in skills, Mr Speaker, which is what is driving the Australian economy out of this pandemic at a rate of growth and a rate of employment growth, Mr Speaker, that exceeds the advanced economies of the world, whether it's the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Mr Speaker, Japan, Canada, outstripping the growth of all of these countries coming out of the pandemic. And as a result of that strong growth, by backing in Australians, backing in small businesses, backing in Australians with lower taxes, Mr Speaker, cutting the red tape, ensuring they're investing in skills, when we've got 220,000 apprentices in trade training right now, the highest level since 1963, Mr Speaker. We're investing a record $120 billion in our national infrastructure pipeline. We're getting businesses online. We're getting businesses in the data and digital economy. We're supporting our manufacturers to make things here in Australia, in everything from processing of critical minerals, Mr Speaker, to the manufacturing of important mRNA vaccines in Victoria. Mr Speaker, we are investing in Australia's future. As a result, unemployment is going down, growth is going up, and wages are increasing, Mr Speaker, and it's the strength, Mr Speaker, of the Australian economy which is going to support wages into the future. Now, those opposite, on Thursday, Mr Speaker, those opposite have an alternative budget to deliver in this place on Thursday night, and the Leader of the Opposition has one plan for wages: to write a letter, Mr Speaker. That's it. That's his only plan. He's going to write a letter to the Fair Work Commission. And we've been waiting for him to write it for 3 years,
Prime Minister
Mr Speaker.
will resume his seat. The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you,
Mr
Speaker. On direct relevance, the Prime Minister was not asked about alternative policies. He was asked about a real wage cut
Deputy Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat.
delivered.
The Prime Minister wasn't asked about alternatives. He was asked about the cost of living and wages. Up until then, the Prime Minister was relevant. The Prime Minister has the call.
I wasn't asked about alternative policies because there are none, Mr Speaker. They're not a small target, they're a vacant space when it comes to economic policy, Mr Speaker. You can't find a policy between them. The Australian people deserve to know what the Labor Party will do, Mr Speaker, and they haven't got a clue because the Labor Party haven't got a clue, Mr Speaker.
The member for Lindsay has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. A stronger economy will create more jobs and opportunity while guaranteeing essential services, including in my community of Western Sydney. Will the Prime Minister please outline how the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future will create more jobs and a strong economy?
The Prime Minister has a call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the member for Lindsay knows and members of the government know, this is a budget, as the Treasurer said last night, that is a budget for the times. The times that are tough, Mr Speaker, the uncertainty that we see all around the world. But despite that uncertainty, the Australian economy has been coming back, Mr Speaker, faster than we've seen right across the advanced world all around the globe, Mr Speaker. And because of that, the budget is at a position that is $100 billion and more stronger over the last 12 months. And what that has enabled us to do, the hard work of Australians and the discipline of the government, Mr Speaker, in the way we have managed the budget means last night the urgent cost of living relief that Australians need to shield themselves from the increases in fuel prices, which put the price of everything else up, Mr Speaker. Last night, because of the work done by the Australian people, because of the disciplined financial management, Mr Speaker, of the government, we could invest to give them that shield, to protect them from those price increases. Halving the excise, that's cutting taxes on your petrol. Every time you go to the Bowser, Mr Speaker, now, over the next couple of weeks, as that flows into the economy, Australians will receive and feel that tax relief so they can keep more of what they've earned, so they can invest it and deal with the cost of living pressures. Mr Speaker, in addition to that, we've put in place the payments for those on the pension, some $250 to help those through these difficult times as those cost pressures are on. And of course, when Australians, working Australians earning less than $126,000 a year, put in their tax return on the 1st of July, Mr Speaker, they will get an extra $420. But it's not our money, Mr Speaker, they're getting, it's their money because it's a tax cut. Because on this side, Mr Speaker, we understand that Australians should keep more of what they earn. And that's what we've delivered in lower taxes, and that's why we're going to ensure that they can keep more of what they earn right here, right now, to deal with the very real cost of living pressures that they're facing. This is a targeted plan, Mr Speaker. This is a responsible plan, Mr Speaker, and it's a temporary measure to deal with the real cost of living pressures that Australians are facing right now, Mr Speaker. And as a result, they can have confidence when they see that relief. They can know that it's been provided for, that they've worked hard to deliver it, because in the last 12 months the budget's improved by more than $100 billion. And so that sets Australia up. It sets us up for, as we come out of this pandemic, that we can look to the future with confidence. We can invest in the regions. We can invest in infrastructure. We can invest in skills and manufacturing, Mr Speaker. We can guarantee the essential services that Australians rely on, and we can invest in the security and defence of our nation, because we know how to run a strong economy, because a strong economy, Mr Speaker, means a stronger future.
The member for Rankin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Given 52 out of 55 of the government's wages forecasts have been wrong, and real wages will go backwards at an even higher rate this year than the last budget anticipated, why should the Australian people believe anything the Prime Minister promises on wages, especially on the eve of an election?
The Treasurer has the
Mr Speaker, I tell you what won't increase wages. That's $387 billion of higher taxes, Mr Speaker. $387 billion of higher taxes, which was Labor's policy going into the last election. Now, Mr Speaker, last year's budget, when we made a wages forecast, it actually came in at half a percentage point higher than what we had forecast, Mr Speaker. A half a percentage point higher than what we had forecast. And as the Prime Minister has outlined, in the budget year and beyond, we have forecast that the wages price index being above inflation. And what we know is the way to drive higher wages is to drive down the unemployment rate. And when Labor came to government, the unemployment rate was 4.2%. When Labor left office, the unemployment rate was 5.7%, Mr Speaker. And I can confirm to the House that the unemployment rate today is at its equal lowest in 48 years at 4%, Mr Speaker. And that female unemployment is at its lowest level since 1974, Mr Speaker. And in the budget last night, we printed a number for the unemployment rate to have a 3 in front of it for the first time in 50 years, Mr Speaker. And that belongs to 26 million Australians. And unlike those opposite, when they were presiding over the recessions in the 1980s and the 1990s, the unemployment rate remained elevated for some 10 years. This time round, it's taken just over a year to get the unemployment rate back.
The Treasurer will resume his seat. The member for Rankin on a point of order.
Yeah, relevance, Mr Speaker. You were in government in the 80s recession, genius.
The member for Rankin will resume his seat. The Treasurer is relevant, and return to the dispatch box. The Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, the reality is the best way to drive down unemployment is to invest in the programs that we announced in last night's budget. And with a lower unemployment rate, you see upward pressure on wages.
Members on my left.
So, Mr Speaker, through this crisis, we have done everything we possibly can to help save jobs and to help put Australians into new jobs. And today there are 375,000 more Australians in work than at the start of the pandemic. That is something that belongs to all Australians, and it's the pathway to higher wages.
The member for Bass has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer explain to the House how the Morrison government is providing significant assistance to help Australian families with the cost of living, while also ensuring our economic recovery continues to strengthen?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Bass for her question and acknowledge her deep experience coming into this place as a farmer, as a local mayor, and her commitment to her local community. And she knows that in last night's budget, the numbers demonstrated that growth is higher, unemployment is lower, and wages are strengthening, and that our economic plan is working, with an unemployment rate today at its equal lowest in 48 years, and with an economic recovery that is leading the world, faster and stronger than the United States.
The Treasurer will just resume his seat for one moment. I've repeatedly pulled members up about making comments using, I think if that was the member for Whitlam, I'm not entirely sure. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But did the member for Whitlam use an unparliamentary remark? Certainly. I'd ask the member for Whitlam to withdraw. Don't say what it was. Just withdraw. I withdraw. I thank the member for Whitlam, and the Treasurer has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, not only did no one hear him, but no one listens to him as Mr Speaker. I mean, the reality is that Australia's economic recovery has been one of the strongest anywhere in the world, faster and stronger than the United States, than the United Kingdom, than Canada, than France, than Germany, than Italy and Japan. And in last night's budget, we announced an $8.6 billion package of measures to ease the cost of living pressures on Australian families, recognising that cost of living pressures is the #1 topic around the kitchen tables of the country. Cutting the fuel excise in half, Mr Speaker, will see a family with 2 cars that fill up once a week up to $30 a week better off, and $700 over a 6-month period. A $420 bonus to the LMITO, the low and middle income tax offset, will support more than 10 million low and middle income earners, Mr Speaker, which means if you're on $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 or $90,000 on the 1st of July and after that you put in your tax return, you can see $1,500 in your bank account as a result of tax relief provided by this government. And also in the budget, Mr Speaker, was a $250 payment to 6 million people on income support. Veterans, pensioners, carers, people on a disability support pension, and concession card holders, including self-funded retirees, Mr Speaker. And that 6 million Australians will get that $250 payment, and for many, in addition to the indexation arrangements, which is also providing cost of living relief. And also in this budget was a measure to reduce the cost of medicines and to make them more accessible to 2.4 million Australians. So the measures we announced last night were responsible. They were targeted, they were temporary, and they were designed to provide cost of living relief for Australians who need it most.
The member for Rankin has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. This Prime Minister's budget contains $3 billion in secret cuts. What are they?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know what the member opposite is referring to, Mr Speaker, and if you'll come with me, Mr Speaker, if you'll come with me to page 49, Mr Speaker, of the budget paper number 2. It's got a number 2 on it, in case you're not familiar with it. It refers to the decision taken but not yet announced. What the member opposite doesn't understand, I'm giving you a lesson in budgets for dummies over there, Mr Speaker. Budgets for dummies. What you do, Mr Speaker, is you reduce.
I'll just ask the Prime Minister just to withdraw that comment.
Andrew Charlton.
I'll just ask the Prime Minister to withdraw that last comment.
Sorry, I withdraw, Mr Speaker. I was referring to what should be a popular publication for those opposite, because this Leader of the Opposition's never delivered a budget, and that Shadow Treasurer's never delivered a budget. He was involved. Oh, here he goes.
The member for Rankin on a point of... Just hold it. Members on my right. Order. The Treasurer. The member for Rankin on a point of order, and we'll go straight to the point of order, please.
Yeah, relevance, Mr Speaker. If he had an answer, he'd spit it out.
The Prime Minister is in order. The Prime Minister...
It's very simple, Mr Speaker. The line item there shows the change from last year's mid-year budget update of decisions taken but not yet announced and not for publication measures. Now, what that means is when that number goes into the negative, it means that other numbers have gone into the positive. It comes out in that column and it goes in another column. Genius, Mr Speaker. It goes down one another and it goes up in the other column. That's how budget works, Mr Speaker. They don't know how to put a budget together, Mr Speaker. They have no idea. I'd suggest the Shadow Treasurer doesn't find a friend either if he ever becomes Treasurer, because his best mate on putting the budgets together was Wayne Swan, Mr Speaker. And we all know what Wayne Swan did when he was putting budgets. He assumed iron ore prices at $180 forever. He had mining taxes that didn't raise any money, Mr Speaker. These, Mr Speaker, to those opposite who would be responsible for the economic manage of this country. A Leader of the Opposition who's never delivered a budget.
Member for Griffith.
He spent 6 weeks on the Expenditure Review Committee and never delivered a budget, Mr Speaker. The Shadow Treasurer has also never delivered a budget. On this side, Mr Speaker, a Treasurer has delivered 4 budgets. A Prime Minister has delivered 3 budgets as a Treasurer, 4 budgets as a Prime Minister and 1 budget as a member of the Expenditure Review Committee. That's 8. That's 8, Mr Speaker. So I'll put my 8 budgets up to your 0 every single time, because 0 is the amount of policy we've seen from those opposite. Mr Speaker, we often speak of net zero in this place. Well, the Labor Party is net zero on policy.
The member for McEwen is warned. The level of interjections is ridiculously high, and it's coming from both sides of the chamber today. It's all that pent-up silence from last night, obviously. I would remind members that, for instance, if you're going to make a point of order on relevance and no one can hear what's being said, I wouldn't even bother rising to the dispatch box. The member for Kennedy has the call.
Deputy Prime Minister, on 4th of March, didn't you say we must be a nation of vision? One thing we can do is build Bradfield, rightly claiming the Spanish's flood, fire and drought. Why then have you allowed TEL, a self-appointed elitists, to abolish Bradfield's Hell's Gate, reducing it from 6 million megalitres to 2 million, from 120,000 hectares of western desert uplands irrigated into $4 billion of annual production to $300 million a year pygmy scheme, not out west but adjacent to and polluting the Barrier Reef?
Just before I call the Deputy Prime Minister, I'm not going to allow I'm not going to allow the level of interjections as was on the last question, so I will start ejecting people from the chamber. The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Kennedy very much. I understand his passion, and we both have a belief in vision, a vision to build the water infrastructure. I understand what you're saying about 6 million megalitres as your proposed dam, but with Burdekin, which would be still at about 1.8, and Urana Dam at 2.1, we're getting close to 10 million megalitres of water, and that starts to put real problems on whether we get the approval through the Queensland government. I say to the member for Kennedy right now, even though Hells Gate Dam was an item of critical infrastructure for the Queensland Labor government, as well as an election promise, as was the Urana Dam, where our office is still awaiting any form of correspondence back from them that they have any intention to build either, even though they don't have to put 1 cent on the table for it. And the reason for that, as the member for Kennedy knows, is the Labor Party is controlled by the Greens. And if you want confirmation of that, the member for Kennedy need only wait till tomorrow night, where we see whether the Labor Party is going to build Hells Gate, whether the Labor Party is going to build Urana, whether the Labor Party will put money on the table for Dungowan Dam, or whether they will be the party that removes this vision, because ultimately they don't stand behind the people of Gladstone, they don't stand behind the people of Townsville, they don't stand behind regional towns, they have no vision, they have never built anything of any substance that in any of their terms in government for the people that are in this room, maybe in the past, most certainly, the Chifleys and the Curtins, but the member for Kennedy knows that those people are long since gone from the Labor Party. And what we have now, and what you'll hear the next night, is an apologist to the Green sentiment that obviously the whole world is complete. All we've got to do is stop and get off. There is nowhere to go, because the member for Kennedy is very aware that if you're going to talk about how you spend money, and they're doing a fair bit of that, you've actually got to talk about how you're going to earn it. You actually got to talk about how you're going to earn it, and that is the fundamental difference that you've seen in the document that the Treasurer and the Prime Minister has put forward for our nation. They've made the brave decisions about how we earn the money. They've made the brave decisions of how we stand behind the people of Gladstone, how we stand behind these decisions. But we haven't heard anything from the Labor Party in support of that infrastructure. Yet the gentleman that sits opposite me, the member for Grayndler, used to be the infrastructure minister, and not one piece of our infrastructure apparently does he agree with, because he lacks any vision. So if you want to build Hells Gate, this is the side that's going to build it. And if you don't want anything with North Queensland, there's the alternative.
The member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Last night's budget unlocked transformational investments in ports, dams, roads and other infrastructure in our regions. Can the Prime Minister please outline to the House the importance of ports in generating wealth and to grow the nation, and how our infrastructure investments will make Australia as strong as possible, as quickly as possible? Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of alternative policies? Thank you.
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Flynn for his question, and note his service to this nation and service to this chamber in what he's done in basically standing behind the people of Gladstone and standing behind the people of Emerald and looking after the people of Billawheeler. This is a person who is being re-elected by his people 4 consecutive times. And that is a person of vision, and that's what we need. And he mentioned, Mr Speaker, ports, and yes, this is incredibly important, and we are investing in ports, whether it's Dampier, Port Hedland, Darwin, whether it's Bundaberg, whether it's Newcastle. So we might start with Newcastle because it's so vitally important. $25.1 billion worth of produce goes out of the Port of Newcastle, coal, and it's a shame because the people on the other side, tied up by the Greens, don't support the people of the Hunter Valley. The member for Shortland is obviously very close to the Greens, and he wants to make sure he's got an issue. He talks about transitioning people out of the coal industry. That's making them unemployed. And we talk about what we are doing at Port Hedland, where we have over $90 billion worth of produce, $90 billion worth of iron ore. This is how we pay. This is how we pay for the standard of living of our nation. And we talk about the Port of Dampier with over $40 billion worth of exports. This is so important, in the Port of Gladstone, where the member for Flynn comes, with over $28 billion worth of exports. Exports such as coal, alumina, aluminium, liquefied natural gas and agricultural goods. This is how we pay the bills. And we must make sure we invest where we make money. And the Accelerator Fund that's been brought forward by this government also has so much more to add to regional areas such as Lithgow, regional areas such as Shepparton, to make sure that these places also share in the vision for our nation, with the Regionalisation Fund providing investment in regional infrastructure, the Modern Manufacturing Initiative for strengthening advanced manufacturing, the Critical Minerals Accelerator Initiative, the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, because supply chains for food, fibre and minerals all start in the regions, the Australian Apprenticeships Initiative, the Trailblazer Universities Program and Education Infrastructure in regional Australia, the National Centre for Digital Agriculture and Innovation and Adoption Hubs, the Recycling Modernisation Fund, the Export Market Development Grant Program, the Capability Improvement Grant and Sovereign Individual Capabilities Priorities Grant. I've heard people say that they think that they talk about what our vision is for weeks. We have laid down a vision for decades. We have laid down a vision to make our nation even stronger, quicker, as strong as possible. We have taken into account the changing circumstances of our globe, and we are making sure we keep the Australian people safe.
The member's time has expired. I just want to make clear the member for Macarthur was warned just a moment ago, so there's no confusion. The member for Ballarat.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And my question is to the Treasurer. At 1 a.m. this morning, the Deputy Prime Minister tweeted about the budget, and he said, "What we see, this is not a movie, not a bad dream. This is the reality now. This budget is about saying where we can make money, we will make more, as much as we can." Can the Treasurer explain what the Deputy Premier means, and does he agree?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, was talking about our motivation for the investments in this budget in our regions, Mr. Speaker, because only one side of politics will support regional Australia, and it's this side of politics, Mr. Speaker. $100 billion of investment in regional Australia since we have come to government. And last night's budget laid down another $21 billion of investment in our regions, with investment in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, whether it's water infrastructure like the Hells Gate Dam, Mr. Speaker, which can help create more agriculture production, which can be exported to the world, creating jobs here at home. Whether it's our $1.3 billion telecommunications package to support regional Australia and to deal with black spots and build greater connectivity. Whether it's the work we did in terms of regional health to give more people in regional Australia access to MRI machines when they need it, Mr. Speaker. And regional doctors. We are encouraging people to undertake training as a doctor and to work and live in our regions, Mr. Speaker. And transport infrastructure, like Outback Way. And there are numerous other programs that are designed, Tanami Road, to create jobs across the region. And as the Deputy Prime Minister outlined, a $2 billion accelerator fund with further investments in export market development grants, in our manufacturing initiative, in our modern recycling plan. Mr. Speaker, in creating more apprentices across regional Australia. And then, of course, the $7.1 billion in 4 priority areas across the Northern Territory, the Middle Arm, Mr. Speaker, in the Pilbara, in Western Australia, in the Hunter, in New South Wales, and then unlocking the potential of the Burdekin in North and Central Queensland, Mr. Speaker. These are our policies. These are our policies to create the jobs of the future. They're in our budget. They're part of our vision for a stronger economy and a stronger Australia.
Great. The member for Fenner has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
The member for Fenner, I'll deal with it by doing two members of the government next time. Member for Fenner has the call. Member for Fenner has the call. Order.
Has any Prime Minister ever taken a worse set of debt and deficit figures to an election?
Who's the question to?
The question. Well, I didn't hear who the question was directed to. I don't need members on my right to be giving me gratuitous advice. Thank you.
Speaker, I began by saying the question was to the Prime Minister. You interrupted and then called the member. If it assists the House, I'm happy to restate it in full.
Members on my right. I'll get you to state the question again, member for Fenner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Has any Prime Minister ever taken a worse set of debt and deficit figures to an election?
The Prime Minister has a call.
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for his question on debt and deficit, Mr Speaker. Well, I can tell him that we've just had the biggest rebound in a budget, Mr Speaker, in 70 years, and I haven't seen a Prime Minister do that in a very long time in this place, Mr Speaker, because over the course of just the last 12 months, we have had a $100 billion improvement in the budget over the forward estimates, which enables us, Mr Speaker, to invest for the future, definitely, but also to provide the cost of living relief here and now. Now, Mr Speaker, I hear those opposite talk about debt and deficit, Mr Speaker, and they ask, Mr Speaker, what have we got to show for it? We've got 700,000 people who are still in jobs, Mr Speaker, to show for it, Mr Speaker. We've got a Western Sydney airport that's being built that the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Transport Minister for 6 years, couldn't get even off the ground, Mr Speaker. He couldn't even get it off the ground. And here he is chipping away, Mr Speaker. He spoke about it for 11 years in opposition. 11 years in opposition, whining about the Western Sydney airport. He had 6 years to do something about it, and he didn't even dig a hole, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? No. The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. On direct relevance was a very tight question that contained no element of alternative policies.
The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. On the contrary, the question was not a very tight question. When questions are asked in the way that they were, that is certainly leading a broad response. The Prime Minister has the call. No, the Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The investments and the economic interventions that this government has made during the course of the pandemic saved the Australian economy. It kept 700,000 people in jobs. It ensured, Mr Speaker, with more than $40 billion of investment in our health response, Mr Speaker, ensured we saved 40,000 lives. 40,000 lives. And we have, Mr Speaker, on the Global Pandemic Preparedness Index, Australia is rated second in the world. That's what it achieved, Mr Speaker. An achievement of the Australian people that has been barely matched anywhere around the world. And we stepped up in the pandemic. And what we hear from the opposition with these chips about these issues is they're for it and they're against it, Mr Speaker. They're against it and they're for it. We've even heard it, Mr Speaker, from the shadow Treasurer over there, Mr Speaker. Shadow Treasurer, who's today saying that they're going to support
the cost of living measures, even though they don't support them, Mr Speaker. That's what we've heard from the Labor Party, classic Labor Party. They support things just as much as they oppose things. And that's why on Thursday night, Mr Speaker, I'll be listening out for the alternative budget. But I don't think I'll get one, Mr Speaker. I'll be listening out for it for the alternative plan. Our plan, Mr Speaker.
I'll just remind the Prime Minister there's nothing in the question about alternative policies.
Understand. Mr Speaker, our plan, the Australian people know, is set out in this budget. Our plan, Mr Speaker, sets out the investments in manufacturing, in energy, Mr Speaker, in dams, in roads, Mr Speaker, in lower taxes, and ensuring we're supporting Australia to deal with cost of living pressures right now.
And I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer explain to the House how the Morrison government's strong economic management in the face of numerous challenges shows that it is only the coalition that can responsibly manage the budget and strengthen our nation's finances? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative approaches?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And
members on my left.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Wentworth for his question and acknowledge that he has been an outstanding diplomat for our nation, Mr Speaker, and an outstanding member for Wentworth. Now, Mr Speaker, it's important to understand that in last night's budget, it demonstrated that the economy is growing, that growth is higher, unemployment is lower, and wages are strengthening. And when you consider how far our country has come over the last 2 years, it is remarkable. At the peak of the crisis, Treasury thought the unemployment rate could be as high as 15%, Mr Speaker. And the Labor Party set us the task, in their words, in the member for Rankin's own words. The single biggest test for the Morrison government's management of the pandemic would be what happens to unemployment and jobs, Mr Speaker. That was the test the Labor Party set for us. And I can confirm to the House that the unemployment rate today in Australia is the equal lowest in 48 years at 4%, Mr Speaker. And that, Mr Speaker, that female unemployment is at its lowest level since 1974. And that when those opposite came to government, the unemployment rate was 4.2%, and when they left government, it was 5.7%. And as a result of a stronger economy, we are seeing revenue upgrades which we are banking to the bottom line, with an improvement of more than $100 billion to the bottom line, Mr Speaker, 3/4 of which has been driven by a stronger labour market. Unlike those opposite, we haven't baked into the budget commodity price assumptions at unrealistically high levels. That's what Labor did. We have kept commodity price assumptions at a conservative level, Mr Speaker, so that we didn't put expenditure across those commodity prices. We've seen the deficit, Mr Speaker, as a share of the economy more than halve over the forward estimates, and then more than halve again by the end of the medium term. This is a responsible budget. There are temporary and targeted measures to ease cost of living. There's measures to improve the productivity and the growth of the economy and create more jobs. But there's also a significant and material improvement to the budget bottom line, the product of an economic plan that is working, that is seeing unemployment come down, more people in work paying tax, less people on welfare requiring payments. That is a sign of a strong economy.
We're going to go to the government side. The member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is also to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer remind the House of the Morrison government's strong record of creating jobs and reducing unemployment, particularly through our investments in skills and apprenticeships, and how this will help secure a stronger future, delivering on our long-term economic plan?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Ryan for his question, acknowledge his experience as a Treasurer himself at the Brisbane City Council, which, Mr Speaker, is a significant council. Yes, as the Prime Minister reminds me, he's done more budgets than the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker. As the Leader of the Opposition. And, by the way, more budgets than the Shadow Treasurer as well.
True.
That's right.
That's true.
Mr Speaker, one of the real success stories of Australia's response to the pandemic has the fact that we now see more Australians in work than ever before. There are in fact nearly 2 million more Australians in work than when we came to government. There are 375,000 more Australians in work than at the start of the pandemic. We've seen youth unemployment come down below 10% for the first time in a decade, Mr Speaker. We have seen female unemployment at its lowest level since 1974. And we have seen the headline unemployment rate get down to its lowest level, in the equal lowest level in 48 years at 4%. This is not luck. This is a result of an economic plan that has been working. The JobKeeper program that helped save 700,000 jobs, the cash flow boost that helped support small businesses, the work we did in our aviation industry. We didn't buy an airline like Virgin. We absolutely allowed the private sector to sort that out, Mr Speaker, and as a result we now have 2 strong domestic airlines. But one of the real signs of a strong economy is the increasing number of people taking up a trade apprenticeship. And to see more than 220,000 people in a trade apprenticeship right now, the highest since records began in 1963, is a sign of a strong and healthy economy. And we put in place a 50% wage subsidy, which was really important in giving employers the confidence to keep those workers on. Chippies, Mr Speaker. Plumbers, Mr Speaker. Sparkies, Mr Speaker. Not like Steve Irons, Mr Speaker. Hairdressers, Mr Speaker. Chefs, Mr Speaker. Apprentices that have been kept on through the crisis, and now more apprentices are being kept on. That is a sign of a growing economy. And last night we put $2.8 billion in the budget for further investments in apprentices, which will see $5,000 payments to the apprentices themselves and $15,000 payments to the employers who take them on, helping to boost both the commencement and the completion rates. So, Mr Speaker, we are really proud of what the Australian people have achieved throughout this crisis, to see us avoid the economic abyss, to see the unemployment rate at 4% and going even lower. That is a sign of a strong economic recovery that is leading the world.
The member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's budget delivers $1 trillion of debt and rort after rort after rort. Is that why page 154 of Budget Paper No. 4 allocates no staff to a National Anti-Corruption Commission in this year or the next?
The Minister has the call.
Well, I do thank the Shadow Attorney-General for his question and for his many distinguished years of service as the Shadow Attorney-General. Mr Speaker, the Shadow Attorney-General asks questions about the Commonwealth Integrity Commission, a policy framework on which we've done detailed, thorough and rigorous work. Mr Speaker, a nationwide consultative process, 333 written submissions, 46 consultations, and we've got very detailed legislation ready to introduce, Mr Speaker. And I repeat the point that we stand ready to introduce this legislation just as soon as the Labor Party indicates that it wants to work with us to achieve this important public policy reform. Mr Speaker, we stand ready to do that, but unfortunately we have not seen the cooperation across the aisle that we would like to see. But, Mr Speaker, let me address the Shadow Attorney-General's anxiety, because I know he is very worried about employment opportunities for wig-wearing silks. He's troubled that they have a limited number of employment opportunities. Let me assure the House, Mr Speaker, that our government has committed $172.1 million over 4 years from 2022-23, including capital expenditure, to establish the Commonwealth Integrity Commission. So, I do encourage him to perhaps go out and get himself a new wig, and there may even be an opportunity for him there at some time in the future.
The member for Moncrieff has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future includes key defence investment that will help to ensure Australians are kept safe and secure from all threats?
The Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Moncrieff for her question, and like all of us on this side of the House, we want to make sure that we can help to protect Australians online. We want to keep their households safe, we want to keep their businesses safe, and we want to keep our institutions safe. As we've seen in the Ukraine, there is a significant amount of cyber attack that's taken place on the Ukraine, and whilst Australians understand the investment that we've made into nuclear-propelled submarines and the money that we're putting into tanks and into additional staff within the Australian Defence Force and additional fighter jets, etc., to keep our country safe, Mr Speaker, this is the latest instalment in our plan to keep Australians safe, and we are pledging about $10 billion, Mr Speaker, over the course of the next decade, because whilst Australians may not see the activity online every day, our country is already under attack online. We know that there are state actors such as Iran, such as North Korea, such as Russia, such as China, who are attacking Australian systems each day, Mr Speaker. And we've seen in other jurisdictions where they have been able to infiltrate systems, they have been able to affect the water supply, Mr Speaker, they have been able to affect the energy networks, telecommunications networks, and we realise that we have to invest more into the Australian Signals Directorate, which is part of the Australian Defence Force, the men and women who are involved in defending our systems. And this is, as I say, Mr Speaker, a $10 billion investment. It's interesting to look at the words, Mr Speaker, of the UK's Strategic Command General Sir Patrick Sanders, who says, if this was an air war, it would be the Blitz. The intensity and the frequency of the attacks are on the same scale, and if we let too many so-called bombers and their payloads through, then it will sow the seeds of defeat. And if we allow people into our telecommunications network, if we allow our banking system to be closed down, that would have catastrophic consequences on confidence in this country, and it would result in our personal records being exploited, and it would result, Mr Speaker, in very significant economic damage being done to our country. So this side of the parliament, Mr Speaker, has invested consistently into the Australian Defence Force. We back the men and women of the Australian Defence Force, Mr Speaker. We have a plan to keep Australians safe. We have a plan to defend our country, and this, Mr Speaker, is a very important frontier. We're putting money into development, along with our partners, in space technologies, in AI, in quantum, and we're keeping Australians safe online, Mr Speaker. We will continue to do so. We can only invest this money because of the management of the budget and because of the management, Mr Speaker, over the course of the last couple of years, that has resulted in our ability to keep our country safe.
Yes, on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
I'm with the Defence Minister in praising those great men and women at the Australian Signals Directorate, and I thank the Minister as well for helping to facilitate a visit from me to ASD headquarters here in Canberra. They do a great job keeping us safe, and this will be even more important in the future.
The member for Griffith has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday I raised the predicament of the Khan family in my electorate, who had one member approved for a flood relief payment and others rejected. They were without power for 27 days. I provided further information to the Prime Minister's office as requested. Can the Prime Minister confirm that instead of receiving further assistance, his government is now demanding that the only member of the Khan family to receive the flood payment pay it back?
Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question. In the course of since the question time yesterday and question time today, I have not had the opportunity to review that information, Mr Speaker, as you'd imagine, over the course of the last 24 hours of the delivery of the budget and the many other matters that attend to that. But I'll undertake to review the information that the member has raised and get back to her as soon as I can, Mr Speaker.
The member for Higgins has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women. Will the Minister please outline to the House how the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future makes significant investments in the long-term safety, health and economic security of women across Australia?
The Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Higgins for her question and note her strong leadership with all matters pertaining to women and girls in her electorate. Mr Speaker, this is our second women's budget, and together they have delivered $5.5 billion. This budget supports Australian women at every stage, every age and every walk of life, and we have the serious investment that backs that right in. Now, the women's workforce participation rate is at a record high. The women's unemployment rate is at a record low. There are more women in jobs, and they're better paying jobs than they ever were before. The economic plan outlined by the Treasurer last night will improve the outcomes and opportunities for women, and it will deliver an even stronger, more productive economy. And that, of course, gives women greater choice, greater flexibility and greater economic security. As I said, there are more women in highly skilled jobs than ever before, taking up more leadership positions, now holding over 50% of Australian government board positions, compared to 41.7% when we came into government. Now, I know, Mr Speaker, that despite this progress, there remains a range of barriers to women's workforce participation. So this budget invests nearly $500 million in women's economic security measures to address these barriers, and front and centre is our enhanced paid parental leave for families. It means that eligible working parents can share up to 20 weeks of fully flexible entitlements between them, because we know that one size doesn't fit all when it comes to parental leave and family arrangements. This budget is about delivering the essential services that women need, and women's safety is absolutely paramount. Now, we talked about an enormous down payment at the last budget of over $1 billion in women's safety. Once more, we're building on that, investing a further $1.3 billion based on the 4 pillars of our next national plan, because we understand that in order to work towards ending all forms of violence against women and children, we have to have a sustained, collaborative national effort. We have to address the drivers of this violence so we keep women safe at home, at school, at work, online and in the community. So within our women's safety package, there are measures such as our Escaping Violence program, greater access to dedicated legal services to really support victims of sexual assault, new models of care to access trauma-informed recovery. The Morrison government is deeply committed to the safety, security and opportunity of Australian women, and this budget reflects that.
The member for McMahon has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. After the recent devastating floods, New South Wales Nationals MP Jeff Provost said there's real venom out there directed at the Prime Minister, that he doesn't understand what's occurring on the ground. This is like a remake of the bushfires 2 years ago. The federal government is disconnected with the good people of Australia, and we're paying the price for it here. I think they should hang their heads in shame. As New South Wales suffers more serious flooding, why does the Prime Minister always do too little, too late?
The Prime Minister.
I don't share the views of Mr Provost, Mr Speaker, and the support that the government has provided through the Australian Defence Forces, Mr Speaker. Right now there are 3,280 Australian Defence Force members in the Northern Rivers there to support people. As in the Northern Rivers right now, they go through the unthinkable trauma of facing yet another flood, Mr Speaker, in the matter of just a number of weeks. And already, Mr Speaker, in the 7 local government areas that have been affected by these floods, the federal government has already made payments of $211,649,893.52. That is in a matter of weeks, Mr Speaker, delivering much-needed cash and income support for people who have been devastated by these floods. And in total across New South Wales, Mr Speaker, some $2.1 billion, including these investments, has been made to support the people of New South Wales who are affected by these floods. Almost $1 billion, Mr Speaker, has also been made available to support those impacted by the floods in south-east Queensland, including the investments we're making with the Queensland Government. Now, Mr Speaker, the rebuilding process there will be a big task. And I want to thank again the member for Page, who I have no doubt, Mr Speaker, rather than being here, would like to be back in his electorate, standing alongside his constituents, as I'm sure the member for Richmond would also, Mr Speaker. And if she's there, well, I commend her for being there, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure the member for Page would very much like to be there. And, Mr Speaker, I would cast no aspersions on a member of this place for being there and being here, Mr Speaker. I think that's very important, because, Mr Speaker, we are going to continue to stand by the people of the Northern Rivers, of south-east Queensland, of the Hawkesbury, Mr Speaker, all of which have been devastated by floods, but none more so than those in the Northern Rivers. And the response that we've made to get the Australian Defence Force, and when the floods hit, Mr Speaker, in the Northern Rivers on that Sunday night, on Monday by lunchtime, the Australian Defence Forces were winching people off roofs, Mr Speaker. They moved fast to get in there and help people and to ensure that they were carrying people to safety. I met one of those chopper pilots, Mr Speaker, when I went there, and I spent time with the Defence Forces who had been assisting those in that local community. The danger, Mr Speaker, the dangers that they encountered. And they weren't the only ones I visited, Mr Speaker. I wasn't going to put cameras in people's faces, Mr Speaker. I went and sat with them in their homes, in their farms, Mr Speaker, in their businesses, and listened carefully to the sort of support they needed. The Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker, is barking across the table. And, Mr Speaker, what that demonstrates is we've got a Leader of the Labor Party who's very happy to...
Prime Minister's time has expired. Member for Sydney. The member for Sturt has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future strengthens Australia's sovereign manufacturing capabilities and secures supply chains?
The minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Sturt for his question. His steadfast commitment to manufacturing in this country and in his electorate. Over 5,100 people in his electorate working in the manufacturing sector, and he knows how important a sovereign manufacturing capability is to this country, Mr Speaker. It gives us a stronger economy and a stronger future. Now, Mr Speaker, this budget has backed in an additional $1 billion of funding for Australian manufacturing. That's $750 million in the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, Mr Speaker, $200 million for supply chain resilience to make sure we have the products we need when we need it, as we did with AdBlue just before Christmas, Mr Speaker, which is now largely manufactured in this country to keep the wheels of industry, to keep our heavy vehicles moving, Mr Speaker. And that builds on the more than $925 million of funding that we've committed to specific initiatives under the Modern Manufacturing Strategy. Investments that are driving new manufacturing activity, jobs, investment across this great country. Investments, Mr Speaker, that are critical to producing the materials we need, where we need them and when we need them. Now, Mr Speaker, the space sector is one of our national manufacturing priorities, and it offers enormous opportunity for Australia. We use them every day here in Australia, navigating in our cars, using our phones, Mr Speaker. Our farmers use them to guide their headers and their tractors, Mr Speaker, to monitor their crops. And emergency workers use them as well, Mr Speaker, to do their work every day. Now, Mr Speaker, we're making significant investment in the space manufacturing sector, including $20 million to establish the Australian Space Manufacturing Hub in South Australia, which will create 1,300 jobs, Mr Speaker. But we're also investing alongside Gilmore Space Technologies in the Gold Coast, Mr Speaker, a local manufacturer using cutting-edge, world-beating technology indeed, and they're expecting to get their first commercial payload into orbit later this year, Mr Speaker. I was with them in the Gold Coast just last week. We're investing $52 million alongside them, expected to create 850 jobs, including 350 jobs for local engineers and tradies. And as the CEO and founder, Adam Gilmore, we saw his brother James as well, said the space industry has asked for help from the federal government and the federal government has responded. That is fantastic. Mr Speaker, projects like this is how we drive a stronger economy, a stronger future for this country, Mr Speaker, and stronger Australian manufacturing at its core.
The member for Blair has the
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Yesterday the minister told the House there was $96 million in the budget to clear up the backlog of veterans' compensation claims. Today, can the minister tell the House in which budget paper and on what page the $96 million can be found? If he tells us the missing money is in the contingency reserve, what is the expenditure contingent upon?
The minister has the call.
Well, I thank the member for Blair for his question, but, member for Blair, please tell me that that is not the best question that you've got. Please tell me that you have something more out there to give to this House, because at the end of the day— no, I want you to listen to this. I want you to listen to this. I want you to listen to this. At the end of the day, it's not about you, it's not about me, it's not about the critics, it's about the veterans out there. It's about working for veterans and serving veterans and supporting their welfare. Now, Mr Speaker, $96 million has been secured to clear up the unacceptably high backlog of veteran compensation claims. And as I said on Saturday, Mr Speaker, when I said on Saturday there would be $22.8 million as a line item in the budget, that's exactly what there was, Mr Speaker, because when I said that, Mr Speaker, the budget had already gone to the printers. And I also said yesterday, Mr Speaker, that there would be over $73 million in the contingency fund, and there is, Mr Speaker. $96 million has been secured, Mr Speaker, and I have to say, Mr Speaker, I have been absolutely overwhelmed by the hundreds of emails of support that I have received from veterans around Australia, both in the ministerial office and in the electorate office, from the messages that I have seen. And you know what they've said, Mr Speaker? They're glad that someone has gone into bat for them and called it like it is and stuck their neck out to get something done. So I don't resile from it, Mr Speaker. I was at a veterans' morning tea with Senator Seselja this morning, Mr Speaker, and that's exactly what the veterans were saying. But it's a great opportunity, Mr Speaker, to talk about the other important measures that were delivered in the budget. There was Mr Speaker. There was $70 million to improve the fees paid to veteran home care providers, Mr Speaker, making sure that our vulnerable veterans can get the help and support that they need. Mr Speaker,
all right, the member for Blair will resume his seat. The minister. The question, just as a question that's asked, can't be asked for a yes or a no answer. The minister is being relevant to the topic of the question. No. Minister has the call.
You're just wasting the time of the House, Member for Blair. You really are.
The Minister is reminded that those remarks are made to the Chair.
Our veterans put their country above themselves, and they expect a higher form of service from the people in this House, Mr Speaker. So, Mr Speaker, I appreciate all of the support that I have received from the veteran community, and I want them to know that I'm with them all the way, Mr Speaker. We are determined to get them the support that they need and the support that they deserve, and they deserve nothing less from you, from me and everyone in this House, and I will not be backing down from supporting them. And I stand by everything I've said, and I stand by everything that I've done.
The Minister will resume his seat. The member for Mallee has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the Minister outline how the Morrison-Joyce government plan for a stronger future is continuing to invest in and support the agriculture industry as it grows towards $100 billion by 2030?
The Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia has
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Mallee for her question and acknowledge the rich and proud history of the Mallee area in producing some of Australia's finest food and fibre, and in fact will play a very significant role in Australian agriculture for the first time in our nation's history, producing more than $80 billion worth of output. To put this in perspective, only about 6 years ago we were producing $40 to $45 billion worth of production. And that's because we've been putting in environment infrastructure around our farmers. And our Ag 2030 plan goes directly to that. And our budget since announcing our Ag 2030 plan has put over $2 billion towards that environment and infrastructure. Trade is pivotal to us as an Australian agricultural sector. We're a nation of 26 million people. We produce enough food and fibre for 80 million people. So if we don't trade with the world, don't engage with the world, then we don't need as many farmers. And so in the last two budgets, there has been in excess of $500 million in modernising our trading platforms. And in fact, for the first time, we are giving our farmers individual portals to be able to identify export opportunities for them at the farm gate, a world first. We're also putting more boots on the ground in embassies and high commissions, breaking down those technical barriers that have stopped us from getting market access commodity by commodity. But we're also protecting Brand Australia with a record spend in biosecurity, over $1 billion in making sure we protect our borders from pests and diseases decimating Australian agriculture. And we're doing that with new technology as well as putting more boots on the ground and more paws on the ground. In fact, we're also now putting robotic paws on the ground to be robotic dogs into areas that the Labradors can't go to. But we're the first country in the world to embrace X-ray technology, 3D X-ray technology, with artificial intelligence that is checking every one of the 144 million parcels that go through Australia Post. And we will extend these for the first time in a trial with New Zealand to go through the airports to understand what is in your bag before you leave New Zealand. These are world firsts that we are undertaking. But the world firsts don't stop there. We are the first country in the world to also protect Brand Australia in being able to measure and improve in biodiversity. Our carbon farming projects will now not only be able to get a carbon payment but a biodiversity payment, because we are the first country in the world to be able to measure an improvement in biodiversity. So our farmers will get those two payments, plus we will be branding their product with a seal for their wheat, their beef, their wool, that says to the world that it is the most sustainably produced in the world. This is the environment that we are putting around Australian agriculture to grow the jobs, to make sure that regional and rural Australia benefit from a strong agricultural sector well into 2030.
The member for Oxley has.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Frank and his family live in Goodna in my electorate. Frank will be 80 soon. For the second time, first in 2011 and now with the recent flood, Frank's house was completely inundated and he has lost everything. Why has Frank received $2,000 less than New South Wales flood victim? Is it because Frank lives in Queensland?
The Prime Minister has a call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The answer is no, Mr Speaker. No, that is not the reason, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, across New South Wales and Queensland, there were floods of different intensity. And in northern New South Wales, Mr Speaker, there was a 1 in 500-year flood, as advised to us by the scientific agencies who advise us on these matters. And the member opposite would know that whether it was in the Hawkesbury, Mr Speaker, or in south-east Queensland, the recovery and the payments, Mr Speaker, that were made to flood victims were consistent with the disaster recovery payments that have always been paid in response to floods or bushfires. Now, Mr Speaker, those opposite may want to play politics with natural disasters, but, Mr Speaker, I'm not going to do that, Mr Speaker. The federal government has made payments of $1.3 billion, Mr Speaker, to 1.4 million Australians. The ADF has been on the ground in south-east Queensland, where the Minister of Defence and I, Mr Speaker, the Minister of Defence and I went out to Enoggera Barracks, Mr Speaker, as they was preparing to go and support flood victims right across south-east Queensland. And in Queensland,
the Prime Minister will
Speaker,
resume his seat for one moment. I appreciate these things are very emotional for members that are directly impacted by their communities. The member for Oxley has just received his final warning. He will not get another one. The member for Oxley will sit and listen in silence to the answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And so the government, as I went to Enoggera Barracks with the Minister of Defence, and they deployed, Mr Speaker. And the Australian Defence Forces deployed at four times the size and almost a week faster, Mr Speaker, than the response during the 2011 floods. I want to commend the ADF for the work they've done in South Queensland.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on point of order. Leader of the Opposition on point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. On relevance, the question wasn't about the ADF. It was about Frank in Goodna, in the member for Oxley's electorate.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Prime Minister is being relevant to the question, and the member for Isaacs is warned. The Prime Minister has a call.
So in addition to the disaster recovery payments that have been paid in Queensland, Mr Speaker, in addition to the extensive Australian Defence Force support that has been put in place, we also have joined with the Queensland Government in a $558.5 million package of supports to support those impacted by the south-east Queensland floods. Mr Speaker, the floods in northern New South Wales were 1 in 500-year events, and the advice we received from agencies, Mr Speaker, was those events qualified for an even higher level of funding that has ever been provided before because of the absolute intensity of that flood event in northern New South Wales. Mr Speaker, we'll continue to stand with all of those affected by the floods, and the swift response, the swift provision of payments to all of those affected by floods, and the additional supports provided to those in northern New South Wales who, as we even speak, as the waters went over the levee this morning, Mr Speaker, we will be there with them to support them each and every step of the way.
The member for Robertson has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's budget is supporting families by providing access to life-saving medicines and genetic testing for conditions such as spinal muscular atrophy?
The Minister for Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Robertson, who's been a great advocate of support for rare cancers and rare diseases, and indeed there's $750 million in the budget last night for the 10-year Medical Research Future Fund plan focusing on rare cancers, rare diseases, clinical trials. But in particular, in relation to spinal muscular atrophy, the House will be aware of the case of Rachel Casella and her beautiful baby Mackenzie. Mackenzie was lost as a young child to SMA, an agonising condition. In response to that, the Prime Minister, in his earlier role as Treasurer, supported the creation of Mackenzie's mission. That mission provided genetic carrier screening to thousands of families. Last night, this Treasurer, in this budget, made Mackenzie's mission permanent and universal for all Australian women, to offer carrier screening for potential couples around Australia for cystic fibrosis, for Fragile X and for spinal muscular atrophy, to give parents the option of knowing whether they might be carriers and therefore to proceed to IVF. This will make a profound difference to families. But there's another family and another mother who's had a huge impact on awareness of spinal muscular atrophy. In the chamber, with her hand up, is Julie Seni. Some years ago, Julie lost not just one child but two children, Montana and Zali, to SMA, and she's been a campaigner ever since. She campaigned for the listing of Spinraza, which this Prime Minister listed and which this Treasurer extended for treatment of SMA. Last night, a medicine called Zolgensma was listed by the Treasurer. This medicine is now on the PBS. It would otherwise cost $2.5 million, beyond the reach of virtually any family in Australia or around the world. And this medicine offers a potential near cure for SMA. For children under 9 months, it means that they have a chance at a full life, at a rich life, and that will be a legacy that is left not just by those who are on the benches here, but by Julie and all those who have fought for Spinraza, Zolgensma, Mackenzie's mission. These are the practical things that we do. That's what we're doing. But Rachel and Mackenzie, Julie, Montana and Zali, they are the reason, they are the why, that is why, and these are the people for whom we do what we do.
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I rise briefly to pay tribute to Anna George. Anna George has been a formidable figure in the Labor Party's recent history. She began work here in 1989 for John Dawkins when he was Education Minister and then Treasurer. She went on to work for leaders of the opposition, Kim Beazley, Simon Crean and Mark Latham, and then went on to work in the Chief Government or Opposition Whip's office for Roger Price, Joel Fitzgibbon and Chris Hayes. I can't think of another staff member that I've seen in my time here, and indeed before when I was a staff member, who has contributed over such a long period of time as Anna George has. Her knowledge of the parliament and parliamentary procedures is second to none in the building. She always has a friendly demeanour. She organises when people should be in a particular place and make sure that they're there, including here in this chamber. Anna George is a great human being, and we will miss her dearly. We say to Anna, who, when we presented her with flowers and champagne just before question time, she said she was going to come back as a volunteer. Well, I make this offer to Anna that you are welcome to come back not just as a volunteer, but in any capacity whatsoever at any time, and we thank you for your contribution. Thank the government for the indulgence.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. A document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Was the member for Kennedy seeking the call?
Speaker, I seek to make a personal explanation.
Does the member for Kennedy claim to be misrepresented?
I do, yes.
The member for Kennedy has the call.
Whilst I'm a supporter of primary industries and have many good friends who are farmers, I'm not a supporter of production of marijuana farms. There is a website using my name to approach media and speak in my name. I have no affiliation with this or any other website with the exception of bobcatter.com.au and kp.org.au. We know this place is legalised marijuana, and of course we know that there's no wonder the country has gone to pot. But I am not part of the problem, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for Kennedy. I present the Commonwealth Ombudsman's quarterly report under the section 712 capital F subsection 6 of the Fair Work Act 2009 for the period 1 July to 30 September 2021. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Rankin proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the failure of the government's budget to make up for a decade of attacks on wages and job security. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the member for Rankin.
Very good of you, Mr Speaker. Thanks very much for the opportunity. The Northern Rivers of New South Wales are an incredibly special place for many of us here. They have a special place in our heart, and I know that the whole parliament cares deeply about the fact that whether it's Lismore, whether it's Byron or other parts of northern New South Wales, they are going through the really quite unfathomable experience of going underwater again for the second time in a couple of weeks. And I know that I speak on behalf of everybody on this side of the House, and I suspect that side too, when we say that our hearts go out to the people of northern New South Wales who are dealing with the same as the southeast corner of Queensland and indeed right around Australia. It's a real reminder that over the last few years, Deputy Speaker, Australians have been through so much together. They've made extraordinary sacrifices for each other. They've been there for each other in the most difficult times. And after everything that they've been through, after all of the sacrifices that they've made for each other, the thanks they get from a government which is almost a decade old now is a budget handed down from that dispatch box, which is defined by falling real wages, $1 trillion in debt with not enough to show for it, $3 billion in secret cuts that the government won't come clean on until after the election, and absolutely nothing that resembles a plan for the future. You see, budgets at their best provide the foundation for a better and more secure future for our people. They provide more opportunities for more Australians in more parts of Australia. They give people confidence that they have a place and a role to play in the unfolding economic success of this country. But governments at their worst at budget time, they take the problems that exist just before an election and they do their best just to shift those problems to the other side of an election. They spray money around and shovel money around in the hope that people will forget that for most of the rest of the decade that this government's been in office, they've come after people's wages, they've come after their job security, they've come after their pensions, they've come after Medicare. Time and time again, one attack after another on the living standards of Middle Australia. And those opposite, at their peak of their cynicism, think that if they shovel enough money in the general direction of enough Australians a week or two before an election has to be called, then the Australian people will forget the damage that they have done to the living standards of Australians right around Australia. Now, that's the difference between this side of the House and that side of the House. We see budgets as the foundation for a better future. We see budgets as the scaffolding of opportunity in this country. Those opposites see them as just another political pamphlet to be waved around when the country desperately needs a plan. Now, this government has taxed more, borrowed more, spent more and delivered less than its Labor predecessor. And they like to make comparisons in this place. Let me run you through a few comparisons, Deputy Speaker. We're talking here about the average under this government versus the average under the last government. Unemployment under this government, 5.7. The last Labor government, 5.1. Underemployment under this government, 8.6. Under the last Labor government, 7.0. Wages, 2.1. Wages under the last Labor government, 3.6. Economic growth under those opposite, 2.3. Under Labor, 2.5. Business investment, negative 2.8, the so-called party of business, 5.5% under the last Labor government. Productivity, 1.1% under them, 1.4% under us. Debt, gross debt, $280 billion from us left to this government, heading towards $1 trillion and rising under those opposite. We have had enough of these ridiculous lectures about fiscal responsibility and economic management from a government which has underperformed and mismanaged and rorted and wasted at every single term. Now, this is a desperate and panicked and tapped-out budget from a desperate and panicked and clapped-out government. That much is now clear. And there has probably never been a flatter reception to a budget than watching the Treasurer deliver the budget from that dispatch box while everybody over here pretended to read their phones or read something else. They were slept through the Treasurer's budget speech because it was such an underwhelming experience. This budget was underwhelming at best. It is unravelling at worst. And the easiest way to work that out, the easiest way to understand that those opposite understand that they fired that one shot in the locker and it was a blank, is the fact that the budget is still not even 24 hours old, and the Prime Minister and the Treasurer and the Finance Minister in the other place have spent all their time talking about the Labor Party. Even in the Treasurer's budget speech, and we've seen a few budget speeches on both sides of the parliament, 2 or 3 references to the Labor Party in the budget speech. It can't be that good a budget if those opposite are desperate to talk about the Labor Party when the budget is not even 24 hours old. Now, this is what happens when you have a government which is psychologically and temperamentally incapable of seeing beyond the next election. This budget has a shelf life of 6 or 7 weeks, depending on when the election is. The government cannot see beyond the middle of May, and that's how you get a budget which is this underwhelming and which is already unravelling. Now, the Treasurer says, in that monotone, repetitive, focused group, sloganeering way, the Treasurer says over and over again that the plan is working, in the hope that if he says it enough, people will begin to believe it. But the plan's not working if you're a worker in this country dealing with real wages cuts of $26 a week or $1,355 a year, which is what the budget said the real wage cuts are worth this year. The plan isn't working if you're one of the subsequent generations of Australians who is being asked to pay off the debt and the interest on the tens of billions of dollars of rorts and waste that those opposite have inflicted on the Australian people and on their budget, whether it's giving tens of billions to businesses that didn't need support, or car park rorts, or regional rorts, or dodgy land deals, or sports rorts. The list goes on and on and on. The plan's not working if you have to pay off that debt. And the plan's not working if you tuned in on Tuesday night, last night, you tuned in and thought you'd give the Treasurer a chance to give us a bit of a sense of where the country's headed, what the role of the budget is in that, where the place is for ordinary Australian working people in the unfolding story of this economy. The plan is not working. And he had the gall, Deputy Speaker, to say at the end of his speech in that big self-congratulatory finish where he was pretending to be Winston Churchill and he was really hoping for more support from up the back of his ranks, and they weren't listening. Yeah. But he went on and on about how they've delivered, exactly what they said they would do. And I was thinking, who was the bloke wandering around brandishing the Back in Black mugs before the last election? Who was the guy, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer? Remember all those black and white photos and Back in Black mugs and the Scott Morrison looking like he was in a small room talking about Back in Black, and the Treasurer had it and all the ministers, and they were flogging him off for $39.95 on the Liberal Party website. The Treasurer had the gall to say, we've done exactly what we promised. What a load of rubbish. What a load of rubbish. When it comes to the budget, this is the government's delivered $1 trillion in debt. They'd already doubled the debt before the pandemic. They've delivered more consecutive deficits than any other Australian government since the 1920s. This government, after all their rubbish about debt and deficit disasters, no more lectures from those opposite. Now, the Prime Minister was asked repeatedly today, and the Treasurer, to explain that $26 a week that ordinary Australian people are in the hole on average, that $1,355 a year. They couldn't care less about that. In fact, it's a deliberate design feature of their economic policy, as they have confessed in more honest times. And nothing in the budget last night makes up for those real wages cuts, and nothing makes up for the fact that they have spent the best part of a decade coming after wages and job security and pensions and Medicare and all the other ways that we've seen it. Now, Australians are already seeing through this budget in the same way that they're already seeing through this Prime Minister. This is the guy who thinks that 3 + 4 = 8, and when he's asked about it, gets the big stroppy act on, the big glass jaw and all of the rest of it. They are working this guy out. No wonder, with this kind of performance from the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, no wonder the legacy of a decade of this government in office. $1 trillion in debt, real wages falling, secret cuts in the budget after the election, no plan for the future, petrol prices will go up in September, the Lamito tax cuts will end after next year, interest rates will go up at some point in the next 12 months. This is the legacy of 10 years of those opposite. We can end the government. The opportunity can't come soon enough.
I call the Minister for Immigration.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise on a debate about the economy, especially after a budget that we've heard from last night. And I say to the House, if your number one attack after a budget's been delivered is, the people on the opposite benches were not sitting correctly, I mean, I really think you might be failing in your duty to go through the budget papers and understand what is in there. Facts without context, as the Shadow Minister just put forward to the Australian public, really don't provide a narrative about what's been happening over the last 3 years. And I think Australians understand what has occurred over the last 3 years and what the government's response has been and why we need to do it. The coalition government under Scott Morrison and Josh Frydenberg's leadership has supported the economy, and it has meant that we've had to spend in unusual ways. JobKeeper and JobSeeker were programs that wouldn't normally come from any Australian government, let alone a coalition government. But they came because of the extraordinary circumstance of the pandemic. And I can say to the Australian people, I can say to every member in this House, the government does not regret 1 cent that was spent on JobKeeper and JobSeeker because it guaranteed the survival of hundreds of thousands of small, medium, family businesses and supported 700,000 jobs, Mr Deputy Speaker. And so when Labor gets up, when their shadow economic spokesperson, Shadow Treasurer, says they've gone into debt, I think Australians are smart enough to understand, Deputy Speaker, yes, we have gone into debt. We've gone into debt to deal with an extraordinary circumstance, spending at unprecedented levels to support an economy where governments had said you can't open your business, you can't leave your home, you can't go to work. So if the government didn't act, if the government didn't spend, what would have happened to those livelihoods and those jobs? Facts without context, Mr Deputy Speaker, are really irrelevant. The context matters. I think Australians know that we made the right call in supporting the economy. When the government says you can't operate, you can't function, you can't live as normal, of course the government's got to step in and support these businesses and the economy. It's only proper. What's important is that a government has a plan for economic recovery. And what you heard last night from the Treasurer was that plan to recover. And the Coalition has the track record in supporting the economy at the right time with the temporary, targeted, proportionate measures that will deliver that and ensure that we do get that economic recovery as quickly as possible and see people able to grow their businesses. It's why we're seeing unemployment now fall to record lows, not just unemployment but youth unemployment, to levels we haven't seen in many decades. Female participation at the highest levels we've ever seen. Female employment at the highest levels we've ever seen. And more to come. The Prime Minister is committed that if we're re-elected, of course, we will see unemployment go into the threes, we'll see youth unemployment continue to drop, we'll see more work being done on getting people into jobs. And that is working. That economic plan is working. But we know that, of course, world events continue. Global supply chains are pushing up the costs of every single container to Australia. In a trade-exposed economy, that means 5 times the cost on every single container coming to Australia, which pushes up prices. We know that the war in Ukraine means that oil prices are rising, which means people are paid more at the bowser. So what's important is that a government responds through a budget to deliver the temporary, targeted and proportionate relief. So we have said, and we've announced, and it will happen in the coming weeks, a cut to the cost of petrol. This is the right temporary and targeted measure, Mr Speaker, and it's temporary and targeted because we don't want to add to the inflationary pressures on our economy. We're seeing inflation around the world worse than in Australia. Prices are going up. People are paying more for every good and service in other countries. It's starting here, but if the government does something more to add to inflationary pressure, that won't help households. That won't help families. What will help families is a halving of the excise on petrol. Why? Because it means it's a deflationary pressure on the economy. We know that most of our goods are moved in Australia through truck and road transport. We know that removing the excise by half will actually act as a deflationary pressure at the same time as providing relief to households and family budgets. Temporary, targeted, proportionate. Remember, every time the Shadow Treasurer gets up and says the debt's too high, this is the Shadow Treasurer that says we should continue the JobKeeper and JobSeeker programs indefinitely. He said we should never have stopped them. You did. You criticised us for stopping them. Well, take a personal explanation then and tell us why you didn't.
The Minister will pause. The Minister will refer his remarks through the chair.
Certainly, Deputy Speaker. Well, the opposition criticised us yet again for in a timely way, removing those supports because it was time for recovery, not time to continue those measures. What would have happened to the debt if the Labor Party had been in office, if they continued those measures, when at the same time we saw unemployment starting to fall and the recovery on? Again, no idea about the real economy in Australia. We know now with the government's temporary, targeted and proportionate cost of living measures in this budget, we'll see households have cost of living relief at the right time. These measures will go for 6 months. We've also increased the cost of living tax offset, a $420 cost of living tax offset, affecting more than 10 million low and middle income earners. And again, this is the right measure, targeted at the right income brackets, ensuring that we will have not an inflationary pressure on the economy but a deflationary pressure, as well as providing cost of living relief. And you can see, Deputy Speaker, every part of this budget is designed to support families, to support low and middle income earners, to support small and medium businesses, to support those people that are doing the heavy lifting in getting the economic recovery moving. And that's without going into detail about our support for the regions. It's a word that you don't hear from the Labor Party very often, but the regions are where we get most of Australia's economic activity generated. It's where we will get more jobs growth. The only time the Labor Party cares about the regions, when the Shadow Treasurer was advising the former Treasurer in the Labor government, was when they banked record high commodity prices that were never going to last. Every budget that Labor delivered came in under the revenue that they banked at record high prices.
The member for Rankin.
Imagine the Shadow Treasurer stands there and says, "I'm worried about the debt and the deficit," when he worked for Wayne Swan. Imagine when he says, well, why are you not paying back the debt faster? We've got the biggest bounce back in terms of revenue of any budget that we've seen for a long time. Well, of course we have a deficit. But who's going to be better? Who's going to be better?
The member
who's going to be
for
better after a
Rankin
pandemic
will cease interjecting.
to, of course, get the budget back into balance? Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that? Well, I look forward to seeing it. Well, I believe that people are going to look very carefully at this analysis that we shouldn't have spent. The Labor Party simultaneously says we shouldn't have spent money, we shouldn't have gone into debt, even though every business and family and household was shut by the government during a pandemic. Then, of course, we should have kept the supports going after we said we're going to remove them out when the economic recovery was on. And somehow that would have led to less debt deficit and the economy would have been sustained. It is pulp fiction, Mr Deputy Speaker, this narrative from the opposition. And when they stand here and say their main criticism is that people weren't sitting up straight or something in the House, you know they've got nothing. This budget is temporary, targeted at the right people: families, households, small businesses, people that earn a living, the regions, people that drive the economic recovery out there. And we're going to continue to support those people through every one of our measures, through a budget from the Liberal and National parties that recognises the skill shortages, driving investment in skills, driving, of course, people moving to our regions, taking those jobs, but also being able to start their businesses and having them accelerated through our regional accelerators. We're seeing, of course, a record rate of apprentice take-up in Australia. That means now, under this budget, there'll be a new $2.8 billion investment to increase take-up and completion rate of the record rate of apprentices. These are the things that I hear when I speak to business in Australia, when I hear from the regions, mayors, people I've visited around Australia. They're talking about skills, they're talking about a support for business growth, they're talking about getting people into the regions, and that's what this budget will do. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, when you ask any Australian community who would you trust to run the economy, well, we put forward our track record. We put forward our track record of understanding that it is the economy that drives growth, the economy that drives jobs, that relies on small, family, medium businesses, and it's the Morrison government that will continue to support those businesses to drive that growth, to drive that job creation, to get that record levels of unemployment that we're going to see get to a 3%. It will be historic, and a coalition government, a re-elected coalition government, will deliver that record unemployment result.
I give the call to the member for Ballarat.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And can I too just start by where the Shadow Treasurer also started, with just giving my thoughts to the people of the Northern Rivers. Particularly, I visited Lismore just a couple of weeks ago, and the sort of level of devastation, the fact that people are experiencing that today. You know, we have to do much better in terms of disaster assistance and in terms of helping people in those communities. Well, we saw just then from the performance somehow again this mythology that the Liberal National Party are the country's great economic managers. And I would say to people tuning into this debate, have a listen to the Shadow Treasurer's set of figures that he just outlined around wages growth, around unemployment, around debt, and what happened under the years of Labor governments and where the economy was to where we are today, and that absolutely dispels the myth. Any Australians who tuned into the budget, although I understand that Married at First Sight, in fact, actually rated higher than the Treasurer's budget, so I understand that, but I was here listening to the Treasurer, as I'm sure were many Australians. Those who tuned into the budget last night were treated not to a plan for a better future, but a plan for just the next 50 days. After a decade of wasted opportunity, Australians are now being treated with just more of the same. We have a Prime Minister who is worried about nobody's job except his own. This is a government led by a Prime Minister who does not care about ordinary Australians, but only cares about keeping himself at this side of the table. And we have a Deputy Prime Minister who spends the early hours of the morning sending out unintelligible tweets, yet delays sending out to his state and territory transport counterparts how their budget phasing for road infrastructure and rail infrastructure projects is going to happen. The Prime Minister doesn't care about planning for this nation's future because the only future he cares about is his own. You don't have to take my word for it. You can hear it straight from one of his own senators who, in fact, served around a cabinet table with him. We saw Senator for New South Wales say of this Prime Minister, he's adept at running with the foxes and hunting with the hounds, lacking a moral compass and having no conscience. Even more scathingly, she said, "In my public life, I have met ruthless people. Morrison tops the list. Morrison is not fit to be Prime Minister." There is no better way to sum up this Prime Minister and sum up a government that it is only in it for themselves. He is not ruthless to improve this country. He is ruthless in the pursuit of his own personal advancement and of power. And you could see that last night. There is not a thing in this budget that makes up for the decade of attacks on wages, stagnant wages growth, the attacks on job security and the attacks on our healthcare system, that is Medicare. There's this big cash splash before the election designed to get some headlines, and then there is at least $3 billion of cuts, secret cuts that the government won't detail what they actually are, where it's going to do those cuts, that is to come after the election. They promise one thing before the election but deliver cuts after it. What roads, what rail services, what regional community services and what jobs does this Prime Minister plan to cut after the election? And when it comes to the budget, Australians need a pay rise, not a patch-up job that leaves them $26 a week worse off. If this budget wasn't riddled with rorts and weighed down by waste and mismanagement, there'd be more room to support families, to support pensioners and to invest in this nation's future. And having failed to hit 52 of their 55 wage growth projections, the Prime Minister and Treasurer want you now to believe that sometime this time we really mean it. This is a marketing budget from a Treasurer who makes back-in-black mugs before the last election and now is admitting to deficits as far as the eye can see. Even after this budget, the second highest taxing government in 3 decades will collect an extra $5,275 from every Australian compared to the last Labor government. Just think about what an average family could do today with that extra $5,275, what that would mean to a family, how that would change lives and make it easier to cope with the skyrocketing cost of living. This is all at the same time of a Treasurer who was forced into the humiliating backdown of cuts to car park rorts in his own electorate. This is not a budget for the future, it's a budget for a re-election of the Morrison government.
And I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The shift into the regions is undisputably on, as the Australian writes today. Regional Australia growing by 70,000 people in the year to 2021, while the capital city's population fell by 26,000. The big move is on. The great advance to the west is on. And the reason why people want to move to the regions is because the regions are a safe place in which to live, with better telecommunications, better transport links, better health services and better amenity. The regions are the place to be. Now, you and I both know that, Deputy Speaker, because we live in the regions. We love the regions, and the regions will continue to draw and attract people from capital cities because the regions are a great place in which to live. And also, they are a great place for people to live because of the policies that have been put down by the Liberal and National government. The Liberals and the Nationals have put policies in place that have made the regions even more attractive. Last night's budget, delivered by the Treasurer, was a budget for the regions, building on previous budgets that Treasurer Frydenberg has announced, building on previous budgets that Treasurer Morrison had announced, building on previous budgets that this government, this side of the parliament, have put in place to recognise and acknowledge the fact that the regions are a place which is going to drive investment and help our balance of payments into the future. And I'm really delighted that the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, a program that I announced on the 22nd of May 2020, has been extended by another $500 million. Now, for my electorate, Deputy Speaker, that means $13.8 million is going to go to the 12 local councils I proudly represent in this place. But right across the nation, that is going to mean substantial investment in those projects which aren't necessarily the big signature items, but are so important to those local communities. Now, the Shadow Treasurer talks about job security, and it was the Shadow Treasurer who said, when COVID first hit these shores, that this government would be judged on how it handled the COVID crisis with job security, and indeed we have. Second in the world as far as the ratings go, as far as how we have handled the coronavirus. But look at our unemployment level, 5.7% when those opposite left power. What is it now? It's 4%. It's less in the regions. That's the jobless numbers, and indeed the Regional Australia Institute identifies more than 72,500 jobs in the regions right now. If there is a job in the region for all sectors, it is available right now. Many, many jobs. You go up to the high streets, main streets of country towns and cities, regional hubs, you will see job advertisements, hire wanted within on the shop windows in our central business districts. That is because we are looking to employ people. We want people to join that great rush to the regions. We want people to come and share in all of the great things that are in the regions. And to suggest that there is any sort of attack on wages or job security is just piffle. It is just a nonsense, and the member for Rankin knows it full well. Job security is definitely there because there are jobs available. The jobless figures are very good. They are the envy of the Western world because of the economic policies that we have put in place as a government. And just last night, in the budget, we saw that the taxpayers right across particularly the regions are going to benefit from the low and middle income tax offset and the cost of living tax offset. And in my electorate of Riverina, 61,700 taxpayers are going to benefit from those measures. Indeed, the fuel excise, 22 cents per litre for a tank, every tank of fuel, and we know that country people drive more than city folk. That's just a normality. Driving kids to school, driving kids to sport, driving to and from work. It's expected that they drive more kilometres. And indeed, in the Riverina Central West, it could mean a saving of $30 per week for a family with 2 cars, or $700 over the 6 months of the program. A good announcement, a good budget.
Has expired, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Deputy Speaker, in 5 weeks' time, the polls are going to start opening. The early voting polls are going to start opening, and members of the coalition will ask the people of Australia to vote for a Prime Minister who the own Deputy Prime Minister has called a hypocrite. He's actually said a lot more worse things than that, but the rules of Parliament require that I cannot use these words. The former Premier of New South Wales has described this person as a horrible, horrible man, and the current Senator from New South Wales has described the Prime Minister as a person without moral compass who is not fit to hold the office of Prime Minister. Now, the most remarkable thing about each of these people is they all know the Prime Minister a lot better than anybody else on this side of the House, and much better than just about any other Australian. So if the people who know the Prime Minister best are saying that he can't be trusted, that he's a horrible, horrible person, and that he's not fit to hold the office of Prime Minister, how on earth can the people of Australia say this guy is worth a second decade in office? Now, Deputy Speaker, any one of these criticisms should be fatal, but that is not the case on which the Australian Labor Party says this rotten government should be thrown out of office. They are all character flaws indeed, but the principal argument that we'll be taking to the next election is that they should not enjoy a second decade in office, because frankly, They are just incompetent. Rotten to the core and incompetent. They stand here and talk about their own superior economic management, but they have delivered the Australian people the 3 largest budget deficits in our nation's history. $1 trillion worth of net debt, $1 trillion worth of debt. We are coming close to the point where we will be spending as much on interest payments repaying this government's debt as we spend each year on Medicare. These are eye-watering amounts of money, and yet this mob over here try and lecture us on economic management. They say the economy is coming back. They say just trust us with 3 more years and the good times are just around the corner. Well, if you're an Australian sitting around the dinner table and you want to measure how the economy is going, there's only one thing you're thinking about. Are my wages going up? Is there more money coming in to meet the costs of our family budget or less? And you do not have to listen to the member for Rankin, you do not have to listen to myself. All you need to do is read the government's own budget papers. It's there in black and white. In this year alone, real wages go back by a whopping 2.75%. That is, by the end of this year, you're nearly 3% worse off under this government's economic plan than you were at the beginning of it. And you talk about economic recovery and good times being just around the corner, 2.75% worse off at the end of this year than you were at the beginning. The member for Rankin, the number off the top of our head, $26 a week. $26 a week, and the Prime Minister says, don't look at that, look over here. It's the ultimate sideshow huckster. So we won't have any of this. The Australian people, if they want a pay rise, they've got to vote for Scott Morrison not once but twice, because under their own budget papers, it's going to take over 3 years before they see an increase in real wages. So the economy supposedly improving means nothing to the ordinary Australian family until they see their real wages going up. And under this mob, there's a plan for them to go backwards. So whether you vote against the Prime Minister because he's got no moral compass, or because he's a horrible, horrible person, or in the words of the Deputy Prime Minister, he can't be trusted and he's just a hypocrite, or whether you vote for him against him because your wages are going backwards, this mob have to go.
The member's time has expired, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It appears to me that Labor is stuck in the past. They do not understand the fundamentals of a modern economy, nor do they seem to understand that we have been through a global pandemic that has not been seen with an economic shock for more than a century. It's important for us to understand that we on this side get economics, we get finance. We understand that one of the best ways to increase wages is to decrease tax. That means that families, individuals, Australians can take home more pay. We understand this. This is fundamental to the way that we approach things. And we have been doing this from the very first time that I came to this House, and I'm very proud as a member of this 46th Parliament and a member of the Morrison government that we have been supporting tax cuts from the get-go. And we're supporting this to ensure that Australians keep more of what they earn in their pocket. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've legislated more than $320 billion in tax cuts, including more than $130 billion through Stage 3 tax cuts. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, it was the very first thing that I voted on as a new Member of Parliament, and something I'm enormously proud of. We've provided more than $40 billion in tax cuts that have now flowed to more than 11 million Australians since the start of the pandemic. And around $12 billion in support will flow to more than 10 million Australians when taxpayers lodge their tax returns from July 1, 2022. More than $16.5 billion in tax cuts will flow to more than 12 million Australians in this next financial year because of our permanent tax cuts implemented in the 2020 to 2021 budget. more than $93 billion in tax cuts will flow to more than 13 million Australians over the 3 years in the Ford estimates. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, what does this mean? What's the practical implications of this massive tax cuts to the Australian people? Well, someone who's on a median income and earning around $60,000 will be $7,980 better off by the end of this financial year compared with the 2013 to 2014 income tax settings. An average full-time income earner on around $90,000 will be $8,655 better off by the end of 2022 to 2023 financial year compared with the 2013-2014 income tax settings. So we understand the fundamentals that tax cuts mean Australians can take home more pay, and that means they have more spending power to spend into the economy. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, by contrast, Labor took $387 billion of higher taxes to the 2019 election. Taxes in higher personal income taxes of $230 billion, $57 billion in higher taxes for retirees, $31 billion in higher housing taxes, $27 billion in higher family business taxes and $34 billion in higher superannuation taxes. And the people of Higgins told me, that right there, that was a tax on their aspiration for a better life for them, for a better life for their family, for a better life for the prosperity of Australia. And that's because Labor has a fundamentally different approach to financing the economy. It's in their DNA. They think it's Labor's money. They don't understand that it's the taxpayers' money. The government is spending it on behalf of the taxpayer. That is an absolute fundamental. Now, despite the biggest economic shock this country has faced in a century, we have been working hard to make sure that more people are in work. We understand the dignity of work and how important it is for people to have a job. And as a result of the work that we have done through our measures through COVID, including JobKeeper, cash flow boost, incident asset write-off, all those things we've done to support businesses, we now have unemployment at 4%, the equal lowest in 48 years. That is nearly 22 million more Australians in work today than we came to government. This is something to be so enormously proud of because this government understands fiscal responsibility, the economy and how to do the right thing at the right time, at the right place in our history. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
This will be good. Thanks, Speaker. This morning, myself and a number of Labor members went to the front lawn of Parliament to meet with aged care workers. They're here in Canberra to protest their lousy wages and conditions and the neglect of their industry by the Morrison government. These, predominantly women, are Morrison's forgotten Australians. They perform one of the most important roles in our society, looking after our frail, our elderly and our most vulnerable. They're overworked and they're underpaid. Some of them working 2 and 3 shifts and jobs just to get by. The Royal Commission that was instituted into our aged care system, the title of the report that they handed down was one word: neglect. If you ever want an indictment on a government and their approach to aged care, look no further than the title of that Royal Commission, neglect. It talks of substandard care, of malnutrition of residents, of skill shortages, of workers overpaid and underpaid and overworked, a system in crisis. And what did the Morrison government do in last night's budget to help those aged care workers? What did they do to boost the wages of struggling aged care workers in our economy? Nothing. They did nothing. No support for their wage rise that's going through the Fair Work Commission at the moment. No indication even from the government that they will fund any wage increase that the Fair Work Commission will deliver in their wage case. Instead, they get an $800 bribe from the Prime Minister to try and stop them fleeing the industry. A bribe that many of those aged care workers tell us hasn't even been paid yet. The Prime Minister promised it months ago. It hasn't even been paid to them. And as one of them said to me, it won't even be worth a week's worth of rent. Now, what does this say about support for workers in Australia and their wages? Well, this is a government that deliberately goes out of its way to suppress workers' wages. Remember the cuts to penalty rates for hospitality workers. Did this government step in to support hospitality workers, despite the fact those workers were taking home less money to their families each week? No, the government supported that cut to penalty rates. When Qantas sacked 3,000 of its staff and contracted out their work to a foreign corporation that then brought workers in on lower wages and conditions, do you think anyone in the Morrison government spoke out against that? Of course not. When workers in the mining sector took action against their employers because they were working next to people who were employed by labour hire companies as casuals with fewer wages and conditions, yet doing the same job as miners working beside them on a daily basis, who do you think the Morrison government supported in that court case when those miners and their union went to the court to try and get justice for those workers? It wasn't the workers. The Morrison government intervened in that case and backed the employers. It says everything about their approach to workplace relations. They even have a government wages policy that deliberately restricts wage increases in the public sector. And never forget that this is the party of work choices. This is the party that brought in individual contracts so that workers could be ripped off by tearing them out of their union collective bargaining agreements and paying them less. It's one fact that Australians understand, and that is that the Morrison government and every other Liberal and coalition government that has come before it, they never support workers. They never support higher incomes for workers, and they never support wage increases for them. Now, the result has been, in Australia, Deputy Speaker, that real wages have been falling, and falling dramatically under this government. In 2021, inflation was running at 3.5% on an annual basis, but wages only increased by 2.3%. For the average worker on an income of $68,000 a year, that's an effective pay cut of $832 a year. Did the government do anything in the budget last night to alleviate any of that pressure that workers in Australia are feeling? Of course not. That's why Australians are unhappy, that's why Australians are angry, and that's why Australians are not buying the ribbon-cutting budget that was introduced by this government last night. They've ignored the pleas of hard-working Australians for support when cost of living pressure is going through the roof, but their wages have not been increasing for the last decade. And we've seen in recent months that the Prime Minister of Australia cannot walk down the street in a place like Lismore because he knows he is going to be abused and harangued by the Australian people. And that says everything about his standing in the community. And when the Prime Minister can't walk down the street, it's time to give someone else a go.
I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to start by joining some other contributors in acknowledging the terrible situation in northern New South Wales, and particularly I think of the people living in Alstonville, a town I lived in for a few years as a child. I went to Alstonville Primary, and so I'm very concerned about what is happening there, and wish them all the best and all the people that are out helping in those communities and those that are needing to evacuate. I appreciate the opportunity to talk on this matter of public importance, which is about economic management, the state of our economy and where it is going, because this is going to be central to the upcoming election campaign. And I look forward to the opportunity on the campaign to be talking about our economy, where we are, where we've come from and where we are going. And that's really what the budget underpinned last night that was handed down by the Treasurer. We know full well the challenges that we have had to meet over the last 2 years in confronting the most significant economic risk and circumstance since probably the Great Depression, certainly the greatest challenge to our nation since the Second World War. And I'm very proud of all of the elements of our economic response to the pandemic, the restrictions that had to be put in place and therefore the economic support that had to flow from that to make sure that our economy could survive those restrictions. And as we know from the budget, of course, JobKeeper central to saving hundreds of thousands of jobs and supporting hundreds of thousands of businesses, thousands in my electorate of Sturt. And I still come across people all the time in my electorate that talk to me about how vital having access to JobKeeper was for them to keep their business going and, of course, to keep people employed and connected to those businesses. The increased job seeker payments, the home builder program, an absolutely fantastic scheme that has been transformational for so many people to access housing, the great Australian dream, which the Liberal Party has always championed and has been responsible for helping in decades, over decades when we've been in government, to support people get into a home. We know how important that is, and the Home Builder scheme was absolutely fundamental to that. And of course we did what was necessary. We spent money that was necessary as a government to support our economy and to support consumption in the private sector by providing government stimulus. And we now find ourselves in a situation where we have recovered, we are rebuilding, we have more people employed in our economy than before the challenges of the pandemic beset us, and that has put us in a position to do the things that were announced in the budget last night, which give people a great sense of optimism for the future, whilst recognising that there are challenges, particularly around cost of living and meeting those costs. And that's why our budget ensured that we put in place a range of measures to help support people that are struggling with inflationary impacts, particularly when it comes to fuel, that are of course outside the control of anyone in this country, anyone in this parliament. They are international forces at work there, but nonetheless we recognise the need to support people, and in particular the halving of the fuel excise for the next 6 months will be an enormous benefit to my constituents and people across the country in meeting those cost of living challenges. Now, the exciting parts of the budget, of course, are the forecasts around unemployment continuing to fall, already at 4%, going into the 3s and breaking records that in some cases are more than 50 years old. And that is because of the important decisions that we've not only made over the last few years and the position that the Australian economy is in now, but because of the measures in the budget and what they are going to do to keep supporting employment growth in this country into the future. And that's what underpins our ability to do absolutely anything else. We're proud of what we're doing. We're investing in essential services. I'm particularly proud of what we're doing in national security and defence, and my electorate is a significant beneficiary of the sovereign defence industrial capability that we've invested in and are continuing to grow in this country, as are many other electorates across the country. But all that comes from a strong economy. All that comes from creating jobs, from increasing the tax-paying base so that we can provide the essential services that people need. And we are a government that is doing that. And I am very proud and excited to get this campaign underway in a few weeks' time and be out there in my electorate, like other members from the government will be doing right across the country, and talking with pride about the decisions that we've made, about the policies that we've put in place, particularly those in the budget last night, and what they mean for every Australian, giving them a future to be excited about and economic security that underpins their ability to plan for their future.
I call the member for Fenner.
Last Friday I did a street stall at the Charnwood Shops, and a bloke came up to me to tell me his story. He's a bricklayer, a single dad with 2 kids, and says that it doesn't matter how much overtime he does, he still finds himself at the end of the week struggling to make ends meet. Then I turned around and spoke immediately to a single mum whose kids have left home and who's a public servant working from one short-term contract to the next. She told me that that very day she'd finished one short-term contract, and on Monday morning she'd be turning up to the Centrelink office to sign up. She hoped she'd be able to get another short-term contract, because if she didn't know how she'd be able to continue to pay her mortgage. Earlier this month, Sally McManus posted a tweet asking how people were coping with the cost of living. Here are some of the responses. One person said, quote, "I'm on DSP. I survive because my adult children help out with my mortgage. Otherwise I'd be homeless. No meat. I don't go anywhere. Live on pasta, rice, lentils. Medical costs take a big chunk of my money." Judy Parker wrote, "I live on rice thins and coleslaw, occasional bit of chicken. Rent is just under half my weekly wage. I'm on 30 hours per week, over 60 and can't jag full-time work. I don't know what my future will look like." Fred said, "For the first time in my life, I find myself putting things back on the shelf when shopping." Nina Marie said grocery shopping is becoming upsetting. Ross Hayen said, "I can't remember the last time I had lamb or steak. If it's not marked down, we're only having the cheapest cuts, like chuck in the slow cooker." Who would have thought, Deputy Speaker, that meat would become a luxury good in Australia, but that's where we've gotten to. Cost of living is a new issue to the Liberals, and they think it's a temporary one. And that's why so many of the cost of living measures in this budget have a shorter use-by date than a frozen pizza. We've got the cash payments that go out on a one-off basis in April. We've got the tax bonus that just happens in July and then it's done. We've got the petrol tax relief, which is over in September. But for most Australians, cost of living isn't a temporary issue from month to month. It's an 8.5-year issue under the Liberals. And it's not just an issue about the Consumer Price Index. It is an issue about the gap between prices and wages. As my friend Barbara Fee liked to put it, for so many Australians, it feels like there's more month than money. Fundamentally, the issues we're facing under the Liberals are issues of shared prosperity. You can see a deep concern in that in policymakers right across the economic spectrum. Christine Lagarde spoke of what she called, quote, the third milestone, inequality and the quality of growth in our future world. Amartya Sen has drawn on the work of John Rawls to talk about the importance of egalitarian growth. My friend and mentor, Tony Atkinson, wrote a book, Inequality, What Can Be Done? And one of his really important insights out of that book was that there isn't always that trade-off between growth and equity that Arthur Oaken talked about, but that a lot of policies can be good for equity and good for growth. That's at the heart of Labor's Cheaper Childcare plan, our Powering Australia plan, our commitment to free TAFE places and tens of thousands of additional university places, our commitment to roll out the national broadband network. All of that recognises that when we grow Australia from the middle out, then we see the kind of egalitarian country that holds true to Australia's values. To a country where most of us don't stand up when the Prime Minister enters the room, where many of us sit in the front seat of taxis, and where we prefer the word mate to the word sir. If we want an egalitarian Australia with strong middle-class growth, then we need more than the trickle-down philosophy that has embodied the Liberals' 8.5 years in power. We need real plans, such as Labor's plan to deal with problems in productivity, which have plagued this government and seen productivity go backwards. In the long run, productivity is the central driver of wages. And yet under the Liberals, we haven't seen that investment in competition reform, which has underpinned a dynamic economy. We see no action on multinational tax avoidance in this budget, which we know is important to creating a level playing field and building an egalitarian Australia. Labor is committed to shared prosperity, and a Labor government would produce a budget far stronger and better for growth than the one we saw last night.
I call the Assistant Treasurer.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Labor's got a big test tomorrow night. A big test that I suspect they're not going to rise to the occasion of. The Leader of the Opposition for 3 years has criticised everything and supported everything. And we see it again last night in response to the budget. The Labor Party calling the budget a cash splash, criticising every aspect of the economic plan, and yet when we wake this morning we hear from the Leader of the Opposition that no, they will be supporting the cost of living relief in the budget. It's terrible spending, terrible tax expenditures, but we'll support it anyway. The Leader of the Opposition's hidden for 3 years. But you can't hide a more than 20-year history in politics. You can't hide the fact that he's the most left-wing leader that the Labor Party has had probably since Whitlam. He could be further to the left than Whitlam, who knows?
Member for Dunkley.
But he's trying to hide everything he stood for before. Higher taxes, higher income taxes, higher taxes on retirees, higher taxes on housing, every conceivable higher tax, including death taxes that he's supported at one point in his career. So the Leader of the Opposition's not said a thing for 3 years. He's shamelessly carped for 3 years a relentlessly negative opposition in the midst of a pandemic, relentless negativity from this Leader of the Opposition, has not spelled out what he would do, and tomorrow night is his opportunity to outline an alternative budget. But we already see the Labor Party starting to sow the seeds. Oh, we will just talk about some principles tomorrow night. We're not going to outline an alternative budget. That's what the Australian people will expect, because what they've seen from this government, is a plan to continue with the economic success of this country, a plan to ease the cost of living burdens that they have been facing in recent times, particularly since we've seen global supply chains being impacted not just by the pandemic but also by the war in Ukraine and the aggression from Russia. And so the Labor Party can't on one hand criticise every aspect of the budget and yet support it. And this is what the Leader of the Opposition has done now for 3 years. Labor at the last election, including the member who is interjecting, went to the last election very, very proud of their $387 billion of high taxes. But they've all had a conversion on the road to Damascus now. Oh no. When we said that we supported the retirees tax, slugging Australian retirees, or our housing tax, or our superannuation tax, or our family business taxes, we didn't really mean that. No, we've all had a great conversion. The Australian people know, and the Australian people are far too smart for the Labor Party. They know that the Labor Party truly believe in those things. And their unwillingness to outline what they would do, their unwillingness tomorrow night to outline an alternative budget, is just a very convenient way to try to sneak into government without saying anything and then having all of those higher taxes in their back pocket. I don't think it's going to work, quite frankly. I don't think it's going to work, because I don't think the Australian people are going to write a blank cheque for the Labor Party. I don't think they're going to write a blank cheque particularly for the weakest economic team that we've probably seen in an opposition in this country. An extraordinarily weak team, a Leader of the Opposition who's never delivered a budget, sat on the Expenditure Review Committee for all of 6 weeks, spent 6 years in government doing nothing in the most dysfunctional government that Australia has seen. We've got a shadow of a shadow treasurer who was Wayne Swan's brain, and he took that as a compliment when I used it in the House once upon a time. It's not meant to be a compliment, I can assure you, being Wayne Swan's brain. The man who wrote the immortal lines, the shadow treasurer who wrote the immortal lines of the 4 surpluses I announced tonight, which is seared on every political boffin's mind. So the Labor Party have a big test tomorrow night. We think they're going to fail that test, but we hope they rise to the occasion and outline an alternative budget and their plan for this country, which they don't have.
The time for the discussion has concluded. I've received a message from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment or requests. Appropriation Bill No. 3, 2021-22 without requests. Appropriation Bill No. 4, 2021-2022. Supply Bill No. 1, 2022-2023 without requests. Supply Bill No. 2, 2022-2023, and Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1, 2022-2023. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day No. 5, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Participant Service Guarantee and Other Measures Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in Mr Shorten's name. And that amendment reads that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House calls on the government to 1. Immediately stop the cuts to NDIS participant plans, and 2. To commit to full transparency around scheme costs. Deputy Speaker, we heard some big words in the Treasurer's budget speech last night, with the outrageous suggestion that under the Morrison-Joyce government, the NDIS is always fully funded. We know that that proposition can be taken with a grain of salt. But what I want to talk about, and it is squarely in the middle of this second reading amendment, is the cuts to people's plans that are happening daily that you can't see in the budget papers, but that anyone who actually listens to their constituents surely must know is happening. The cuts like those to the NDIS plan of a young autistic man in my electorate who's about 21. He has mental health problems. He has problems interacting with other people. His father came to talk to me at a coffee catch-up I had at Mr Frankie's Cafe in Carrum Downs recently to tell me that when his son was in high school, his life was going to the special school and then coming home and going into his bedroom and just sitting there on the computer screen until his parents made him come out to eat dinner, and then he would go back in and look at the computer screen again. He couldn't really have a conversation even with his own family, and he was struggling to interact with other young people around him because of his disability. And the NDIS was a godsend, as the Gillard government always intended it to be. Under the plan he had with the NDIS, this young man got to access not just social workers and support workers for when he was in the community, but counselling. He got to access psychologists, counsellors, allied health professionals who helped him to know himself and to get confidence and be able to interact. And as his father said to me, the difference was like light and day. He would not only be able to interact at school, he would come home and talk to his parents about his day. Not hide in his bedroom because he just didn't know how to handle social interactions. He got a job with a Disability Employment Service in a warehouse and was so proud of himself. So you can imagine the reaction of this young man's family when their NDIS plan for him was cut because he was doing so well. Surely he didn't need any of these services that had given him that capacity to be able to do so well, was the really skewed logic that was used. So what happens when you have a young man whose access to counselling and social workers and people who can take him and work with him at the Disability Employment Service is taken away from his NDIS plan because under this Morrison government, that's the way cuts happen that you can't see in the budget? What happens to this young man? He retreats back into his bedroom. His life becomes narrower and darker yet again. The cuts to NDIS participant plans hurt NDIS participants and hurt their families. I received an email today at 2:08 p.m. while we were in question time. Should anyone on the government benches think that this is not a real issue that is really happening to people in our communities? I received an email at 2:08 p.m. and I haven't had the chance to speak to the woman who emailed me, so I won't use her name, but I will read out the email. Hi, Peter. I just wanted to share my experience with you regarding what was supposed to be a routine NDIS review for my daughters. I had been emailing back and forth with the local area coordinator, and in brackets for context, every review has been a different LAC, about the girls' upcoming expiry of their plans and what to do for their next plans. I had said I was looking to just roll them over for 24 months, and I was happy with both of their plans at this stage because their needs hadn't greatly changed. I was told that just wouldn't be possible unless I had reports to back up a rollover. So I got what reports I was able to, and I forwarded them to the LAC, and I also sent her a statement about each girl, their disabilities, needs, and what they had been doing with their last plan. At this stage, the LAC said this was fine and she'd look to roll over both plans. Then I got a phone call saying we needed to set up a phone plan to update the girls' details because the details were 3 years old. One would have thought the details of young girls who live with their family would have been pretty easy for the local area coordinators to be able to understand. Anyway, so I did that, only to be ambushed and told that their swimming would no longer be funded, even though I'd provided evidence about the physical issues they both had. Then I was told my older daughter, Isabella, who has Down syndrome and autism level 3, her support hours would most likely not be funded, as the NDIS just wouldn't go for that many hours. Who has Down syndrome and autism level 3 and had been receiving those support hours previously. My constituent goes on, I explained that I work 2 days a week. She can't be left alone at all, and in school holidays she obviously needs full day's support. The LAC said, well, why can't you just put her in a holiday program? I found it quite extraordinary that there was a lack of understanding of the limited places of programs, or the fact that they don't run all day, or the fact that the activities are not always suited to all disabilities. I have to say this was a very different experience to every other NDIS review I've ever had, and I have to ask what's changed. This felt like an ambush, and me having to justify my girls' needs, which is just disgusting. What has changed since the NDIS was introduced in a nation-changing and life-changing reform of the former Labor government? Well, what has changed is the government. What has changed is the actual genuine attitude to maintaining and rolling out a program that is there to make the lives of people who have disabilities and their families and loved ones just that bit easier. What has changed is that after 9 long years of a Morrison-Joyce government, we have seen the creeping and unjustified attacks on NDIS participant plans through a lack of transparency, through cuts to programs that have helped people have a life that they deserve, all under the guise of flowery rhetoric and thumping of tables in speeches for budgets about fully funding the NDIS. It is not just not fully funded, it is just not being run properly for the people that need it. There are 500,000 Australians on the NDIS. But under this Morrison government, their attitude is that there are too many people with a disability getting this help and it costs too much to care for them, and that is not right. There is an economic impact of the NDIS for every Australian, for every community. More than 270,000 people in over 20 different occupations and contribute to the employment of tens of thousands more workers indirectly because of the NDIS. And one of the final opportunities I will probably have to speak on something as important as the NDIS in this chamber, what I want to give to my community is this message. I will always fight for you and your access to this life-changing, truly reformative scheme, and I will always fight for this life-changing and truly reformative scheme to be as strong as it was always intended to be, and that it needs to be for you. And the way that you can guarantee that you will have an NDIS that is not just fully funded, but that is transparent and that is administered by a minister and a government that cares more about people's lives than cutting budgets, is to vote for an Albanese Labor government at the upcoming election. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't know what I do with this second reading amendment now, but I have it in my hand ready to do whatever I have to do with it.
Thank you. Is the amendment seconded?
And I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Dunkley has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Jagajaga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there is absolutely no doubt that the NDIS is not functioning as it should under this Morrison government. There are too many people who are tied up in red tape, who are tied up in reviews and who ultimately end up with decisions they just don't understand and that leave them without the supports they should have. And in fact, the latest NDIS quarterly report shows the average NDIS plan budget fell by 4% in 2021 to about $68,000. And before that, the average plan had in fact been increasing each year since 2018. Now, this is significant. This number represents what the member for Dunkley was just talking about and what so many of us are hearing from people in our communities, that plans are being cut. Supports are being cut. It seems to be a case of cuts by stealth, of independent assessments by stealth, independent assessments that the disability community fought so hard against, which this government said were no longer on the table, seem to be happening by stealth. And the impact of that is serious for people who are participating in the NDIS, for their families, for the carers and for the people who work with them. Deputy Speaker, I have a number of wonderful disability service providers in my electorate, and one of them recently invited me to visit. Araluen provide a range of disability services, but I went to meet with them and with two families who use their services for supported independent living. And it was a heartbreaking meeting for me to have. This was just a couple of weeks ago, where I had to sit in a room with families who were crying about the lack of support that was being offered to their children with disability under the NDIS. These parents are lying awake at night wondering what the future is for their children. Now, this is the very thing the NDIS was put in place to end. The very thing a Labor government created the NDIS to do was to make sure that families, that people with disability, knew that they had a good future, that they would get the supports that are reasonable and necessary for a good life. And that is not what is happening under this government. So in this meeting, I met with a mother who is in her 70s. She has heart issues and an adult son with extremely complex support requirements. His behaviour means he causes significant injuries to himself and to staff. There's a need to ensure his safety in the community because he can display unpredictable and dangerous behaviour, particularly on and around roads, that could lead to significant injury to him or to others. Because of this behaviour, Araluen, the service provider, introduced 2-to-1 care for this young man during the day. That wasn't initially part of his NDIS plan, but it was their assessment that was what he needed. And in fact, that was what he needed to be able to be safe and for the people around him to be safe. Now, they submitted multiple incident reports to the NDIA about the impacts of his behaviour when he didn't have that 2-to-1 care in place. They asked for a review and for extra funding for that support. But in fact, instead of getting that extra support, what happened was the NDIS came back to them and, in fact, cut the existing supported independent living funding in his plan. So rather than raising it, as was needed for this care, they actually cut his existing funding. Aspects of his budget were cut by just over $41,000. That is a really significant cut, and it has a significant impact on his life and on the life of his family. Now, Araluen are still out of their pocket providing him with this higher level of care, but the worry is that now his NDIS package will be eaten up before it comes to the end of its lifespan, and he will in fact be left with no funding for supports. This is what his mother in her 70s is lying awake at night thinking about, that her son is going to run out of funding and have no funding for support. This is a disgrace, and it is on this government. Another mother I met with during this meeting, she in fact was just about to take her very first holiday for years and years and years. She has a daughter, an adult daughter, with severe autism, extreme sensory impairment, self-injurious behaviours, which are a significant risk to her health and safety and possibly to those that she lives with. And she lives in a group home run by Araluen. Unfortunately, in light of her behaviours, she was still struggling in this group home. Araluen put extra support around her, but she was someone who her behaviours meant she felt quite territorial within her home environment, especially with the bathroom and toilet, and she was acting aggressively towards other residents and staff. And this was dangerous for other staff, and it also meant that other residents were being traumatised and feeling stressed about this as well. So again, Araluen took it on themselves to try and fix this complex problem, and they invested hours of extra support but found that didn't work. So they moved this young woman to a house by herself. At that point, they saw an immediate change and de-escalation of the behaviours of concern, and the housemates who had been feeling attacked and traumatised by her behaviour also started to improve in their behaviour. So in early June 2021, Araluen submitted, on behalf of this young woman, an urgent request to the NDIS for a change of circumstances and a review of her supported independent living. Despite ongoing emails for a response, they didn't get a planning meeting until November 2021. So an urgent request in June 2021. They got a meeting in November 2021. They put all the evidence in front of the NDIS at that meeting. The planner there agreed that it was an urgent and serious case and that it should be escalated and, in fact, should be approved in 2 weeks. Now, that was in November 2021. Not 2 weeks later, in January 2022, they heard back from the NDIS. And again, instead of extra support, what happened for this young woman was the funding she received was less than half of her previously approved supported independent living. So again, not only did they not approve the increased funding that had been shown to be necessary for this woman's safety and for others around her, they halved less than half of her previous funding. Again, this leaves this family in an incredibly difficult position where they don't know what their daughter's future is going to be. The NDIS is a life-changing scheme. It should be life-changing for all participants in the scheme, but under this government, it is not operating as it should. Too many people are having their plans cut. Too many people are being caught up in meetings where they don't understand what's going on, where they don't understand what they're being asked for. Too many people tell me that they take evidence to the agency and it's not taken into account when they are having their plans built or reviewed. I've had a number of parents come to me and say their experience is they find themselves halfway through a phone conversation with someone from the agency when they suddenly say, "Oh, hold on, is this the planning meeting?" They didn't even realise that's what's going on. That's how poor the communication is coming out of the NDIS at the moment. And when I am hearing this every day from constituents in my community, when others on this side of the chamber, and I'm sure on the other side of the chamber as well, are hearing this every day from constituents in their community, what it tells us is the NDIS is not working as it should. And that is on this Morrison government. This Morrison government that has not supported the NDIS as it should, that is not supporting people with disability to have the supports they should, reasonable and necessary supports that enable them to lead a life that is good, that enable them to be part of our community. NDIS and the benefits it brings are good for all of us. They are good for all of us, our whole community. And this government just does not get that. Well, Labor gets it. We are the government that introduced the NDIS. Labor is the party that built the NDIS. We are the party that will fix the NDIS, and we are the party that will always back the NDIS.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support. I might just move over here, Deputy Speaker, because I think that mic is not picking me up. I rise in support of the National Disability Insurance Scheme amendment. 1 in 5 Australians live with a disability, and I remain committed to supporting the NDIS. I believe it is one of our most significant social policies in Australia today. This does not mean that the NDIS is perfect. It is far from it, and I'll speak to those concerns I have later. The genesis of this bill before us was the 2019 review of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act. It's commonly known as the Tune Review, and it recommended changes to the NDIS to remove red tape and improve the experience and outcomes of people living with disability interacting with the NDIS. I've heard from several of my constituents and peak bodies representing people living with disability regarding improvements to the bill, and I thank JFA Purple Orange and People with Disability Australia for their engagement in particular. The Australian Federation of Disability Organisations and other organisations identified that there was much to support in this bill, but crucial amendments were sought. And I'm therefore pleased that the government's amendments to the bill now place limitations on the proposed powers of the CEO to vary a participant's plan in primary legislation, and to move Section 14 rule-making powers regarding payments to individuals to Category A rules, requiring consultation with states and territories. Concerns re impacts on the eligibility of people with psychosocial disability and other fluctuating episodic conditions have also, I'm informed, been resolved by amendments based on further consultation of peak bodies representing people with a disability. I must put on the record, though, that this has been a long, drawn-out process, and many people who have an NDIS package were deeply anxious that the original bill would have given extraordinary powers to the CEO and that the CEO could, possibly would, wholesale cut and change plans. I'm also aware that the NDIS 2021-22 Quarter 2 report shows that the average plan value per participant has dropped by 4% between 2020 and 2021. Reportedly, this means that 34% of participants have seen cuts of more than 5% of their budgets in the second half of last year. This is 10% more participants who have experienced a cut of such significance during 2019-2020. I've raised concerns with the government on behalf of my constituents regarding proposed independent assessments under the NDIS and was relieved that this was taken off the table, but it never should have been on the table in the first place. I think there's enormous fear in the community every time a piece of NDIS legislation comes into this place. And that's because people are seeing salami cuts to their packages over and over again. And I was listening to the speeches of previous members regarding this. Further, I understand that the Administrative Appeals Tribunal has confirmed that in the 7 months between June 2021 and January 2022 this year, it received 3,853 applications from participants seeking review of decisions made by the NDIA, and this compares to a far lower amount of 2,160 between June 2020 and June 2021, and the previous year 1,780. So what we're seeing is more and more people with a disability needing to go to AAT in relation to their NDIS plans because those plans have been substantially cut or do not fit the purpose. Figures provided by the AAT in response to questions raised in Senate estimates indicate 17 hearings went on before the AAT during 1920 year, compared with 54 hearings in the 2021 year, and growing to 59 in just a 7-month period to February this year. I think it's really important that we say very loudly to people with a disability that the NDIS will support them. and that they don't have to go through the AAT, because we can't talk to the minister about it until their matter goes through the AAT, and it is causing so much heartbreak, so much anxiety, particularly for families with children with a disability, who we want to see their whole focus supporting that child, not to have to go through the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. The figures that I mentioned, I think, raise a very clear picture of the increasingly adversarial system that is difficult for people to navigate. And then we're seeing a rapid increase in legal costs. The Senate Estimates Committee of Fair Legislation Committee indicate that legal costs in relation to the applications to the AAT in the period from the 1st of July to the 31st of December 2021 totalled $19.1 million, which for that 6-month period exceeded the entire $17.3 million in legal costs for the previous entire financial year. There is clearly an escalation of adversarial action here. And this rapid increase in legal costs does not account for the additional pressure and hardship that applying for and going through the process of challenging the NDIA decision at the AAT places on those at the centre of the NDIS, the people in our community who have a disability and their families. And while we're talking about the NDIS, I must mention one of the NDIS's greatest failings, and that is that it is age discriminatory. This week, I heard from Kelvin and Pauline. When cancer lesions damaged Kelvin's spinal cord, Kelvin became a paraplegic overnight at age 67. Pauline says that while she finds caring for her husband Kelvin satisfying, that they are both struggling physically and financially due to the inadequacy of care provided by his Level 4 home care package. That's because Kelvin is 67. If Kelvin was 64 and these lesions caused that disability, he would have been able to access an NDIS package. But because he's 67, he cannot. What funds Kelvin has are quickly eroded by administration and management fees, even though they self-manage his aged care. It also took several years for them to find carers who understood the additional needs associated with paraplegia. And Pauline and Kelvin say they have not received any respite care for 3 years due to lack of suitable services. What has happened to Kelvin and Pauline could happen to any one of us or our families, and they should not be met with a brick wall because of their age. We are talking about disabilities that are not part of the natural process of ageing. Earlier this year, I tabled a motion to call on the government to either remove the age discrimination against people aged 65 and more that is inherent within the NDIS legislation, or to provide equivalent supports through home aged care. As Spinal Life Australia says, disability doesn't discriminate. We must fix this discrimination. It was one of the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission. In closing, the measures within this bill are a step towards putting people with disability at the centre of decision-making, along with their lives going forward, and I support this bill in the House. However, we must not lose sight of the policy purpose set out in the Tune Review, which was to improve the experience and outcomes of Australians living with disability in the operation of the NDIS as a whole. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to make a contribution on the NDIS Amendment Participant Service Guarantee and Other Measures Bill. My home Hunter region was a pilot region for the NDIS in 2013, introduced by the Gillard-Rudd Labor governments, and I've always welcomed an opportunity to speak on the NDIS because, unfortunately, it is one of the main issues my constituents contact my office about seeking assistance. This bill implements changes to the NDIS Act 2013 in response to the Tune Review of the NDIS Act and NDIS Participant Service Guarantee and the independent review of the Act by Ernst & Young in 2015. Other than the recommendations for the insidious independent assessments, which have caused such fear and anxiety for participants, Labor has been supportive of the Tune Review's recommendations. Schedule 1 of the bill contains the Participant Service Guarantee. This guarantee was an election commitment by the Morrison government to legislate timeframes for NDIS decisions, which was also recommended by the Tune Review. It's a damning indictment of this government, Mr Deputy Speaker, and clearly demonstrates their attitude to the NDIS, that they have not managed to legislate timeframes for the NDIS decision in the last 2.5 years. We are literally on the second last day of the 46th Parliament, and only now is the government getting around to legislate something they committed to at the 2019 election. What a disgraceful attitude and demonstrable of the contempt this government has for everyone who is participating in the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Regarding Schedule 1 of the bill, many in the disability community believe the proposed changes might create a backdoor for the government to achieve its original aim of independent assessments, which was to cut funding to participant programs. This was the government's intention, and just because the minister has paused the assessments, given the government's track record, it is not surprising they are trying any way they can to make cuts to the NDIS. Mr Deputy Speaker, in speaking on the Participant Service Guarantee Bill, it's relevant to share some of the experiences my constituents have. I've been a member of this House for 8.5 years, and one of the issues I'm most passionate about is the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And the member for Maribyrnong, the Shadow Minister, is entering the chamber, and I want to recognise again his contribution with Jenny Macklin to founding this this great scheme, this scheme that has changed the lives of so many people. In the early years of the scheme, as I said, I was very proud that Hunter was a pilot region for the scheme, and in the early years it was very rare for myself and my office to receive constituent inquiries on the NDIS. The system was generally working well. In those early years, there were certainly inquiries complaining about significant delays in getting responses from the agency, and of more concern was participants and the carers getting no response to repeated general telephone inquiries. One mother I met with in 2019 was so annoyed at receiving no return calls to her repeated inquiries that she had to travel over half an hour to the NDIS office in Charlestown and literally spent hours and hours in the reception room refusing to leave until she actually got to speak to someone. This should not happen, Mr Deputy Speaker. Participants and their families and carers have complicated lives as it is, and without having to deal with a complicated and inefficient bureaucracy. Another shocking example that came to my attention a few years ago was a planner trying to cut funding to a young boy's plan because, I quote, he has autism and the plan isn't working because he isn't getting better. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me repeat that. A planner tried to cut a young participant's plan because he wasn't recovering from autism. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, anyone who has dealt with the challenges of autism or knows someone who deals every day with autism, you don't recover from it. You learn to live with it. And sadly, this is not an isolated case when I speak to disability advocates. Finally, another example from a few years ago was a participant who was told that they could not access music therapy in their plan. This was despite there actually being a line item for music therapy. To make matters worse, the parliamentary liaison at the time told my office that the participant could not access music therapy. I had to obtain confirmation in writing from the minister that indeed the participant could access music therapy. This is a shocking example of a participant receiving appalling service from the agency. Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the most dramatic changes to the National Disability Insurance Scheme came when the government introduced independent assessments. Let there be no mistake. The Morrison-Joyce government have an agenda to continue to cut funding to the NDIS. There is no other explanation for these independent assessments other than cut funding to participants' plans. This is relevant to the Participant Service Guarantee Bill because if plans are cut, there needs to be a timely review process for participants. As an aside, I've never been contacted by a constituent who had an independent review and received extra support and funding after the assessment. There have only been constituents who have had their plans cut and in some cases dramatically cut. the most shocking and cruel example I came across was a cut to another young boy who has a rare genetic disorder. His plan was cut from 35 hours of support a week to just 3 hours. Mr Deputy Speaker, this was a cut of $100,000, reducing this young boy's funding to a mere $8,000 a year. And the horrific reason given by the planner was now that the participant was at school, this represented respite for his mother and he no longer needed the support. The first point here is that the boy's genetic condition required significant support for him when he was not at school, and secondly, his mother worked when he was at school, therefore work is not a respite. I asked the government this question: who is best placed to determine a participant's needs and supports for their plan? And medical practitioners and experts who have an intimate knowledge of their condition, or some random assessor who spends a few hours with them and then makes decisions which can have horrific consequences for people living with a disability? Mr Deputy Speaker, I am not convinced the Liberals and Nationals won't try and bring back these disgusting independent assessments, and only an Albanese Labor government will ensure this does not happen. Unfortunately, over the last few months, there has been a significant increase in NDS inquiries into my office. Let's not forget that those needing support from the NDIS are some of the most vulnerable people in our community. They deserve dignity and respect in their dealings with the agency and should not have to endure long waits because of an incompetent bureaucracy. Liv Calavasi is a constituent of mine. She is 7 years old and has Williams syndrome. I've previously met with her mother Gemma, a really lovely and articulate woman who is passionate about the NDIS and her family. Late last year, the plan was cut by 45%, a reduction from $36,700 to $20,300. Gemma's summary of this process is very relevant. These are her words, the mother of a participant, and I quote, "There is a real disconnect between the coordinator dealing with the participant to the person making the decision," end quote. Gemma is now having to go through the arduous process of an appeal to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal after an independent review upheld the original decision. Someone else in similar circumstances is Ian Waller from Belmont South. I spoke about the savage cuts to Ian's plans earlier in this place. Ian is vision impaired, and the NDIA have incredibly cut funding for his guide dog. There are no words to describe how despicable this is. They have cut funding so that Ian does not receive any funding for his guide dog. Ian is also going to have to appeal to the AAT, and in the meantime, with help from his coordinator, is relying on assistance from a GoFundMe campaign to keep his guide dog. And I also want to thank NBN News for their outstanding work drawing attention to our community of Ian's plight. The donations have been generous and a great reflection of the decency of the people I represent, and I want to recognise and thank everyone who's contributed to the GoFundMe campaign, and in particular to thank Shane Spruce, the owner of Pet Quarters, who is generously supporting Ian and his guide dog. But this should not be happening. The whole point of the NDIS is for participants to be provided with the support they need to live in dignity and fulfil their full potential. As I've said many times in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the National Disability Insurance Scheme is a contract from the Australian people to Australians living with a disability. It's a contract that says that no matter how your disability occurred, whether it's through birth or an accident, or no matter whether you had insurance cover or not, we will assist you. We will make sure that you live a life full of dignity and respect and enable you to live to your full potential. Unfortunately, under the 9 long years of this Liberal national government, the NDIS has not grown and developed as was originally intended to, and people with a disability and their families and carers are bearing the consequences of the cruel Conservative approach to government of the Morrison-Joyce government.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. Minister.
This bill, thank you, Speaker. The bill demonstrates a commitment by this government to focus on improving the experience and outcomes of people with disability who engage with the National Disability Insurance Scheme. This bill will legislate the Participant Service Guarantee, as well as introduce additional measures to improve the NDIS processes and provide more flexibility to participants. The Participant Services Guarantee means that the the National Disability Insurance Agency must make decisions about a person's access to the scheme and their plans within certain timeframes. The guarantee also requires the NDIA to meet specific service standards when working with people with a disability and their families and carers. To ensure the NDIA remains accountable to meeting the timeframes and service standards in the Participant Service Guarantee, the NDIA will need to report on how well it is delivering each part of the Participant Service Guarantee. The Commonwealth Ombudsman will also be given powers to independently monitor and report to the government on how well the NDIA is improving the participant experience. Other measures will improve flexibility and provide greater clarity to those engaged with the NDIS. The introduction of a plan variation will allow for quick changes to be made to a participant's plan without the need to undergo a full plan reassessment. Some of the changes are also about people with disability helping to design the NDIS and the role of carers and families in supporting people with disability. The changes also use more inclusive language. The bill ensures that people with disability or lived experience of disability are represented on the NDIA board. This will strengthen the integrity of the NDIS by providing a robust mechanism for ensuring that participants, their families and carers are more firmly at the centre of processes and decision-making. The bill also makes it clear someone with an episodic or fluctuating disability may be eligible for the NDIS and clarifies how payments are made under the NDIS. Additional safeguards have been put in place for participants who want to use a registered plan management provider. The changes also remove provisions for the trial and transition phases of the scheme that are no longer required now the scheme is fully available across the whole of Australia. In addition to the consultation conducted in relation to the draft bill, the bill has been scrutinised by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills and by the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee, where sector representatives were able to provide comment and speak to their concerns at the public hearing. I would like to thank everyone who provided input into the bill through the consultation and work of the committees. The government has circulated amendments to the bill that respond to the feedback received. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Dunkley has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
No, Bill, it's Peter's amendment. It's our amendment.
We didn't divide on the amendment. The second reading.
Lock the doors. What? No, sorry. What was it? Oh, we've still got this one. Okay, sorry. Who was it? Lock the doors. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
So, the House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to.
Circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The Assistant Minister has the call.
I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Assistant Minister.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill. I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 to 14 on revised sheet ZE 142 as circulated together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Government Amendments 1
I
to
give the call to the Minister.
Sorry, Mr Speaker. I move Government Amendments 1 to 14 on revised sheet ZE 142 as circulated together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. The Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Is granted.
The Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
We'll just
Assistant Minister.
I move that business intervening before order of the day number 10, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
Is leave granted? All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 10, Data Availability and Transparency Bill 2020, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Data Availability and Transparency Bill 2022 and the Data Availability, Transparency Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. In doing so, I move that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House calls on the government to 1. Support the appointment of a Data Commissioner, 2. Immediately abolish the average staffing level cap for the Digital Transformation Agency, 3. Reduce the scourge of contracting out by placing an annual limit on the number of consecutive fixed-term labour hire contracts an agency can issue for a role, and 4. Immediately finalise and publish the digital review, including information relating to current and forecast ICT expenditure and assets conducted by the Digital Transformation Agency. This bill is designed to facilitate controlled access to public sector data for specific purposes in the public interest for a legislative framework, and is in part response to the Productivity Commission's inquiry into data availability and use. The 3 permitted purposes for sharing under the data sharing scheme are delivery of government services, informing government policies and programs, and research and development. Sitting over the top of the scheme is a data commissioner who has the power to punish breaches. Now, the member for Fadden has previously described the aims of the bill, and I won't seek to speak further at length on that. And I do acknowledge that the member for Fadden and his office for listening to our sensible suggestions on this bill and working constructively with Labor to improve it from a bill that was riddled with problems to a bill we believe the people of Australia will accept. In short, legislatively speaking, Labor was presented with a Ford Edsel, with a lemon. We've switched the engines, we've beaten the panels, we've touched up the Duco. With our improvements, well, if it's not a Maserati, at least it's a stolid Toyota Corolla. This process of improvement by negotiation has been possible because there is 1 or 2 notable exceptions, a rare willingness to work together as we get towards the end of the 46th Parliament. Now, this willingness to work together, I submit, has been rare since about September 2013, and that rarity is a shame. I think it is a shame that it takes the ending of this parliament and potentially the defeat at the ballot box for this 9-year-old government for them to perhaps get off their seat and get serious about negotiating in a bipartisan way and legislating for the common good. This bill is not the only recent bill that's benefited from the all-too-rare spirit of goodwill. Why so many cabinet ministers have waited so long for these legislative changes, changes to social security rules, changes to disability services, changes that will help older Australians? These are not major improvements we need in these areas, mind you. They're only minor improvements, but as minor changes, there will nonetheless be improvements for the lives and convenience of our fellow Australians. So Labor won't play politics, we will support them. The question is why? Why is it at the 11th hour do cabinet ministers decide they want a small iota of progress? Is it that they can put their name to something if they lose the election and leave this place and have some legacy? I think the government ministers are staring at the abyss of an uncertain election result. They're contemplating the long nights of the soul that will follow the days on the golf course of a post-parliamentary career. They're faced with the prospect of a long retirement and they're weighing their legacy. They're asking themselves, what was it all about? What did I actually achieve for ordinary Australians? At 5 minutes to midnight, their chilly neoliberal hearts are thawing. Better late than never, but what a waste of governing. There is a broader question. Why has the government been run so politically dogmatically for the last number of years? It's not been a great decade of Conservative leadership in this country, these Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison years, but the lack of centrism, the absence of bipartisan leadership, has been particularly heightened under the current Prime Minister. People often comment about the Prime Minister's marketing background, but there's another part of his CV that explains a lot more of how the last few years this country has endured for being run for hourly political advantage. I speak, of course, of the Prime Minister's time as State Director of the Liberal Party in New South Wales. There's a time for politicking, of course there is, but there's a time such as a pandemic or a national emergency to rise above and lead for the common good. Instead, we have the former party director's eye there, always like this eye of Sauron, hovering above the cabinet table, above the coalition, above the premiers, Liberal and Labor, above the national cabinet table, scrutinising the best possible advantage, not for the nation but for the office holder himself. Now, I do think that much more could have been advanced for Australia with a bipartisan spirit from the government. Alas, we can't turn back the clock of the last 3 years. Now, we have some members of this government who I think consider themselves quite adept techno-futurists. call them the Zuckerbergs of the public service. They look to Silicon Valley and they think, why can't the Australian government be more like that, with perhaps the particular minister boldly at the helm? They look at information technology changes and they see no risk, only opportunity. This does a strange thing to traditional politics. Conservatives often accuse parties of the left and social democratic parties like Labor of wrongly thinking that the state can intervene and help in aspects of society. Parties of Labor get accused of being naive about the competency and abilities of the state. At the most extreme, you have proclamations like that of the Treasurer's hero, Margaret Thatcher, that not only is the market better placed than the state to adjudicate most problems, but there's no such thing even as society. American barstool conservative, the late P.G. O'Rourke, put it a different way when he said giving extra power to government is like giving whiskey and car keys to teenage boys. But when it comes to rapid IT advances and the changing of the rules that protect citizens, we find ourselves on our side of the aisle having to say to the more conservative side, calm down, folks. Things can go wrong. The state doesn't always necessarily get these things right. The perfect example of this in the last term was Robodebt in previous terms. We should all be state tech sceptics after Robodebt. It's hard to believe in a government technological utopia after the technological dystopia that was Robodebt. And let's call Robodebt what it was, a cruel and illegal war on the poor, powered by an unhinged automated algorithm in which human oversight was completely removed. Before the Monero by-election, Labor announced our policy that should we win government, we'll have a royal commissioner to how Robodebt came to be, so these mistakes can never be repeated. And even after Robodebt, Labor has been required to be the sensible interlocutor on behalf of the Australian people. And with this bill, it is Labor, and I acknowledge my own office and the Office of the Shadow Attorney-General, who've interceded to remove its most dangerous tendencies and introduce several much-needed legislative safety rails. The Data Availability and Transparency Bill that was introduced to Parliament in December 2020 was, in Labor's view then, deeply flawed. We did not have a problem with the underlying purpose of the bill to the extent it was aimed to establish a scheme for controlled access to public sector data for three limited purposes: delivery of government services, informing government policies and programs, and research and development. But the bill they proposed then was poorly designed, with all the bad trappings of a thought bubble that had been through a rushed design process. The flaws are so many I'll only canvass the major atrocities now. One, the privacy protections were insufficient for data which ultimately is the Australian people's data, not the government's. The government is only a custodian of this information. Two, there was a lack of safeguards where this new system of data sharing to go wrong once it was put into place. Our third major problem was the scope of the data sharing scheme was excessively broad, proposing opening public data to foreign non-Australian organisations. Fourthly, it was also excessive and highly problematic that such an untested new scheme was proposed to involve private corporations who would be able to apply for access to public data under the bill. And fifthly, the penalties for breaches of the scheme were insufficient. These weren't all the problems, these are the major problems. So, as first proposed, the bill was a mess. It was riddled with conflicts and too broad-ranging with insufficient safeguards. We were asked by the government who brought us the Robodebt fiasco to rubber stamp a system that would potentially expose the data of Australian citizens to foreign corporations. Labor was unwilling to unleash such a dangerous scheme upon the Australian public. We refused to support it in the flawed form, and so, for the good of the Australian people, the flawed bill went nowhere. Labor demanded a Senate inquiry which threw the flaws of the proposed legislation and scheme into further stark relief. And I want to thank Senators Tim Ayres, the late Senator Kimberley Kitching, and Senator Marielle Smith for their work. My office then has spent more than a year consulting with stakeholders and with the government. To some extent, the government's outsourced the job of consulting to the opposition. Anyway, it was not just we in Labor who had concerns about the original design. It was privacy groups, the Law Council, the Australian Medical Association, amongst others. Now, we've been busy behind the scenes throughout 2021 trying to salvage a workable data sharing scheme that also protects the interests of the public. Now, I do want to thank the government and the Minister for Fadden's office for negotiating in good faith. Whether or not they did it out of pure political pragmatism, but it's an okay result for the Australian public nonetheless. The initial risks of the scheme, the privacy concerns and misuse of data, have been mitigated by the concessions the government has given Labor during the negotiations. I believe the most troubling aspects of the original bill have now been mitigated. The major improvements include the lack of privacy protections and safeguards has been overcome. The scope of the scheme extending for foreign organisations has been removed. The scope of the scheme extending to the private sector has been removed. A review of how the scheme is running is to be conducted in 3 years. There is a 5-year sunset clause on the whole thing. Other improvements include the clear removal of compliance as a legitimate purpose under the scheme, the removal of conflicts in the role of the Data Commissioner, greater public transparency of the data sharing projects being approved, increased sanctions for the breaches of the rules, and an increased onus on the requirement to seek consent from data holders. In its new form, the bill now essentially removes some of the barriers to data sharing between state and federal governments and Australian universities for specified purposes and with the approval of the Data Commissioner. It is now a scheme for data sharing with oversight and for specified purpose that applies not to foreign entities or the private sector, but to Australian governments, their departments and agencies in the Australian university and research sector. So what is possible under this safer version of the scheme? Well, in the wake of a disaster such as a bushfire or a flood, where the government's trying to get emergency payments to people without documentation, a ruling by the Data Commissioner could, for instance, enable Centrelink officers to make an emergency disaster payment to a needy family that are not Centrelink clients into their Medicare-linked bank account. At the moment, such a thing is impossible due to rule constraints. That is the scope of the data sharing scheme now, government and universities. With this vast reduction in the scope, many of Labor's concerns and the concerns of stakeholders are soothed. The AMA, for instance, were concerned that private health insurers might be able to get their hands on unidentifiable health data. But with the removal of the private sector, that primary concern is addressed. Labor has worked constructively and diligently, and we've communicated our own concerns and the concerns of experts to the government. The result of these painstaking negotiations is a much more acceptable scheme. Our attitude was this: prove to the Australian public that this can work in the public sector before asking them to trust that the doors should be flung open to private multinational corporations. Now, I wish to elaborate now on why it's so important that leaders in government take a sensible approach to opening up public data sets to private multinational corporations, as was before Labor's intervention initially proposed. But let me say this: this is not an anti-business approach. It's just it's an approach which is pro the rights of the individual. There are many excellent companies, the vast majority here and abroad, who do business every day in a highly ethical way. But when corporations choose to betray the public trust, things can go wrong very quickly, and we would be foolish to ignore the lessons from such incidents. Those of us who remember the dawn of the internet have witnessed how the true nature of the digital tech companies and what they do with users' data has become clear over time. Free search engines like Google once seemed like a wonderful free service that was just part of the furniture of the internet. Free online meeting places like Facebook seemed the same. But in 2022, the nature of these businesses is more starkly apparent. There are big companies that must find a way anyway to drive profit. These are not benevolent charities. The commercial drive has intensified since companies have been floated and they have the pressure of stakeholders. Those carefree early internet days of using search engines and social media while believing it was there to serve you now seem perhaps naive in retrospect. The headlines and consequent stock market results of Facebook and Zuckerberg attract today are very different to those of 9 years ago. We are aware now how users' data can be harvested and manipulated and sold to third parties. There's a saying about the digital world: if you don't pay for the product, you are the product. Certainly companies like Facebook and Google make money from advertising, just as traditional media did for many golds. But the real corporate value for some of these companies, the real rivers of gold, are in the targeted, personalised advertising market and the data harvesting of their users. Data, it is said, has now surpassed oil as the world's most valuable resource. And in some ways, the tech titans of the 21st century are strikingly similar to the oil barons of the early 20th century. Then Rockefeller and Getty, now Bezos and Zuckerberg. Super powerful, quasi-monopolistic, utterly committed to their own interests. Like the oil barons, the tech titans pose a challenge to competition watchdogs and how they operate in a legal landscape that struggles to keep pace with their breakneck development. But the commodity today's masters of industry trade in is far more personal than oil. It's the private data of individuals. Some tech companies have never been very upfront about this shadier back end of their business. Today, thanks to journalists, activists, documentaries like The Social Dilemma and The Great Hack, people know a bit more than they used to. But we should not be in any doubt. The highly sophisticated commodification of personal data is very new and challenging territory. Amongst other things, it creates a knowledge and power divide. A divide where the powerful with access to data can exploit and manipulate the powerless whose data they possess and control. Societies around the world are in the experimental phase of seeing what happens when the private director is able to commodify very personal data. This is not just data around age and location that is being commodified. Your internet clicks and choices betray your outlook on many things. Your very outlook is being parcelled up and sold on. Private aspects of people's likes and dislikes, their hopes and fears, their very personalities being measured and commodified. It's the sort of power and access to personal information that which was beyond the imagination of the great George Orwell of the 20th century. It's been a seismic change in society. Some of the change arguably has been consensual. Generation Z would have a very different and much more relaxed notions of privacy and surveillance to the baby boomers. But a lot of it perhaps has crept up on people from the tech companies who've harvested the data of unaware targets. They've taken advantage of legislators and competition watchdogs lagging behind the speed of technological advancement, and where laws have existed, sometimes they've simply been scoffed at the prospect of them being able to be enforced against them. Sometimes we are like the fish at a trout farm, marvelling at all the free worms that we are being fed. But eventually a worm catcher contains a hook, and the fisher exerts their original purpose and reels in their catch. The secret of harvesting of personal data, to some extent this has been a passive activity. The burghers of Silicon Valley have been like observers who sit behind a one-way mirror. The real manipulation begins not knowing a lot about you, they start pulling your strings. The Cambridge Analytica scandal is a notorious example of this. Cambridge Analytica scandal saw Facebook allow a third-party app to take up the personal data of up to 87 million Facebook profiles and build a psychological profile of them, which British consulting firm Cambridge Analytica then used in political campaign. The revelation of the scandal led to a fine for Facebook, led to Cambridge Analytica filing for bankruptcy, and yet more statements by Mr Zuckerberg of regret, and yet more pledges to do better. If you think this is just a version of politics as usual, it is worth considering the description by the Cambridge Analytica CEO of the hidden interference on behalf of one of the parties in the Trinidad election. He was recorded saying, "We went to the client and said, we only want to do one thing. We want to run a campaign where we target the youth, all the blacks and all the Indians, and we try and increase apathy. We came up with this campaign which was all about be part of the gang, do something cool, be part of a movement, don't vote. Don't be involved in politics. It's like a sign of resistance against, not government, against politics and voting. And very soon they're making their own YouTube videos. This is the Prime Minister's house being graffiti. It was carnage." End of quote. So these were the people Facebook were in bed with, the ones who were sharing millions of user data with, the people who ran a covert campaign to enlist Afro-Caribbean youth in what pretended to be an authentic youth movement, but what was secretly designed to manipulating them into surrendering their votes. Which brings us yet to another Facebook scandal. This time it turned 700,000 of its users into psychological laboratory rats to be poked and prodded without their awareness. While Facebook customers read their feeds, looked at photos of family and friends, cat videos, news headlines, Tech Big Brother was there testing what would happen if their mindsets were messed with. Without warning, Facebook used data scientists to skew what hundreds of thousands of Facebook users saw when they logged into the social media site. One group was given a feed featuring happy and positive content. The other was given feeds that skewed negative and featured sad content. At the end of the week-long and voluntary experiment, emotional contagion was proven. The negative feed consumers went on to post negative words and content themselves, and the positive, more positive content. It was the moment we moved from a world where the customer is always right to one where the customer is unwittingly subjected to a psychological vivisection. It does not take a huge leap of imagination to see big tech combining these manipulative techniques for advertising and commercial purposes. Now, we have advertising standards around these things, like not targeting alcohol advertising at children. But these laws seem like relics and antiquities if in the new media space, when we don't even know, we're being manipulated for advertising purposes. How have we got to this point in the world where so much of the world can be manipulated like marionettes? In some ways, we're the victims of our own success, in terms of the advancement of data technologies and to some extent our own oversharing and failure to protect our own privacy online. Facebook falls back on the fine print of its terms and conditions to justify these psychological operations. But I don't really think it passes the lounge room test, the kitchen test, the pub test, what have you. Experts are unconvinced by Facebook's argument there is any real consent on the part of their users. Now, this is by no means a comprehensive timeline of the global digital experience. And of course, so much about our digital revolution has empowered and has delivered massive and fantastic change and improvement of quality of people's lives. But the examples I've used come from companies such as Facebook, now calling itself Meta, that originated in the US. There are even greater threats and complications from tech platforms like TikTok, which is run by ByteDance out of China. These examples are representative of some of the ways our perception of the free internet is changing and becoming more aware and less naive. Digital consumers are, thankfully, increasingly aware of how their information is being commodified. They're increasingly aware that tech companies that may promote corporate mottos "don't be evil" and "do the right thing," but they mightn't always practice what they preach. Ideally, governments around the world should have been ahead of these unsavoury developments. Ideally, we would have been preemptively, through regulation and negotiation, protecting citizenry from the excesses of large profit-driven corporations. The world is starting to get there now, a little late perhaps, not helped by the blind faith that conservative neoliberal governments around the world have in the so-called invisible guiding hand of the market, but we are starting to get there. Based on this potted version of the data story so far and where it can go wrong, there are a few lessons we can learn. Data, unlike gold or oil, may seem intangible, but it is a precious sought-after commodity. We know that the lust for precious stones leads to the blood diamond industry. We know shortages of sand needed for building is leading to criminal gang activity and mass environmental destruction. We need to change our mindset and recognise the same incentives and profit motives apply to the precious commodity of data. People's data may not be being harvested, exploited at the point of a gun, but it's still being harvested, manipulated and exploited. Secondly, legislators need to ensure they're keeping up with the ability of corporations to breach people's inherent rights to privacy, dignity and being free from manipulation. Thirdly, we should be reticent in trusting an unchecked private sector to handle people's data with an automatically guaranteed sense of ethics. Fourthly, we can trust governments much more than we can trust private corporations. Australians may feel pretty cynical about their governments at the moment. I certainly don't blame them about the current federal government. But at least they have the power and the ability to vote them out. We can't vote out Mark Zuckerberg. We need to ensure that government is being a competent gatekeeper, vigilantly protecting citizens' data rights against corporate raiders. The balance good governments must strike is between not being backward about harnessing the power of technological advances and two, not being naive about the need for effective oversight of the private sector's involvement in the government services. Which brings us back to our data availability transparency bill. Labor is in favour of modernising our public service, particularly when doing so can result in a better experience for individual Australians trying to access government services. Labor is in favour of using big data to make sure we can gain the benefits which are available in the provision of information by citizens to their government. But our modernising progressive impetus must be balanced by the rights of individual Australians in their dealings with government. When it comes to public data, it must always be remembered this is people's data. It is not a thing owned by the government that can or should be commodified or sold to the highest bidder. The government is merely the custodian. We are merely the custodians of our citizens' information on trust. I think sometimes some government ministers are tech utopians who think the government should race to emulate the corporate world. But the Silicon Valley motto of move fast and break things, if ever appropriate, is particularly inappropriate in the context that obligations a government has to its citizens about their personal information. When tech utopians are given unbridled access to levers of government, we can get disasters like robo-debt and white elephants like the COVID Safe app. Following Labor's not insubstantial contribution, this bill strikes the right balance. It'll be up constantly to the government of the day to ensure and practice the scheme is run correctly, then the appropriate person occupies the position of Data Commissioner, and that there are not unwanted, unforeseen consequences. A phrase that was popularised after the American Revolution comes to mind. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. Another relevant phrase is, you cannot legislate against stupidity. It'll be up to the government of the day to monitor the new scheme and ensure that in practice there are not abuses and breaches that don't go unpunished. But most of all, that we uphold and continue to honour the public interest.
And I thank the member for Maribyrnong for that contribution. Is the amendment seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you to the member for Fremantle. So the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Maribyrnong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. I've just got one more matter and I'll give you the call. I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Data Availability and Transparency Consequential Amendment Bill of 2020. So If there are no objections, I believe there being no objections, I will allow that course to follow, so it will be a cognate debate. And on that note, I'd like to give the call to the member for Dawson.
Very much, Deputy Speaker. Most surprised the member for Maribyrnong to know that I probably agreed with nearly 90% of what he said there. We are in this brave new world where big data poses a grave threat to individual rights and privacy, and big data collected by government that is enjoined with big business is probably the scariest situation that I could imagine arise for privacy and for our freedoms. The one thing that I didn't agree with Member Maribyrnong for was the words that this work had achieved the right balance. Sure, I acknowledge that there has been a lot of discussion between the government and the opposition on this bill, which has taken out of the original bill a lot of the problematic areas. There have been Senate inquiries that have looked into this bill that have taken out a lot of the problematic areas of the bill. But being better doesn't necessarily make it good. There's a litmus test that we should have in this place when a bill comes before us. Did any of your constituents ever email you about government sharing data with different departments, or sharing data with state governments, or sharing de-identified data with universities? Did anyone ever walk into your office and ask you, as an MP, to vote for this bill, that there was a problem there that they saw that necessitated this act, or proposed act? Did anyone ever stop you in the street? Did anyone ever phone you or one of your staff members about it? And I'd say, by and large, the answer for every single person who inhabits this chamber would be no on this front. So why are we doing it? Where does it come from? And I've heard from the government and now the opposition the argument that, well, you know, if there's a natural disaster, an extreme event, you know, then we can easily get payments to people. If they don't have the data that they, you know, need to present to get that payment, we can look at Medicare, or we could look at something else and get their data for that purpose. But there's an old saying, and that is, hard cases make bad law. That is an extreme situation. And sure, it happens from time to time. It's still an extreme situation. I don't know that we need to upend our privacy provisions in this country for that extreme situation. I actually haven't heard another argument beyond that for this bill. I have not heard it. If it exists, I'd love to know. And what I really would love to know is an argument that exists for this bill that is actually one for the people, for the benefit of the people, rather than the benefit of government. Sure, as I said before, a lot of the problematic areas have been knocked out of this bill through the process that it's gone from how it was drafted originally. But here's some questions. Apparently the data that's going to go to external organisations, which would be universities for research purposes, is going to be data that's de-identified. How is it going to be identified? Can it be re-identified? Is there potential for that? I don't know. The data that's going to go intergovernmental, whether it's between Commonwealth government departments or Commonwealth states, I'm told that that's only going to be for the benefit of individuals, and that data sharing cannot be used for anything that is investigative, punitive, or any other negative sort of measure against a citizen. But what happens if it is? Sure, I mean, there might be a smack on the wrist for someone, but what happens if it is? What happens if it is used in that fashion? Is the Commonwealth going to suddenly drop all proceedings against someone because the data was used in a way that it shouldn't have been? I don't know. I hope that the answer would be that yes, that all proceedings against that individual would be dropped. But the fact is that we've got data sharing, so it could potentially happen. So I'm just very worried about this bill and the trajectory that we actually are going down. And it's got bipartisan support, this bill now. So it doesn't have my support, Madam Deputy Speaker. It doesn't have my support. It might have bipartisan support, but I can tell you it does not have my support. And what's behind this, I fear, is the digital identity push. And I've got to tell my colleagues on all sides of this House, do not ever do that. Do not ever accept a national digital identity system in this nation. That will be the end, not the beginning, it will be the end of privacy in this country. What it will be the beginning of is big government intruding itself into our lives far too much. And I'm afraid that this legislation, having originally been crafted for the purposes of sharing data with private corporations, is also the beginning of something else. Because we can have all the protections in this bill right now, but 10 years down the track, what's going to happen to those protections? Where is this going to lead? Are we going to have data sharing between big government and big corporations? I don't want to be part of that, and that's why I'm stating right now on the record I do not support this bill.
And I thank the member for Dawson. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to start, if I could, from a different viewpoint, and that is to reflect on a few events that occurred in the last 12 months. And it's in a way that you wouldn't necessarily assume would be attached to this bill. But in the last 12 months, for the first time, artificial intelligence beat some of the best game players in the world. This video game called Gran Turismo Sport. The first time they'd attempted this was in July, and the human players won easily. But by October, the tables had been overturned, and increasingly, the human players found it very difficult to beat the AI. And what they noticed more and more was that the artificial intelligence found ways to play that people hadn't thought about. This is not the first time this has happened. In fact, AI is starting to challenge the way that we approach problems as humans, and is starting to challenge the whole notion of reason and logic, and the way that we apply it, and the way that we get to answers, and the way that we find solutions. It's not the first time it's happened in games, but it was also interesting that when AI was used to consider the development of new antibiotics, it also came up with antibiotics that had been discovered in a way that most human researchers, one, wouldn't have necessarily thought would be the way that you would develop that antibiotic, and two, it simply crunched through the data way quicker than any humans would have been able to do. And that's where artificial intelligence is at the moment, that it is not only in terms of the way that people think about its ability to crunch data, particularly large data sets, but the way it's doing it and the solutions it's coming up with, it's doing it in a way that we didn't think about. So there are a number of things that come out of that, most notably, and I'll come to it later, the framework we put around the operation of AI, because in the case of the antibiotics, there was a specific requirement that whatever the AI came up with, it could not be toxic for humans. So frameworks are important. And it will be, as AI starts to develop increasingly and is being used. I mean, everyone thinks it's a new development. It's taken about 50 or so years to get to this point. And computing power, neural networks, the whole developments that have occurred in the last 10 to 15 years have meant that AI is getting better and better and better. And increasingly, governments are going to find they will rely on artificial intelligence more and more and more, to the point, as Henry Kissinger points out, and I read this book over the break, he wrote this with Eric Schmidt, formerly of Google, and he made the point that governments increasingly, as the AI gets better, when they decide to make decisions outside of an AI framework, we will find parliamentarians being asked, well, why did you use AI instead of humans to make those decisions? which is likely, is a scenario, plausibly, that will occur. Now, the thing about AI is, to get better and better and better, it needs this thing called data. It needs to be able to possess that in increasing volumes and to be able to crunch that on a continual basis and to be able to be applied in particular ways. And so, for us as parliamentarians, it is really important that we engage in this debate and think through, not just to the darkest edges of the debate, which the mind will tend to wander to, and I understand that that's the way that we'll get to that point. But the fact of the matter is, if we don't use this and we decide to shut our minds to the notion of the use of AI and the availability of data to make that happen, sure, we can do it, but other countries will be using it. And other countries will apply it in ways to either make their economies work better, or their governments work smarter, or their communities to operate better. Important consideration for us as to whether or not we do that now or we leave that for others to do and we get left behind. And I don't think most Australians would want that. And in a country where we have regularly been pointed out are fast adopters of technology, I think in the broader public mind they get that technology does make our life easier and that they do want to use it in ways that improve the quality of life. But I tell you what, it's taken a hell of a long time, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get to this bill, to look at the frameworks around how that data is used and shared. Because the Productivity Commission in 2016 brought down its report that talked about how we use data. Open data and the consideration, the whole movement around gov data, and there have been a lot of people like Pia Waugh who've been here in times past, and gov hacks that have occurred to get access to data, to think about how to do things differently and improve the quality of living, not to just be attracted to the darker edges of this debate, but actually think about, well, with the data that's being collected, how can we apply it in a way that makes people's lives better? That movement has existed here for quite some time. The Productivity Commission tried to think, well, how would we use data and what frameworks could we put in place? And this came out ages ago, and the first act that we got out of the coalition was to not think about the open data requirements and the way in which government could use this much more beneficially. Their first thing is we're going to come up with a consumer data right, so make a buck out of it, and provide a framework for banking that could use data that was currently being used in finance to be used in that respect. I don't have a problem with that, but it's interesting that that was the priority of this government. And I'll come to the CDR thing in a moment. So that happens in 2016. The first thing they do is CDR. They promised before the last election, the coalition, that they would have this framework in place. We then get this bill in December 2020, and then the only point at which this gets debated is now. Now, if we pass this today, which I imagine we will, and I want to commend the member for Maribyrnong because he has applied deep thought to this and has worked constructively and has consulted and has secured improvements to this bill. But for all that effort that the member for Maribyrnong undertook has gone to waste because this government has failed to get this bill debated in this House and then considered by the Senate. Because guess what? The Senate tomorrow estimates it's out, right? So by the time this bill gets considered, it is highly unlikely it will pass. So it will be 2 terms since we've had some sort of framework in place to manage this, which is just crazy, because this stuff we do need to do. And we do need to think, as the member for Maribyrnong has been pointing out, about those ethical considerations about how data is used. Because as much as we need to ensure that that data is available and that it is crunched through AI and that it is applied in beneficial ways, we do need to, as he has rightly pointed out, not think in a completely utopic way. I think the best thing in this debate is not to be completely in a utopic frame of mind or dystopic. Just get the balance right. And as Ellen Broad, who in a really good book, and I encourage people to read this book, Made by Humans, she makes the point that AI is not some magical thing that just applies on its own. It is shaped by people, and its application is, the decisions on that are shaped by people. And as she also points out, government does have a tendency, it can't always assume that government will use technology in a way that is always beneficial. because more often than not it will use technology in a way that sometimes runs counter to people's interests. And we should always bear that in mind as well. And that's why I think the member for Maribyrnong and the Shadow Minister's interventions are important, to inject that type of thinking. So we do need to make sure that we don't have other robo-debts, but we do also need to make sure that if we can speed up decision-making in automated ways and we've got the frameworks right, that we do so and that we have that data available. For the people who suggest that this bill will open up all sorts of terrible consequences and things, the way that things will be used, I mean, I haven't heard a lot of those voices. I have spoken in times past about, for example, the way in which we set up the metadata framework many years ago, the way that was pushed through. I mean, I have been on this case about the way that data is being used or accessed or applied for quite some time. So it is interesting to see. We heard it from one of the speakers just a few moments ago, who I don't think ever spoke up, and maybe I'm wrong and I'm happy to stand corrected, ever spoke up on the way that metadata was used or the countless pieces of national security legislation that come through and access citizens' data all the time. I never heard those protections being championed by those opposite at all.
Now he's trying to
And now he's trying to, and the irony of some of those on the far right who rail against data and the way it's being used, while they data mine themselves for the sake of building their own political careers or movements or whatever. Let's not forget that. But I come back to the point as well that this government talks a big game on data, talks a big game on digital. They had been recommended for ages. I know the AIIA had recommended that they set up AI ethics boards to create the guidelines and best practice for the use of artificial intelligence in government, to create ethical guidelines for the development and use of AI, to ensure that members across the APS and members from industry are involved in that, set up standards, practice, and that an AI register of all current and future solutions that use AI or machine learning to allow for citizen transparency. These are all good things. The industry is thinking about it. The government is slow to act on it. And I commend the AIIA for putting that stuff on the public record to get governments to think around the use of data, because, as I said, it will be important longer term. But again, the government, it's always a shiny new bauble when it comes to them. It's the latest thing that they might get a great media headline out of and make themselves look like they're future-leaning, but they never seem to deliver. Seems to be a common thread with this government, with the coalition, always there for the announcement, never there for the delivery. I note, and I referenced earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, the consumer data right. The number of complaints I have had from industry about the way the consumer data right has been set up for finance, and bear in mind it will go across to energy and telecoms at some point, but the number of complaints I increasingly get from people in industry about the mismanagement of this process. I had one person in particular say and point out that the consumer data right is progressing at lightning speed after a number of years of instability and iterative development. There is a sense, this is what a person said to me, that amongst the market that the first sector hasn't been finished, and now attention and resources have been redeployed to other areas. They emphasise banking is not finished yet. There's been no straight-through consent mechanism, no consumer dashboard, no monitoring of the health of the API ecosystem. The role of intermediaries, an afterthought, hasn't been tested or finalised. No unique identifier between different sectors to allow for cross-sectoral data sharing, i.e. banking has a customer ID while energy has a premises identifier. There's literally no way for one sector's application to register an amendment or withdrawal of consent with the other sector, which is a big issue, a massive issue about making sure that consent is allowed, and when it's not, how things are managed post that. The refusal to consider business data and personal data differently from a risk standing means 2.4 million SMEs will have their operations disrupted through Xero, MYOB, Intuit, no longer being able to share consumer data with apps that exist on their marketplaces. And this point, which I think is relevant to this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Data Availability and Transparency Bill and the CDR are literally, quote, incompatible in their current formats. There is no conceivable way that public data sets can mingle with CDR data, which to this person's view is a tragedy due to the potential for use cases and global best practice. And these rules are being developed as a priority over standards, which is backwards. And weirdly, and this is the most damning thing, the Treasury is leading this, not the technical people nor the ministerial office. Quote, lots of duck shoving going on. What a surprise. Again, we have the Treasurer, like when we suggested that they be careful and think through this stuff in the last term, and we wanted to have the Senate involved as the House of Review about that whole process, we had the Treasurer working with Senator Jane Hume to shut down any work on this and shut down the thinking around it. We need the data availability to make sure that it is applied in a way that will work for the people. We need to ensure that there is confidence in the way that occurs. What we don't need is a situation where the government is only out there for the sake of the headline, only there for the sake of the announcement, trying to gather a great photo opportunity and then not following through. And if CDR is any example or sends us any signal about how this will operate under a coalition, then we should be very concerned. It's important to get the frameworks right, as has been attempted by this bill, which I wonder whether or not it'll get through, but even more importantly, getting the final landing, making sure this works, even more important, because if we lose the confidence of people, we will ensure that we can't get our act together at a broader level.
I thank the member for Chifley for his contribution, and the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 55 years ago, in 1967, Edward Gough Whitlam gave the budget reply speech. In that speech, he said, quote, "One of the problems in discussing health policy in Australia is the lack of reliable official information." 55 years on, and not as much has changed as we might have liked. As my co-author Philip Clark, the Director of the Health Economics Research Centre at Nuffield's Department of Population Health at Oxford University notes, there is still great potential to learn more from using administrative data on improving health efficiency. Philip's paper with Xin Young Hua, Guido Arrigas, John Chalmers and Tracy Lear-Labar in health policy finds that when they use linked Medicare data, that in the first year of life Medicare spending is actually regressive. Their paper notes that the analysis of out-of-pocket expenditure could be much more detailed if there was better access to linked administrative data, and that suggests a number of important ways forward. And yet the use of health data by researchers has been plagued by the incompetence of this government when it comes to releasing those data. An article in the University of Melbourne's magazine Pursuit in 2017 by Vanessa Teague, Chris Collane and Ben Rubenstein is titled "The Simple Process of Re-identifying Patients in Public Health Records." It notes that in 2016 the government put out an MBS-PBS sample dataset, and the researchers found that the encryption of supplier IDs was easily reversed. They informed the department and the dataset was taken offline. Then in December, the same researchers found that patients could be re-identified using known information about the person to find their record. The researchers found unique records matching 3 current or former members of parliament and a number of other prominent Australians. They informed the department in December, and again the dataset was taken down. But rather than acknowledge the honesty of the cryptographers who made clear to the department the flaws in their encryption methodology, this government set about attacking those researchers, attacking the very researchers who'd noted the flaws in what the government put online. Then Attorney-General George Brandis announced plans to criminalise the act of re-identifying previously de-identified data, as though somehow it was all right for the government to put out a data set in which individuals could be re-identified. They just make it a crime to do so. Fortunately, that legislation didn't pass, but the ongoing attacks on Vanessa Teague ultimately led to her having to quit the University of Melbourne. There is a great potential to be had from the careful use of big data, but we on this side of the House recognise the importance of maintaining strict privacy protections. Thanks to the work of the member for Maribyrnong, Bill Shorten, there have been a number of troubling aspects of this bill that have been removed or overcome, including the overcoming of the lack of privacy protections and safeguards, removing the scope of the scheme extending to foreign organisations, removing the scope of the scheme extending to the private sector, and introducing a 3-year review and a 5-year sunset clause. That reflects the strong views of those of us on this side of the House that big data can make a difference in improving people's lives, but that it must be done with care and appropriate scrutiny. That, of course, was the big flaw in the Robodebt scandal, which had its genesis in the belief by those opposite that it was possible to simply use big data analytics to chase down welfare recipients who'd allegedly done the wrong thing. Robodebt was not the first time in which big data analytics had been used to detect fraud. What made it different was removing the human element from the system. As the terrific book Weapons of Mass Destruction has made clear, algorithms can be dangerous. They can replicate existing biases in court sentencing processes. Algorithms, if misused in the assessment of teachers, can produce results which are more strongly driven by noise than signal. And indeed, the recent book by Cass Sunstein on noise has made clear that we need to be very careful about the use of big data in a way that allows noise to dominate signal. We have in public policy too many examples of algorithms and big data being misused. And yet when they're used right, they can be incredibly helpful. Georgia State is currently using predictive analytics to spot students in danger of dropping out, not just looking at their overall GPA but their scores in particular classes. And they've increased their 4-year graduation rate as a result. We've seen careful work being done by Raj Chetty and his co-authors, including Nathaniel Hendren, John Friedman, in using big data analytics to look at mobility across the United States. For example, noting that your chances of going from the bottom fifth to the top fifth of the income distribution are 3 times greater in San Jose, California than they are if you grow up in Charlotte, North Carolina. Similar analysis using tax records covering almost the entire US population from 1989 to 2015 by Sarah Merchant has discovered that the income gap between blacks and whites persists for generations and is driven entirely by differences in wages and employment between black and white men rather than women, and found that it's smaller for black boys who grow up in neighbourhoods with lower poverty rates. In New Zealand, the integrated data infrastructure has found that the probability of moving from low pay to high pay is not as high when the analysis is done using detailed monthly income records as when carried out using patchy surveys. Now, New Zealand has also used its integrated data infrastructure to analyse the potential spread of COVID and to identify those areas that are most at risk. So we do need to make sure, as Martin Kurzweil has pointed out, that algorithm is not destiny, that it's important that human judgment is never removed from the process. But if we do that, and we're careful about our use of big data, there is great potential for government to partner with academic institutions in order to improve lives for all Australians and to better fulfil that goal that Gough Whitlam laid out in his budget reply speech of 1967.
And I thank the member for Fenner. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is designed to facilitate the controlled access to public sector data for specific purposes in the public interest through a legislative framework. Now, that's a rather anodyne statement and potentially one that many would find unobjectionable, but it's also one with potentially significant implications for people's everyday lives, both positive and negative. And that's why this bill is important, and that's why, more importantly, it's so important that this government and future governments move in a sensible direction when it comes to government's use of data. This is part of this government's belated response to the Productivity Commission's inquiry into data availability and use. Now, as earlier speakers on this side have alluded to, there is significant potential upside if governments can better use data. There are many examples of which I won't run through exhaustively, but one example is new services, qualitatively different services to ones that we're currently seeing. And an obvious example of that is on-demand buses, which can make a real difference in people's lives, particularly in regional and outer suburban areas. Another one is individualised services, which can make a huge difference in the efficiency and effectiveness of services like healthcare and other areas of service delivery, such as aged care in the NDIS. Another example is the more accurate and efficient use of scarce government resources, particularly, and this is something explicitly alluded to in this bill, after natural resources. I want to refer very briefly to something that I worked on a long time ago when I was a state MP, which was a series of auctions of bus routes for a school for children with autism. The use of data in relation to their travel preferences and the optimisation of routes led to a more than 50% reduction in travel time, plus the removal of any need for children to change buses, which had been extremely stressful. Now, that required the use of data. It required the use of some data in relation to when people wanted to travel. But it was done in such a way that all of that data was protected and led to a significant improvement in outcomes. So I definitely am not a complete utopian, but I definitely see the potential for significant upside. But I do want to explicitly talk about some of the potential downsides, and all of the previous speakers on this side have referred to that. The member for Maribyrnong went through quite a number of them. The use of algorithms is particularly dangerous. It can lead to quite often perverse and unexpected and unintended outcomes. One example is the fracturing of people's access to media and information, for example, on social media platforms. Another one is algorithms that just get wrong outcomes, and Robodebt is a good example of that, although a very, very tragic one in terms of its real-life impacts. Another obvious risk is privacy, and a number of speakers have alluded to that. That is clearly something which governments will have to be vigilant in relation to in the future. And another risk is outright manipulation. And again, other speakers have alluded to this. Facebook is an example of where certain political campaigns or other people or entities trying to change people's views in a range of ways have outright manipulated people in ways that are often quite dangerous. So there are clearly pros and cons, and the member for Maribyrnong outlined a number of those. The member for Chifley, I think, spoke about the fact that we need to achieve a balance in this area. This bill is a step forward. It is clearly a belated one, given how long ago it was that the Productivity Commission handed down its report, and as earlier speakers have indicated, given the low likelihood of it even passing, some troubling aspects of the original bill have been removed, such as the lack of privacy protections and safeguards, the scope of the scheme extending to foreign organisations, has been removed, and the scope of the scheme extending to the private sector has been removed. So this bill is a far better bill than was originally proposed, but there is clearly so much more to do. And I'd be one of the people, one of the members on this side, who would see this as a journey that we are just starting. This is going to be an area of opportunity for government, but it is going to be an area where we have to remain ever vigilant, given the potential for unexpected and very dangerous outcomes. The 2017 productivity report, which led to the government's response, of which this bill is a response, did talk about the importance of creating a new right that enables both opportunities for active data use by consumers and fundamental reform of Australia's competition policy. But it also talked about the need for a structure for data sharing and release that is risk-based and that allows for arrangements to be dialed up and down according to different risks. And I think that is a very important aspect of any arrangements. So I just wanted to say that this is a bill that is, as I said, a first step in a journey. I've seen firsthand how the use of data by government, the smart use of government, the careful use of data by government can lead to better outcomes. But we do need to make sure that we are constantly ensuring that whatever protections are in place are state-of-the-art, that are fit for purpose, that are appropriately risk-rated, and it is only in that way should we proceed with expanding the use of data by government.
And I thank the member for Fraser. So the question is that this amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Data Availability and Transparency Bill of 2020. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot support this bill. The risk to privacy versus the potential benefits, the balance is just not there. If we go through the explanatory memorandum of the bill, it notes the bill establishes a new data sharing scheme which will serve as a pathway and regulatory framework for sharing public sector data. Public sector data means your data, Madam Deputy Speaker, my data, and every other one of the 25 million plus Australians. Sharing, in inverted commas, notes involves providing controlled access to the data as distinct from open public release. So what that means is your data as an individual that you may wish to keep private can be given to others, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as the Minister noted in his second reading speech, and I quote, "The bill is about creating a scheme that will provide controlled access to data to trusted people and trusted organisations." Whom are these trusted people that can be trusted with Australians' private data? Whom are these trusted organisations that can be trusted with Australians' private data? Madam Deputy Speaker, the risks of this, in my mind, clearly do not outweigh the potential benefits. We have seen what has happened in the last 2 years, where now it is custom in this country that you have to show your medical records to line up to hire a car, to enter a restaurant. That has become common practice in this country. Medical records that should be your private information are no longer private in this country. We are going down a dark, authoritarian track towards a society of digital identity. And I cannot stand and support that legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I came to this place for the very first time, I signed up to the principles of what the Liberal Party believes in. The very first sentence was that I believe in the inalienable rights and freedoms of all people. And we, that was the Liberal Party, work towards a lean government that minimises interference in our daily lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, allowing trusted people and so-called trusted organisations to access private data of Australian citizens is not what I signed up when I first came to this parliament, and I cannot support this bill. Sorry.
I thank the member for Hughes for his contribution. So the question is that this amendment be disagreed to. I'm giving the call to, apologies, the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all those that have contributed to the debate? Can I especially thank the member for Maribyrnong for his constructive leadership and his support. It has been quite a pleasure to work with him. I can also thank Deborah Anton, the Interim Data Commissioner up until 2021. Can I thank Gail Milnes, the National Data Commissioner Designate, for her work. Can I thank Kelly Wood, Susan Colbert, Paul Mackenzie-McVeigh and the ONDC team for their hard work and professionalism. Can I thank the senior CIOs of government who've worked well, Chris Fechner, of course Charles McCarty and Ramez from the ATO for all of their work as well. This bill establishes a new scheme for sharing Australian government data, underpinned by strong safeguards and simplified efficient processes. The scheme lays the groundwork for world-class data-driven government services that will benefit all Australians. This is critical legislation to advance our collective vision for Australia to become a leading digital economy and data-driven society by 2030. The legislation acts on commitments made by the government in response to the 2017 Productivity Commission inquiry into data availability and use. The Australian government demonstrated the benefits of data sharing in the response to the COVID pandemic, establishing pathways for sharing critical data to save lives and livelihoods. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, the Senate Scrutiny of Bills Committee and the Senate Finance and Public Affairs Legislative Committee have all made recommendations for amendments. The government has carefully considered these recommendations and the dissenting report tabled by the Labor Party senators on the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislative Committee. So can I thank the constructive engagement of all of those who have been involved in this, including the member for Isaacs. This has necessarily been a detailed and considered process. Following these consultations, the government will now move a series of amendments with bipartisan support to clarify and enhance privacy protections and introduce additional safeguards in relation to national security concerns. Amongst other things, the amendments will clarify the scheme will not extend to the private sector during its initial establishment. The bill now provides for a review 3 years after the scheme's commencement, in addition to a review 3 months after the commencement of any amendments to privacy law which would have a material impact on the scheme. Reviews of the scheme will help ensure that it is operating as intended, that it remains relevant and adaptable to evolving technology and public expectation, and provides an opportunity to consider refinements or expansion in the future. The government would also like to thank the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislative Committee for its detailed consideration of the bill package and take this opportunity to formally respond to the 3 recommendations made by the committee. The committee's first recommendation was that assurances be provided to Parliament about appropriate ongoing oversight by security agencies of data sharing agreements and potential security risks. The government supports this recommendation and moves an amendment to ensure that data sharing agreements take effect only once registered by the Commissioner rather than upon party signature. This change mitigates potential risks by allowing the Commissioner to work with relevant security agencies to identify agreements which may pose security risks or not comply with the data availability and transparency scheme prior to any sharing occurring. In addition, foreign entities are not able to become accredited, which means that data cannot be shared with a foreign entity under the scheme. Also related to national security, the committee's second recommendation was that findings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security inquiry into the national security risks affecting the higher education and research sector be taken into account when developing data codes and guidance material for the scheme, and to inform continued engagement with the national security community. The government supports this recommendation and will respond to outcomes of the inquiry once the final report is released. The government also notes the recently released guidelines to counter foreign interference in the Australian university sector and will consider this guidance in relation to the scheme in addition to the outcomes of the inquiry. The committee's final recommendation was that the government consider whether amendments could be made to the Data Availability and Transparency Bill, or further clarification added to the EM to provide additional guidance regarding privacy protections, particularly in relation to the de-identification of personal data. The government supports this recommendation and moves amendments that strengthen the privacy protections in the bill. The privacy protections include minimising the sharing of personal information as far as possible without compromising the data sharing purpose, prohibiting the re-identification of data that has been de-identified, prohibiting the storing or accessing of personal information outside of Australia, making it mandatory for accredited data service providers to undertake any complex data integration for projects to inform government policy and programs and research and development, and requiring express consent for the sharing of biometric data. Furthermore, a data code that will require consent to be current and specific and provide that an individual may withdraw consent at any time with prospective effect. Additional privacy protections will also be imposed dependent upon the data sharing purpose. Personal information will be able to be shared without consent for the delivery of government services where the individual concerned is receiving the service. The Data Availability and Transparency Bill minimises the sharing of personal information for informing government policies and programs and for research and development by promoting de-identification of data. The amendments also respond to concerns raised by Australian Labor Party senators in their dissenting report by increasing penalties, clarifying that data cannot be shared for compliance purposes, and ensuring that consideration is given to reviewing the data sharing scheme if changes to the Privacy Act are implemented following the current review of that Act. This legislation takes a significant step forward towards data-driven innovation across the economy, a step towards a future where policy decisions are enriched by strong data and government services are simple, helpful, respectful and transparent. Australians can have enormous confidence that the new scheme is world-class and that data sharing is the safest and most effective it can be, and I commend the bill to the House.
And I thank the Minister. So the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Maribyrnong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question I'm putting to the House now is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. So the question now is that this bill be read a second time. I give the call to the I'll put the question that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Yes? Okay. There is two of them. There is three. A division required. Please ring the bells. 4 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. The time has expired for that division. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare that the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Thank you. And I call on the clerk. Thank you very much.
Second reading, a bill for an act to authorise the sharing of public sector data and for related purposes.
Received.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill. I ask the House to move Government Amendments 1 to 251 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you. I move Government Amendments 1 to 251 as circulated together.
The question is, Minister. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All those. I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Thank you.
We may have jumped a little bit ahead here, I think.
Where are we?
The question now is...
Yeah. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This bill. I think I just needed to say, and I might just say this first, this bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to authorise the sharing of public sector data and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 11, Data Availability and Transparency Consequential Amendments Bill 2020, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read. Excuse me one moment. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters in connection with the Data Availability and Transparency Act 2020 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters in connection with the Data Availability and Transparency Act 2020 and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 8, Offshore Petroleum, Lemon Area and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Brand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Today I rise to speak to say that Labor will support the two bills before the House, Offshore Petroleum Laminara and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill and the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill relating to that same matter. Deputy Speaker, Labor referred these bills to a Senate inquiry to ensure thorough parliamentary scrutiny. Labor believes industry and workers must be at the table for this vital reform. I note the publication of the final report of this inquiry on 18th November 2021. These bills introduced a temporary levy on offshore petroleum production to recover the Commonwealth's cost of decommissioning the Laminara and Corallina oil fields and associated infrastructure. This aims to ensure taxpayers are not left to pay the decommissioning and remediation of these sites. Labor agrees that companies which operate oil and gas infrastructure must be held to their obligations to decommission and remove that infrastructure in a safe and timely way. I have spoken in this place at length regarding the situation in the Laminara and Corallina oil fields, otherwise known as NOGA, or the Northern Endeavour fiasco, and the need for broad reform in the regulation of decommissioning of offshore oil and gas infrastructure in this country. The levy will be at a rate of 48 cents per barrel of oil equivalent and be paid on an annual basis in arrears. The first payment made will be for the 2021 financial year and be payable in the first half of 22-23, which is why it is important it passes through the House and the other place today. All entities with an ownership interest in a petroleum production licence issued under the Offshore Petroleum Greenhouse Gas Storage Act of 2006 will be liable to pay the level which will be administered by the Australian Taxation Office. The levy will be in place until the net costs associated with the decommissioning have been recovered, or 30 June 2030 at the latest. Labor acknowledges the fact that levy is temporary by design. However, we have rightly sceptical about the level of public consultation the government has undergone throughout its development. I have consistently argued that industry be at the table when designing this scheme, as well as the workers concerned. That's why Labor referred this rate of levy alongside the bills as a whole to the Senate to scrutinise and ensure the industry and worker representatives have a voice. The Senate committee inquiry also considered the impact of this decommissioning work on jobs in offshore gas and related sectors, including shipping and port workers. Deputy Speaker, rigorous decommissioning requirements will be an important source of jobs for workers in the oil and gas industry as the energy transition to net zero emissions takes place. Those in the oil and gas sector have suggested to me that the direct spend will be up to $1 billion. This represents potentially a $1 billion opportunity to ensure that Australia's decommissioning task is set up properly to ensure good jobs, safety in those dangerous jobs and good environmental outcomes, and $1 billion worth of jobs for Australian decommissioning workers as well. A report for the National Energy Resources Australia in February on the projected total future Australian decommissioning liability found that decommissioning of these facilities would cost $52 billion based on the total removal of all offshore equipment, and there are 1,008 offshore wells, 57 fixed facilities with 237,000 tonnes topside and 518,000 of tonnes underwater, 82 pipelines with a total length of 4,960 kilometres plus 205 infield flow lines, 130 umbilicals with a length of 1,500 kilometres and 535 subsea structures such as manifolds. There is much work to do. 27% of this activity may need to take place before 2025 due to facilities that are already disused, and 51% of this work could be due before 2030. About half of this work is in the North Carnarvon Basin off the northwest of the Western Australian coast between Exmouth and Dampier. Another quarter of this work is in the Bass Strait. There is no doubt Australia needs a regulatory system that delivers the planning, monitoring, oversight and enforcement of high-standard decommissioning outcomes for offshore oil and gas infrastructure. In that context, Labor was deeply concerned gaps in the safety oversight from a regulatory agency. In the Senate Economics Committee inquiry, the Department DISA and the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority, known as NOPSEMA, said that due to the fact there was no title holder or operator of the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act does not apply to the LAMCOR decommissioning. This meant that NOPSEMA would be unable to issue enforcement actions. Labor sought better from the government than the application of an occupational health and safety regime in a dangerous industry on the high seas, which would have been through a confidential commercial contract. This has been achieved and better regulations will be there. I want to thank in particular Senator Anthony Chisholm, who worked on this committee, and also the Maritime Union of Australia, and in particular Adrian Evans and Penny Howard, who worked very proactively on this matter, Sean Lambert from the ACTU and representatives of the ETU and AWU. All these people made really extremely constructive representations on behalf of current Australian workers in this industry, an industry they know well, the work of gas platforms on the high seas around this country, and know the risks of this sector. It is dangerous work, and it will be an emerging industry into the future as we move to, and the companies themselves move to, quite rightly, decommission their assets in a environmentally safe and a worker-safe means throughout the coming decades. I thank them all for contacting my office and being very constructive, and I also want to thank the government and Minister Pitt and his office, who made an undertaking in relation to ensuring that the operator is subject to the NOPSEMA safety regime. The Minister and I agree that the safety of those workers decommissioning the Lambcore wells is paramount, and I thank him and his office again for the cooperative and collegiate way in which they approach this issue, very much in the national interest. I commend these bills to the House and again reaffirm Labor's support of them. I thank the House.
I thank the member for Brand. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill. It's another instalment in the government's response to the Northern Endeavour fiasco, which, if unaddressed, would have left the taxpayer picking up a bill of the financial kind of several $100 million that should have been met by the operator Woodside. This levy is a supportable and sensible means of ensuring the taxpayer does not pay for a very expensive mess that was created by some risky and, I would say, some questionable corporate conduct. The Department and the Minister deserve some credit for resolving on both the trailing liability that was dealt with in an earlier piece of legislation and for bringing along this cost recovery levy. But based on what we now know, it is a shame the rigour of our regulatory arrangements wasn't sufficiently good to prevent what occurred. Unfortunately, when you have a government that is reflexively, or some would say ideologically, dismissive of the regulatory systems that are required to guarantee the public and the national interest, that deliver safety and environmental protection and good corporate conduct, this is exactly the kind of thing that will occur, regulatory failure with harmful consequences. Deputy Speaker, we're fortunate that the mess so far is only administrative and economic in nature, rather than a mess that could well have involved very real hazards to workers' safety and to the marine environment. No one in the Australian community would be unaware of the kinds of things that have happened in the past that have involved offshore oil spills like Deepwater Horizon, Exxon Valdez and other disasters. That they, in addition to causing costs in the tens of billions of dollars, they left awful environmental legacies across hundreds and hundreds of kilometres that lasted decades and in most cases continue today. The member for Brand has done some very important work on this bill and in response to this issue more generally, and as the Shadow Minister just described, worked with the government to address particularly some aspects of the government's response that raised questions about whether we had the right settings in these measures in terms of occupational health and safety, and the Shadow Minister already described those, but they cannot be underestimated in terms of their importance. I do also want to acknowledge that the industry peak body APPEA ultimately came on board in supporting the measures required to ensure that companies take appropriate responsibility for their decommissioning obligations and that the taxpayer is therefore protected from picking up the tab. Deputy Speaker, in essence, what occurred with the Northern Endeavour was a sale or transfer of an end-of-life offshore oil production asset from Woodside to a small company with insufficient operating experience and capability and with completely insufficient financial standing. Woodside essentially transferred the asset for what was a relatively tiny sum, and by providing some financial assistance to the purchaser. And the reason Woodside did that was because there was significant value in them not having to bear the decommissioning costs. It's not surprising that in very short time the company that received the asset proved incapable of operating the Northern Endeavour, and we should be grateful that NOPSEMA was relatively quick off the mark and resolute in holding the operator to account and in preventing what may have escalated towards something fatal in human terms or environmentally disastrous. One of the things that NOPSEMA considers is the adequacy of the spill response arrangements and preparations, which are critical when it comes to offshore oil and gas. And in this case, I think it's notable to record that when NOPSEMA carried out some inspections on the Northern Endeavour, it determined that the new operator did not have, and I quote, an adequate capability and capacity to support and sustain a protracted response, resulting in short and long-term biological, ecological and social harm in the event of an uncontrolled hydrocarbon release. In other words, they weren't in any position to safely respond if there had been some kind of oil spill. There would have been short and long-term biological, ecological and social harm if that had occurred. NOPSEMA also found that, and I quote, there was a failure to maintain the oil spill response arrangements provided for by the current TSA, and that would result in immediate and significant threat to the environment. So what happened next? Well, operations were stopped. Not that much further down the track, the Timor Sea Oil and Gas Australia Company, that's the company that received the asset, went into administration, liquidation, and it left the Australian government to step in and arrange for the Northern Endeavour to be operated in lighthouse mode and then to arrange a proper decommissioning. That process continues and will take some time, as the Shadow Minister has described. Some tenders were actually issued earlier this year, and the government has already provided something like $230 million for the expected work. That will not be the end of it, I don't think. The $230 million includes $8 million paid to Woodside for their expert advice. I reckon some people in the community would think that payment is pretty rich in all the circumstances. Deputy Speaker, I said questionable earlier in terms of the whole arrangement, and I think that this is an important point to make, and certainly for people in the community to understand. I said questionable because it is quite hard to look at the circumstances around the disposal of the Northern Endeavour and take the view that Woodside disposed of the infrastructure while giving due and reasonable consideration to the possibility that the receiving entity was not in a solid position to safely and properly operate the rig and was in no position to safely and properly decommission it. It is hard to believe that an operator of the capability and scale and experience of Woodside didn't foresee that possibility. In any case, this bill helps fix a serious and costly problem, but we know there's further work to be done to ensure this kind of thing doesn't occur again. And on the upside, we should ensure that the considerable volume of decommissioning work in prospect is undertaken by an Australian decommissioning industry and by Australian workers. On that front, I welcome the establishment of CODA, the Centre for Decommissioning Australia, and I'm grateful to have met with the General Manager, Francis Norman, on a couple of occasions. It's pretty incredible to reflect on the fact that there is $60 billion of offshore decommissioning that will be required in the next 30 years, that is by 2050, and half of that in the next 10 years. It's a very substantial and important piece of work. If it's not done well, there will be unacceptable risks in terms of worker safety and in terms of harm to our marine environment. If it is done well, there's the potential for a state-of-the-art Australian decommissioning industry to be created, supporting investment and innovation and infrastructure and Australian jobs that are all relevant to our broader maritime capability in shipbuilding and marine science and offshore renewable energy, and with my recycling hat on, in resource recovery and recycling. That is what we should all hope for. That is what we should aim for. It's entirely possible and it's the right way to go, but it will require some concerted and rapid work from government in partnership with industry, and as we have seen, there really is no time to waste at all. Deputy Speaker, I'm glad to support this bill.
I thank the member for Fremantle. The question is, before I state the question to the House, I would like to remind members present that I understand it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Treasury Laws Amendment, Laminarina and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021. And there being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Offshore Petroleum Laminaria and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021. This bill is the culmination of one particular gas corporation's complete and utter stranglehold over both of the establishment parties and, through that, over Parliament. Woodside donates $220,000 a year, every single year, to Labor and Liberal. They offer not just cash, but perks too. More than a couple of ministers have left Parliament to work for them, countless numbers of advisers too. Woodside has extraordinary access to our lawmakers. How else can they shift a $1 billion liability off their books and onto everyone else in their industry? The Greens support this bill because getting any money out of gas corporations for the public benefit is like drawing blood from a stone. It is a miracle to get money out of a sector the ATO has called, quote, systemic non-payers of tax. But still, the Greens aren't going to gloss over the fact that something about this bill doesn't sit right. Woodside Proprietary Limited have acted like bandits, extracted all their profits, paid no taxes, and then punted the old and depleted Northern Endeavour oil rig off to a fly-by-night businessman that went bankrupt shortly afterwards, leaving the government left holding the can to cover the clean-up costs. Rather than force Woodside to take back the asset they made billions in revenue off and force them to clean it up, the power of Woodside's lobbying, donations and future job offers meant that Minister Pitt has decided the entire gas industry has to pay to clean up after Woodside. No company outside of such a massive coal or gas donor could ever get away with such negligent or greedy conduct. But here is the kicker. The Australian Liberal government has since paid Woodside $9 million for expert advice on how to decommission their old oil and gas field. In a perfect culmination of corporate state capture, Woodside has been rewarded to the tune of $9 million for sucking a well dry and pushing the clean-up costs onto others. Just last week, Woodside misled The Guardian and the public that they, quote, transitioned the vessel over in good condition, when the facts of the Walker report show there were massive corrosion hazards. This grift is just the latest in a long line of governments doing Woodside's bidding. The Howard government bugged the cabinet room of the East Timor government to help Woodside's commercial negotiations over oil fields in between our territorial waters. As a result, they've had access to confidential national security information that not even this parliament would have access to, and that is now subject to the Witness K prosecution. The Foreign Minister of the time, Alexander Downer, left Parliament and went to work for them. Labor's previous Resources Minister, Gary Gray, was a senior executive for them. The Liberals' previous Resources Minister, Ian Macfarlane, is currently on their board. Woodside is not just a publicly listed company, they're a hybrid public-private partnership. They're a hybrid government department. They can write laws, hold classified documents, provide and receive cash flows, they can second staff and set their own environmental and safety standards, and can authorise other entities to take on their liabilities. Until we cut off the tentacles of these big coal and gas corporations, we won't be able to turn the ship of government around on the climate crisis. These companies take what they want and then leave the mess for others to clean up. Their pollution is turbocharging natural disasters that we have to pay to clean up. And according to NOPSEMA's answer to Greens Senator Dorinda Cox, there are 400 disused gas wells in Australian waters that haven't been decommissioned. There are 19 mothballed platforms that are sitting there without being decommissioned. This is their legacy, and it's their legacy, not ours, to have to pay to clean up. The Greens want the big polluters and corporations that are profiting off the climate crisis to pay to clean up the damage they are doing. It is time to make the big corporations pay their fair share. It's time to stop giving money to the big coal, oil and gas corporations and instead make them pay their fair share. Only the Greens are able to push for that because we're the only ones not taking money from corporations like Woodside. And when you look across the entire gas industry, you see that tens of billions of dollars of profit being brought in 1 year and not 1 cent of tax being paid. No wonder the Australian Tax Office calls them systemic non-payers of tax. It is time to make the big corporations pay to clean up the mess that they are inflicting on all of us.
I thank the member for Melbourne for his contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Offshore Petroleum, Laminaria and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021 and Cognate Bill. These bills will introduce a temporary levy on offshore petroleum production to recover the costs of decommissioning these oil fields and other associated infrastructure. Now, let's be clear, we should never be in this position. This is a responsibility of those companies. These oil fields, situated 550 kilometres offshore of Darwin, the Lamcor oil fields were first commissioned in 1999. At the time, it was a $1.37 billion development that was projected to produce up to 180,000 barrels per day. Now it no longer produces any and remains in lighthouse mode. These bills stem from the disastrous decision in 2016 by Woodside and Talisman Energy to sell both the Northern Endeavour and the Lamcor oil fields to a small oil and gas speculator called Northern Oil and Gas Australia that could not afford to decommission it, and in 2020 went into liquidation. Announced in the 2021-22 budget, this bill will introduce a levy on the industry to recoup the almost $1 billion in costs that have been heaped on the taxpayer. It's ironic, coming from a government that continually talks about not wanting to introduce taxes, that in fact it is now, here is one. This levy will be set at 48 cents per barrel. This level will fluctuate depending on how much cost is being recovered. The levy could go from 1 July 2021 to 1 July 2029, but will terminate when the costs have been recovered. But the real question is, why stop there? In fact, the industry, and of course the industry is fighting this levy tooth and nail, but will not find any sympathy from the broader community for their plight. Because in fact what we should have is this levy continuing. It's time the industry paid their way, not just on this, but on the other related issues like climate change and natural disasters. Earlier this year, I talked on the bill that implemented the decommissioning framework for other ageing assets and a levy for the recoup of costs associated with the Northern Endeavour fiasco. The problems are the same. The decommissioning of oil and gas infrastructure will be a growing issue over the coming years. The industry was absolutely has no problem putting rigs in the ocean, but it has serious difficulties in decommissioning safely at a minimum cost and taking responsibility for doing it. It's exacerbated by the industry struggling to find buyers for ageing assets, as more investors are now conscious of the risks, climate or otherwise, of taking on such assets. Now, we know, in Rystad Energy reported, the number of oil and gas wells waiting to be decommissioned will rise from 160 today to 440 by 2026. Now, that is only 4 years away. Clearly, this is a growing and looming problem. We need to make sure that the decommissioning of these rigs takes place in a safe and orderly way, that it is done with proper environmental conservation and clean-up, and we know this is coming in coming decades. And the cost of decommissioning should not be heaped on taxpayers, because the invoice and the cost is substantial, and ultimately it is not their responsibility. It is the companies that are, and the government for allowing these companies without punity to have these rigs. We know the onshore and offshore decommissioning liability of the industry could be some $60 billion over the next 30 years. So with Australia's net debt approaching $1 trillion, we need to be cognisant more than ever of this cost, and we cannot be put on the taxpayer. Already we know that the cost of the consequences of the love affair with fossil fuels is put on the taxpayer. We need a permanent fund that will act as a backstop when inventable issues arise with decommissioning. And actually the government needs to do more. We need a climate disaster levy to collect money from oil and gas companies that leave environmental destruction in their wake. It's currently the Australian taxpayer who foot the bill for all these climate-related natural disasters. We know just this year $6 billion due to the floods on the East Coast. We know the cost of natural disasters is projected to reach some $96 billion a year by 2060 under the current business-as-usual actions. That is over $1.2 trillion by 2060. This is one unfolding disaster over the next. Just in the course of this government, it has been $10.3 billion on floods and bushfires alone. It should not be up to the taxpayer to have to meet this cost. We need to start talking about a natural disaster or a climate disaster levy to be put on those responsible. If we set a levy of $1 per tonne of embodied carbon, we could raise a significant amount to offset these costs. The Australian Institute polling indicates 65% of the public would back these sensible measures. But of course what we need to do is stop expanding gas. We need to stop having more and more of these fields, because if not, you are just dooming future generation to an ongoing crisis. Now, locally, there is a strong community rejection of any offshore oil and gas, and we push this government to reject once and for all the exploration licence in relation to the PEP 11 area from Newcastle to Manly for exploration of oil and gas. It's time we did this for all of our offshore areas. But the minister, a Nationals minister, can only see fossil fuels in our future. He wants to expand gas fields. The most ridiculous one is around the prime tourism area of the 12 Apostles near Port Campbell on the Victorian coast. And of course, he sees no trouble in expanding this to fossil fuel extraction. Developing this area will be terrible for the local economy and tourism, the climate, the local environment. It is adding fuel to the fire. And so whilst I support this levy today, this bill, to ensure that the cost of decommissioning these rigs is not imposed on the taxpayer but on the industry, it is time this industry paid its weight and ensured it cleaned up the mess it is causing.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bills will impose a temporary levy on offshore petroleum production to recover costs for decommissioning two oil fields associated with associated infrastructure. The purpose of the levy is to ensure that taxpayers are not left to pay for the decommissioning or the remediation. The levy is temporary, and that's the point to remember. Commencement of the levy will start from the 1st of July 2021 and pay in arrears a rate of 48 cents per barrel or oil equivalent production for the year, and I commend the bill to the House. That was quick.
I thank the minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to impose a levy on registered holders of petroleum production licences and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I call the member for Dobell.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the minister.
I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to impose a levy on registered holders of petroleum production licences and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 9, Treasury Laws Amendment, Laminaria and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Member for Dobell.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. And I'll call the Minister.
I've already moved it that time. I'm the cognitive.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 12, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Family Support Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Labor Party on the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Enhanced Family Support Bill 2022 and say at the outset Labor supports this because we're backing veterans and their families. At the outset, I want to say that families play a critical and fundamental role in supporting the capability of our Defence Force and the well-being of Defence members. And we know on this side, if we want a strong and capable Defence Force operating at its best, that we need to have the best possible care and support available for family members. The responsibility to care for the men and women of the Australian Defence Force, veterans and families currently rests with our generation, and we must do everything we can to support them and give them the care and treatment they deserve and the best possible care and treatment our country can provide. So Labor joins with the government in recognising the unique challenges faced by these families. Supporting the partners and children of our defence personnel is an ongoing and evolving effort, and this legislation responds to the recommendation of the final Senate report into suicide by veterans and ex-service personnel of constant battle, suicide by veterans, which was initiated by Labor. It responds also to the Productivity Commission inquiry into veteran support, which recommended better family engagement and support by agencies. So we welcome the government's finally responded, albeit on the eve of an election. And I might add, for the benefit of those who might be listening, this is a budget measure in 2021 that we're debating after the 2022 budget was handed down. So I chastise and criticise the government for their failure to bring this on earlier. This package will be available to more working-age veteran family through expanding eligibility. It synchronises in large part the family support package, which is akin to an NDIS package for people under 65 years of age, widows and widowers of deceased defence personnel. It harmonises the MERCA, DERCA and VEA legislation acronyms, which would be very familiar to those in the defence community. And I support the legislation. It will help families of veterans, widows and widowers. It makes sure that they get assistance, and the package and the support will kick in on the 1st of July this year. It makes sure, of course, that there's a legislative framework that we trust the government will do the legislative instruments it has said it requires to do to implement the enhanced family support package, and so we trust the government to do the right thing. On this side of the chamber, we are committed to supporting veterans and their families, and we want to make sure that our servicemen and women, veterans and their families, know that this country is proud of them, and our country will always be there for them, and we will back them in every step of the way. So, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Labor Party, I say we support the legislation. I do say the government is tardy in bringing it forward, and they need to do better, and they need to do better not just with the way they conduct themselves in this chamber in terms of bringing legislation on this late in the day, but also making sure that they do better in terms of budgetary requirements, and I support the legislation.
I thank the member for Blair. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I won't detain the House for long, but I just wanted to follow on from the Shadow Veterans Minister and say that we have a bill before us, and in this place we treat the bills on their own judgment, and this is a good piece of legislation based on evidence, which is of course, important, and the practical support that comes for veterans and families out of this bill is welcome, and that's why we want to get it through. We want to get it done. But I just want to take a moment to say that we have to do a lot better by our veterans in this country. We have had 6 ministers for Veterans Affairs over 9 years. Now, that's an incredible turnover. In any other workplace, you might think that there's some significant problems that this important portfolio has been handed round so often by those opposite. It shouldn't be a prize for factional battles. It should be of the utmost importance because it has real-world effects, including in my electorate, where there is still no proper wellbeing centre after I committed to one 6 years ago, but successive governments have failed to make sure that it's up and running as promised on time. So we need to do a lot better, and I look forward to seeing a Labor government to make sure that that comes to pass. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Solomon. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank all members for their contributions to this debate, and I'd also like to acknowledge the cooperation of the member for Blair and the whips on both sides of the aisle for ensuring that this bill can be dealt with in this place and hopefully the Senate tonight. As the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel, I've seen firsthand the critical and fundamental role that families play in supporting the capability of our Defence Force and the well-being of Defence members. This bill demonstrates the Australian Government's commitment to responding to Recommendation 19 of the final report of the Senate inquiry into suicide by veterans, the constant battle, suicide by veterans, tabled in Parliament on the 15th of August 2017. It also responds to the 2019 Productivity Commission report, A Better Way to Support Veterans, to ensure veterans and their families are supported to the best of our ability. This bill expands the services available and allows families greater choice in how they use services provided through the existing family support package introduced in 2018 in direct response to their feedback. The enhanced family support package will be available to more veteran families through expanded eligibility, benefiting approximately 900 veterans and their families in the first year of the program. Intensive support will become available for families to adjust to new or challenging life circumstances, complementing other Department of Veterans Affairs and Australian Government services. The enhanced family support package will provide at-risk families of injured or ill veterans under 65 years with up to $12,500 over 2 years to spend on a range of services that meet their health and wellbeing needs. In addition, families with children will be able to access a further $10,000 a year for each child under school age and $5,000 a year for each primary school age child until the child reaches high school age. Veterans will no longer require warlike service or be undertaking a rehabilitation plan to be eligible. Under this initiative, the family support package will be expanded to support widows and widowers under all 3 acts that support veterans where the veteran's death was due to their service. This package provides widowed partners under 65 years old up to $27,835 each year for 2 years. Widowed partners with children will have access to the additional amounts each year to tailor support for their health and wellbeing needs. Australia owes an enormous debt of gratitude to all of our veterans and their families. This bill provides vitally important new measures to better help and assist their wellbeing. We should always remember that the freedoms we exercise in this House, and which many so often take for granted, have for generations been protected and guarded by our men and women in uniform. Patriotic Australians who've done their duty and love their country. May we never forget this, and may we, all of us, do everything within our power to support them and their families. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading of bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Member for Dobell.
Is granted.
Thank the member for Dobell. I call the minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 6, Treasury Laws Amendment, Enhancing Tax Integrity and Supporting Business Investment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kingsford Smith.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Income Tax Amendment, Labor Mobility Program Bill 2022. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kingsford Smith has moved, as an amendment, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak about small business, because this government has a record of supporting small business across our community and across this country, and particularly across my electorate of Ford. This schedule of bill, pardon me, the schedules in this particular bill go towards further enhancing our support for small business, whilst at the same time ensuring the integrity of our tax system. But let me first take the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to look at our support for small business over the past several years. And as I look, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the measures that we've put in place for small business over our term of government since 2013, we now see small business in a situation where it pays the lowest tax rate it's ever paid in many, many years compared to previous governments. The benefit of lower tax rates for small business pardon me, is it gives small business the incentive to invest and to grow their business, because more of the money that they earn through their hard work each and every day stays in their pocket. And we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that many of our small businesses out there, who are the majority employers in Australia, put on the line each and every day their family wealth. Their house is mortgaged to support their business overdraft. Very often our small business owners are the last people to be paid. They ensure they pay their staff and they ensure they pay their suppliers, and then they'll take a cut out of what's left at the end of the week. But it's these very businesses, Madam Deputy Speaker, that as we look across the country, and I've got the member for Wright here, who's my electoral neighbour, we look at these small businesses, we go around our electorates. And what I find fascinating is that when we talk about innovation in this country, it is our small business community that leads our innovation. Big business today has become much like the bureaucracy of the public service. But it's our small to medium businesses that drive innovation and new ideas and change to make our economy a better economy, a more productive economy, and they are involved in our local communities. They support our sporting clubs. They support our community organisations. As we have seen with the floods in my electorate, and I spoke about this earlier today in the Federation Chamber, the number of small businesses in my electorate of Ford who have put a hand out to help those affected by the floods, to give them a hand up. Yes, we've received support from some great large businesses, but the majority of support, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been from great small businesses across my electorate. And that's why I am proud of the work that this government has done over the past 8 years to support small business, with, as I said, lower tax rates, the instant asset write-off, the instant depreciation of capital expenditure. All of those things actually go to reducing the cost of small business, running small business, because you don't need to carry those items on your balance sheet. You can write them off in the year that you expense. You buy that new ute or you buy that new piece of equipment. And when we talk about small business, it's not just the people who have a bricks and mortar and a shop front. This includes our tradies, our sparkies, our plumbers, our brickies, our tilers. All of those people are small business people as well. All of these measures that we have taken over the past few years go to support those very people. And this bill before us today seeks to further assist and make it easier for small business to understand their record-keeping obligations. And if a business is genuinely struggling to keep appropriate tax records, the Commissioner will be allowed to offer the business an alternative to undertaking a record-keeping course rather than paying financial penalties. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that actually feeds into our budget announcement last night of allowing small businesses, for every $100 they spend on new IT equipment to upgrade their systems, or put in place a cloud storage system, or buy a Xero accounting package, or something like that to upgrade the efficiency of their business. This actually dovetails with that very nicely, because part of supporting small businesses, giving them the incentive to upgrade their systems and capacity to do these things better. The education course that will be provided under this legislation will be free and will take approximately 2 hours to complete and is expected to be delivered online. But can I also say, Madam Deputy Speaker, many of the online accounting and bookkeeping software packages that are available today also do wonderful work in this space in terms of tutorial and other resources to make it easier for small business owners to manage their business. Because we know that many of our small business owners, not just the owner of the business, they're the bookkeeper, they're the HR manager. All of these things go to the course of running their small business. The measures in this bill ensure that, that there are more appropriate sanctions available for assisting small business struggling with their record keeping, rather than applying automatic financial penalties. And I think that is a very worthwhile process in terms of supporting small business through what we know over the past 2 years has been a very difficult time. But again, this government has supported small business through that. I've touched on a couple of the measures, but also through JobKeeper, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know a lot of the small businesses in my electorate of Forde that I've spoken to have shared with me how important JobKeeper was to them to ensure they kept their doors open and to ensure that they kept their employees engaged in the business. And we know that keeping employees engaged in the business and keeping business activity turning over and providing support and income to our community, how vital that has been to our economy now being in the position it is after 2 years of COVID. I recognise that there has been different outcomes in different states given different decisions by various state governments. These things all go towards ensuring that we have a viable, profitable, small business sector that continues to support our economy and innovation and capability for the future. In addition, Schedule 3 of this bill provides taxpayers with the option to claim deductions in line with an asset's actual economic life rather than mandating the effective life prescribed by statute. Because currently certain depreciating intangible assets, such as patents, copyrights and in-house software, the tax law specifies the effective life of these assets for depreciation purposes. This measure applies to intangible assets acquired from 1 July 2023 after the temporary full expensing, which applies to both tangible and intangible assets, has concluded. Again, this is an important part of the government's digital economy strategy that was announced in the 2021-22 budget. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, as we see in 2023, we'll see the FIFA Women's World Cup be held in Australia and New Zealand. And part of the package of commitments to host the FIFA Women's World Cup.
The honourable member's time has expired. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
This budget of bribes makes the climate crisis worse, locks in tax cuts for the wealthy and makes housing more expensive. The budget gives coal, oil and gas corporations more than $37 billion, but climate spending is cut by 35%. If you're on a low income, you get a one-off $420 payment, but a billionaire gets $9,075, not as a one-off, but every year as a tax cut. And there's $13 billion of public money, your money, going to push up housing prices, but no new money to build affordable homes. But the good news is we are less than 50 days from kicking this terrible government out, and this budget shows why that day can't come soon enough. Coal and gas are the main causes of the climate crisis. Gas is as dirty as coal. We need to get off coal and gas, not give them more of the public's money. We need to make coal and gas corporations pay a fair share of tax, not pay them to mine and burn our future. The Prime Minister has admitted that the climate crisis is making the country harder to live in, but this budget puts people's lives at risk. There's $300 million to open up new gas fields like the Beetaloo and $50 million for gas pipelines we don't need. Vague promises from Liberal and Labor to get to net zero by 2050 won't make up for opening more coal and gas mines. There are 114 new coal and gas projects in the pipeline backed by Liberal and Labor, and in the middle of a climate crisis they are throwing more fuel on the fire. This budget funds more floods, and the floods turbocharge that other crisis we're facing, the climate crisis, the housing crisis. This budget makes housing more expensive. Liberal, with Labor's support, it must be said, are handing $13 billion to the wealthy and property investors, which just pushes up prices for first-home buyers, locks people out of housing and drives up rents that are growing 3 times faster than wages. 400,000 women over the age of 45 remain at risk of homelessness, and renters and first home buyers are getting locked out. But this budget uses public money, your money, to put housing even further out of reach. Unless we change course, young people simply won't be able to ever afford a home of their own and will struggle to keep up with rising rents. And last week I was in the Northern Rivers, where the floods ruined thousands of homes. Today, parts of Byron Bay, Lismore and other areas are again flooded. I was there with our local Greens candidate Mandy Nolan, who joined me here in Canberra this week before returning to help her community deal with the floods. Her message to the Treasurer this week was the same one that I heard in Richmond before the floods. Before the floods, the Northern Rivers of New South Wales was one of the least affordable places to live in the country. Many people are still rebuilding from the fires 2 years ago. They needed action on the housing crisis years ago, and they need it now. But the Prime Minister was in hiding, offering no answers to people now struggling to find long-term, affordable and secure homes as they rebuild their lives. Labor backs the billions of dollars in the budget to investors and the very wealthy, which will put even more people out of reach of housing. And that's why people in places from Northern Rivers to inner city Brisbane and Melbourne now back the Greens plan to axe the handouts to people with more than one investment home and build 1 million affordable homes that people can buy into for $300,000 or rent as public housing for 25% of their income. That would tackle the housing affordability crisis. This budget also makes Australia a more unequal place by dismantling our progressive tax system. The tax measures in this budget, which Labor backs, will see someone on the minimum wage pay the same tax rate as a CEO. By siding with the Liberals on the budget Stage 3 tax cuts, Liberal and Labor are introducing a flat tax system, a trickle-down nightmare, ripping $184 billion out of the budget so there's less money for public schools and hospitals. It is clear now that this government will not keep us safe. This government will not keep people safe from the climate crisis, and they won't put a secure roof over your head. But the Greens will. We will kick this government out, build affordable housing and keep coal and gas in the ground. We will tackle the housing crisis. We will cap rents and we will give renters more rights. We will push for a freeze on all new coal and gas projects, restore a price on pollution, drive investment in clean energy and make Australia a renewable energy superpower. This unfair budget shows it's time to kick the Liberals out. It is time to put the Greens in balance of power.
Order. The time has expired and I call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to say that this is a budget that is delivered for many, many Australians and many, many people across my electorate of Forde. I look at this budget and look at what we're doing as a government, and we acknowledge that there are people hurting as a result of the cost of living rises. Sadly, most of these issues are out of our control, such as supply chain disruptions, the war in Ukraine. But that's why we've moved to introduce a number of measures to cut the cost of living and reduce the impact of these increases. One of the biggest hits to the hip pocket has come at the petrol bowser, and that's why I'm pleased to see in the budget handed down last night that we've slashed the fuel excise by half for the next 6 months. So 22-cent a litre saving, roughly $30 a week for a two-car family or $700 over 6 months. Tens of thousands of motorists in my electorate of Forde will benefit from this move. The budget also includes a one-off $420 cost of living tax offset, which will benefit thousands of people across the electorate of Forde, particularly in places like Eagleby, Beenleigh, Loganleigh, Boronia Heights, Waterford West, Logan Reserve. There's a $250 cost of living payment to be delivered to over 6 million pensioners, carers, veterans, job seekers and concession card holders, including Mr Speaker, importantly, self-funded retirees who have a concession card. That's a benefit to some 17,000 pensioners across the electorate of Forde. Mr Speaker, the Logan area in my electorate is one of the fastest growing regions in Australia, including also, I should add to that, the northern Gold Coast as well. And the member for Wright, who is here in the chamber, is also representing an area that is growing very, very quickly. If you drive around and you see the new houses springing up in places like Park Ridge, Pimpama, Ormo, Yatala, Homeview, into the member for Wright's electorate at Yarrabilba, Flagstone, Newbeath, all of those areas, they all sit next to each other. You would be amazed at the difference from 10 years ago when we both first got elected to the number of houses now. It is extraordinary, Mr Speaker. And it's why in this budget I'm so pleased to see the extension of the First Home Deposit Scheme being expanded to 50,000 places, which allows even more people in my electorate to be able to purchase their first home with as little as a 5% deposit. And we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, from talking to our constituents, with the rents they're paying now, the difficulty of accruing a 20% deposit to avoid lenders' mortgage insurance, which is getting increasingly expensive. So this measure will be of enormous benefit to many in my community, and I'm sure to the member for Wright as well. But in addition, Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the joys of growth, as you would know, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the need for infrastructure. And I can say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I'm very proud of the announcements in this budget for the electorate of Forde, the largest of which was a $1.21 billion upgrade to the Brisbane Gold Coast rail line from Beenleigh to Currabee for a faster rail upgrade. The number of tracks will be increased from 2 to 4. There will also be improvements to 7 stations, including Beenleigh, Bethania, Loganlea, Edens Landing and Homeview, and the removal of 5 level crossings. These works are scheduled to begin in 2024 and create 6,700 direct and indirect jobs. In other budget boosts for my community, there is a $4 million investment in the Beenleigh Connection Road City Road intersection on the north of the centre of Beenleigh, and $11 million for a business case for future stages of the Coomera Connector. This is in addition to a number of major investments in road infrastructure already occurring across the electorate. My priority, Mr Speaker, is to see our roads made safer, reducing congestion. Not only do we need to get people home to their families more safely, but we also need to ensure that the tradies and the business people in our community are able to get from one place of work to the other more quickly. I am pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Morrison government continues to deliver for the community of Ford.
Order. I give the call to the member for Lilley.
In public hospitals across Australia, patients have free access to Band-Aids, to bandages, painkillers and incontinence pads. But what most Australians may not know is that there is no guarantee that you will have access to period products in hospitals if you need them. While some hospitals provide period products, it's not mandatory. This variation leads to limited availability and forces patients to rely on their family, if they have them, to bring pads when they visit, or the kindness of doctors, nurses and staff who give pads of their own. Periods are not a choice. When you're in hospital, already sick, stressed and vulnerable, the last thing on your mind should be trying to work out how to source a pad or tampon. Pads should be freely and easily accessible in all hospitals for patients who need them. Tonight, I rise to table Share the Dignity's petition, signed by over 53,000 Australians to pad up public health. Share the Dignity has listened to thousands of harrowing stories from Australians who have been, thank you very much, stuck in hospital with their period without access to period products. Jennifer gave birth at the Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital last year and forgot to pack pads in her hospital bag. After being told by her midwife that the hospital didn't have any pads, Jennifer had to send her husband to the chemist to buy some for her. Sue went to the ER with her period, and when she asked for a pad, all they could give her was an incontinence pad. Tammy was having a miscarriage in the emergency department, and all she was given was 3 paper towels from the toilet to use. Other women shared stories of having been forced to bleed through their hospital gowns. This petition calls on the House to implement a federal policy mandating the provision of free pads upon request to all patients being cared for in public hospitals nationally. Women's and girls' ability to safely manage their menstrual hygiene is associated with basic human rights, including non-discrimination, access to education and participation in public and professional life. This policy is in line with global movements acknowledging menstrual hygiene as a fundamental human right and a critical link in achieving gender equality. I would like to thank the founder of Share the Dignity, Rochelle Courtenay, and her team for their advocacy, their tireless advocacy in this space and their ongoing fight to end period poverty. I would also like to thank Brisbane icon Christian Hull and the Brisbane Broncos for their support of Share the Dignity, particularly recently at St Patrick's College in Shorncliffe, my electorate of Lilley. Finally, and differently, on behalf of my constituents who rely upon Medicare and Queensland's public health system, I unreservedly and wholeheartedly condemn the Morrison government for their disgraceful cut to Queensland's health funding last night. Squirreled away on page 19 of the third budget paper is a $20 million cut to Queensland health funding this financial year. You would think that as we enter the 3rd year of a global pandemic, the Morrison government would see the value in investing in healthcare. But no, they have cut the Queensland health budget for the next financial year. The next time a member of the LNP comes to this place or to the state parliament to complain about ramping or about the shortage of hospital beds or about surgery wait queues, please remember this budget cut. It demonstrates yet again that the Coalition cannot be trusted with Medicare, with our health, and they cannot be trusted to govern. I thank the House.
I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Australians have been confronted with many challenges over the last 3 years. We've been faced with devastation and heartbreak, including natural disasters like the recent flooding in my electorate of Bonner. We have been navigating the turmoil and unpredictability of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have faced threats from foreign countries attempting to interfere in our domestic affairs and testing the capabilities of our military. Despite all this, Mr Speaker, our economic recovery is leading the world, and more so than ever, Australians are being provided opportunities and supports to invest in their futures and families. Mr Speaker, there is no other place where this is more true than in my electorate of Bonner. And in my opinion, there is no better place in the world to build a life and start a family than in Bonner. I've been a local resident for over 4 decades. I've attended school, started a small business, and am now raising my own family here. I want Bonner to be a place where everyone can come to raise a family, start a business and invest in their future also. To do this, I am working hard to deliver my plan to ensure local residents have access to resources and the opportunities that they need to pursue their dreams and thrive. I am committed to continuing to fix local roads and reducing traffic congestion. I've already delivered over $200 million for local road projects and infrastructure upgrades, including Newnham and Wecker Road, Rochdale Roundabout and Lyndham Crossing. I will continue to fight for more funding to fix local black spots and ensure residents can get home sooner and safer to their loved ones. I've been a fierce advocate to protect our way of life and our local environment, working alongside community groups like Ocean Crusaders, Bulimba Creek Catchment and Mackenzie Bush Care. I'm also passionate about expanding our sporting facilities to make them easily accessible for local families and have provided federal funding for sporting groups like Bayside United Football Club, Mount Gravatt Vultures and Carindale District's Junior Aussie Rules Club. Mr Speaker, our economic plan is working and we are delivering lower taxes and record jobs, and I'm seeing firsthand these benefits in Bonner. New trainee and apprenticeship commencements are up by over 90%. Over 1,700 families are saving $2,000 a year on childcare, and over 68,000 taxpayers in Bonner will benefit from our tax relief measures. This means the hard-working people of Bonner can keep more of their own money in their own pockets. And we've also seen record investment in health and education, providing higher quality care and greater learning opportunities to Bonner families. As someone who is passionate about mental health, I will continue to fight for more services and funding across Bonner. There have also already been so many positive developments from my mental health plan, where I've had great community consultation and roundtable discussions with mental health experts, and have partnered with groups like Roses in the Ocean to trial pop-up safe spaces on the Bayside. I'm also working with groups to ensure that we are reducing emissions and increasing renewable energy. There have been over 25,000 rooftop solar panels installed in Bonner, and it's exciting to see new green energy technology developments from local businesses like Tritium and Wildfire and Murarrie. Finally, Mr Speaker, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible spirit of the people of Bonner and our wider Brisbane community. The recent flooding event was heartbreaking for so many families, and after seeing firsthand the devastation caused by these floods, I can say that I'm humbled by how resilient the people of Bonner are. Mr Speaker, I, alongside my team and the Brisbane City Councillor Lisa Atwood and countless of Bonner residents, spent days delivering sandbags, food, water and generators to flood-affected residents. The people of Bonner are not one to hide during a crisis. And as the rain came down and as the water rose, I was out there with my community, gumboots and all, making sure local families were safe. Mr Speaker, Bonner is a great place to live, raise a family and build a life. I am committed to delivering for the residents of Bonner and continuing to work with the community to protect our lifestyle and to help locals get ahead.
And I give the call to the member for Dobell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My community on the Central Coast of New South Wales has been overlooked by this government for years. Whether it's our health, jobs or local roads, this government has left the northern end of the Central Coast behind. Under this government, we've seen the GP crisis on the coast go from bad to worse. We have one of the worst roads backlogs in the state, and we have thousands of young people held back from gaining the skills and training they need for a good job and a steady career. And this has all happened on the Morrison government's watch. And now, after almost a decade in power and on the eve of an election, this government is spruiking spending in my community, promising big-ticket road and rail projects for our region. It's no surprise locals have had a hard time believing them. They've made promises like this before, and they haven't followed through. Deputy Speaker, you don't need to read the NRMA report to know the Central Coast has one of the worst roads backlogs in New South Wales. In fact, the last major roads project on the Central Coast was the M1 upgrade, started when Anthony Albanese was the Minister for Infrastructure. We've been calling for more investment for years, but this government hasn't listened. Then, just last week, the government announced funding to upgrade the road through Wyong, my hometown, a project my community and I have been fighting for years. And this week they've announced spending for the Central Coast Highway and for Fast Rail. While this investment is welcome, it's long overdue. And why has the government waited until the eve of an election? The coast should be a priority when it comes to infrastructure funding, not an afterthought right before an election. Deputy Speaker, this government has also failed our community when it comes to their healthcare. I'm a pharmacist and I worked at the local hospital for almost 10 years. There is a severe GP shortage on the coast, and this crisis has only gone from bad to worse under the Morrison government. I was told this week, alarmingly, that 31 doctors have left our community in the Wyong-Gorokan catchment, leading to countless practices being forced to close their books or shut. While I welcome the government's plan to make parts of the coast a priority for GPs, I'm frustrated that they've completely overlooked other parts of our region and haven't addressed the widespread systemic problems. There are so many people in my community struggling to see a GP, waiting weeks for routine appointments. One of my constituents from Hamlin Terrace recently told me that her GP practice now has been reduced to 2 doctors on the books. One of those doctors is now on annual leave and the other was recently forced to isolate due to COVID. This meant patients only had access to telehealth appointments for an entire week. My constituent told me, and I quote, "Like a lot of elderly people, I find it hard to hear on the telephone and don't do telehealth calls because the doctor ends up shouting down the phone. It's very frustrating." She said, "I won't see a doctor now until my GP comes back and then I'll have to have my flu and pneumonia vaccines." Deputy Speaker, people in my community or anywhere in Australia shouldn't have to delay or skip important vaccinations or health checkups. They should be able to book an appointment and get the health care they need, especially older Australians. This government has ignored the plight of my community, and it's only harder to see a GP for people living on the coast. Either the government doesn't see healthcare as a priority for regional Australians, or they just don't get it. Deputy Speaker, this government has also overlooked the Central Coast when it comes to jobs and training. I grew up on the coast, I went to high school in Tuggerah, and after almost a decade in power, this government has cut $3 billion from vocational education and training in this country. Because of these cuts, and we've seen it, there are now 231 fewer apprentices on the coast than there were 8 years ago. That's a drop of close to 10%, and 231 typically young people who don't have the chance to get the skills and training they need for a good job and a steady career. How can the government be serious about creating jobs on the coast when they're taking opportunities away from young people to find secure work? A recent example, they completely excluded the north end of the coast in their Commonwealth Scholarships program for young Australians. While young people living in Gosford, just south of my community, are eligible for $13,000 scholarships to help them take up an apprenticeship, people in my community have been left out altogether. How can the government claim now that they want to deliver for the Central Coast, particularly for young people? They've had close to a decade to deliver, but what we've heard is empty promises. Deputy Speaker, my community is fed up with being overlooked. Under this Prime Minister, Australia is now $1 trillion in debt. And what have they seen? What have we got to show for it? A GP crisis, a massive backlog of roads and thousands of coasties who can't find secure work. Instead of planning for the future, this budget is focused on short-term fixes and patch jobs. And nothing in this budget makes up for almost a decade of being overlooked by this government. Coasties deserve better.
And I give the call to the member for Stirling.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, democracy is the least worst system of government. Since its foundation in ancient Greece, we still haven't found a better method of reflecting the public will in a peaceful and effective way. And for those of us who enjoy the temporary privilege to hold the torch of democracy as elected leaders, this is an immense reward. Like all previous members for the federal electorate of Stirling, I've worked with great determination to serve our local community. With Stirling due to be abolished from the next federal election, I reflect today on the history of this wonderful division. Contested in 25 elections, the seat has been won by 14 Liberal and 11 ALP members. Liberals have proudly held the seat for a total of 37 years, and I acknowledge previous members Doug Cash, Ian Viner, Ian Cameron and Michael Keenan. I also acknowledge ALP members who've held the seat, Harry Webb, Dr Ron Edwards and Jan McFarlane. The early 1970s was a particularly exciting time for Stirling Division, with a strong team including Jim Clarko as president. Bob Pike led door-knocking on the weekends to drive voter membership, with $10 a couple for membership being quite a bargain, if you ask me. In 1972, divisional members donated $100 each to purchase the division's first property, a modest little house, but great for meetings and campaigning. And one member even went to live in the back of the house to help with costs and maintenance. What dedication. In 1974, at the double dissolution election, the Labor Party desperately wanted the seat back, and at the close of counting, Ian Viner trailed Labor's Graham Rees by 700 votes. But when preferences were counted, the provisional result was a tie. So scrutineers were assembled, and after a long day's counting the next day, more Liberal votes were found, and Ian Viner scraped in by just 12 votes. Fast forward to 1984, and a redistribution saw Stirling incorporate more northern suburbs, including suburbs like Balga, Westminster and Mirrabooka, bringing a great deal of wonderful, diverse community groups. In 2004, my predecessor, Michael Keenan, won the seat back from Labor. And Michael was a fantastic local member, serving with distinction for 15 years, and it was an honour to be able to continue his excellent work in our community. Stirling's been so well served as well by passionate divisional members, and though there are many stalwarts, please forgive me for only mentioning recent divisional presidents by name: Rob Papard, Carlo Perkov, Chris Hatton, Tony Kristovich, Troy Packard and Melinda Poore. I've always had a passion for serving others, and I bore this out first by joining the Army straight out of school, and serving as a commander on military operations overseas will remain one of my life's highlights. In 2019, when I was elected to Parliament, I made a commitment to serve in a different way by relentlessly supporting my local community. And since then, I've gotten to know so many local families, businesses and community groups, and I'm incredibly proud of what we've achieved so far together. Our area is one of the most multicultural in Australia, whether it be the Vietnamese, the Burmese, the Italians, the Africans or the Indian communities. I could go on, but it's a privilege to be your local representative in Parliament. And it's groups like these for whom I continue to fight. For example, in 2019, when Michael Keenan introduced me to a wonderful local community leader, Fatima, who is the Operations Services Manager at Mirrabooka Mosque. Fatima works tirelessly supporting attendees to the mosque and the wider community who the mosque actively welcomes in. However, in 2018, the mosque was the victim of a firebombing attack which badly damaged the building. And since then, I've fought to achieve funding for 2 rounds of security upgrades, including CCTV, security cameras and lighting, because everybody deserves to feel safe and accepted in our community. But after the firebombing, it was actually the spirit of resilience that I saw in our community as it rallied to support the mosque and condemn violence that was so heartening. Now, roughly, the eastern half of Stirling and the southern half of Old Cowan are being smashed together in the new seat of Cowan. And as the Liberal candidate for New Cowan, I am continuing to fight to serve my local community. I'm seeking re-election, because despite all of the good that we have achieved together, there is still much to be done in support of local families, businesses and community groups. And, Mr Speaker, I am still filled with the passion and the energy to be the torchbearer of democracy in Cowan.
The House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.